Intro.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of the 2024 United States National Snooker Championship. It's the knockout phase now. We've got a blockbuster of a match to kick us off today. Got Hassanine Al-Sultani taking on Stephen Wong. These guys have done their practice and they're ready to go. It's David Burney in the booth alongside Christian Youngers. We're happy that you're joining us. It's the Embassy Billiards Club in San Gabriel, California. We've got a live active chat going on there. And I think we have about 3 tables that are being covered.
I think at least 2. I'm not sure about table 5, but we might need to set up that stream. But yeah, we should have 3 tables covered, hopefully.
Yeah, you can reach over at Ontario Snooker Tournaments on YouTube. Our good friend Rob Richards up there in Canada is streaming that table. That looks like that's Ajaya Pradhakar going against...
I think it's Young Yat.
Okay, thank you, Christian. So this should be some fireworks here. Both these players definitely know their way around the bays. Stephen Wong, 2022 U.S. champion, runner-up last year, owner and operator of this great Embassy Club. And Hassanine won the Q Tour last year at the Pan American, or the PAPSA Snooker Academy. So sit back and enjoy. Hope you got your nice morning coffee, and I think whoever gets in first boats a good chance.
Speaking of getting in first, this might be a good chance for Hassanine to maybe get some early action going. Off the mid-range pot Steven has. This has been overcut. We were discussing this morning too, I think, what matches are going to be coming up on the stream table, and Stephen Wong, humble as he is, room owner here, tries to get as many people involved, but I think we had to pick this match as we think this could be a potential final even, but they're meeting in the round of 32. What a draw, huh?
Yeah, there's just so many phenomenal matches now that we're in the knockout phase. Not to discredit any of the competitors that unfortunately have gone home because they haven't got through the round robin phase.
I think partly what happened here too is Steven ended up as a seeded player, I think seeded number 2 or 3 overall in the tournament. He actually ended up getting second in his place to Tom Lemore. They played their best of 3 match, and that was what decided the group essentially, because both players won out against the other 2 in that group. I think it was group B. And so that put Steven in second place in the group, meaning he had to play the winner of a different group, and that ended up being Hassanine, who swept his group 3-0, I believe.
Correct, but first chance here for Stephen Wong.
He's got a high blue, only problem is he doesn't have quite enough angle to easily stun into the pack, and no loose reds open, so it's going to be difficult call. He couldn't play for the 1 red along the top cushion, but it's a tricky shot. He wants to get fairly straight on it, maybe a bit of angle to float up for the black, so big shot here to potentially keep the break going. And it looks pretty close. I think he might be dead straight. Maybe a tiny bit of angle going towards the top cushion, which means he probably has choice to screw back or go forward. Yeah, he was going away towards that top cushion, so needed a lot of screw on that. I think this is probably end of break. I don't know if he can stun into this pack effectively. He might. And he can. What a shot.
And he's got a red to the right middle. Fortunately, the pink has shot up into the bulk area, but blue's still on his spot just in case he runs out of position on the black.
Incredible pot on that low black to stun into the corner of the pack. Open up a few of these reds and not sure I would call him unlucky. Definitely has a couple of options, but would have liked to have been easier on one of these reds for sure. Just gonna take this one to the right corner with a bit of inside to hold for the black. Tricky shot at this distance. And he's just overcut it. I'll take a quick look at that awesome black pot. Just catching the leftmost red of that pack with a ton of low spin. Look at that. Just a bit unlucky not to end up any better on a shot there.
USSA now has a chance. The easy starter, and they're always a little tricky. First match of the day, definitely early in the morning.
This is the safer red, I think, to take on, since it's probably the only one you leave. I don't mind attempting this pot. And he hasn't quite left it easy.
Yes, now that we're in the knockout phase, these matches are best of 5, so you might see at the early stages some of these players may be just going for maybe a few more shots than they would have in the round robin phases. Those were just best of 3s, quick sprints. But I'm sure as the match grows in length, they'll start to clam up and tighten in.
Steven choosing to go offensive here. He does have what looks like a fairly routine safety, but look at this pot. No wonder. Wow, another great shot. I think he still has this in the bag then to play for this red up near the green. Was a pretty straightforward safety, I think, to double that red up table and stun into the pink to hold behind the green, but he's all offense and all business in this one. Stephen Wong showing us why he's the room owner here and a previous U.S. national champion. He's got a couple open reds down the right side of the table, but don't remember how close. I think the one on the left, long cushion, is fairly safe. So he's going to want a pretty steep angle on one of these colors. It's maybe a bit too steep on this brown. I wonder if he chooses to play the safety end of break, or, you know, he's eyeing up to come down table, so going to be back cutting this brown. Maybe playing 2 cushions into the gap underneath the black, or just rolling up behind the cluster. Ended up opening up that red too.
Yes, just before the tournament started, Stephen Wong celebrated a birthday, so a nice little birthday present would be another U.S. national championship to his trophy case. But he's definitely going to have to work for it, because there's a lot of tough competitors in this tournament.
Hasnain, definitely a better player than he's showing so far in this frame. Hasn't quite gotten started. A couple of missed, maybe errant pots that he should have had, especially this one. Well, not easy. Red being fairly close to the pocket would have been a favor to make it, I think.
And we've got 8 matches in total in this first batch in the knockout phase. So definitely take a look at cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com.
Calling all brown balls.
We've got the live scoring app there.
Yeah, and I think that will have the update too for what the knockout stage looks like, who won their groups. I think maybe we'll try to get some of it on screen later for you guys to see, but we're in a round of 32, right? So they're going to be playing 2 full rounds, and there's only 8 tables available. We're going to have a second set of round of 32 matches starting at 12 p.m. Pacific. And
nice escape.
Really nice escape. Wow, great shot.
Steven might be able to put him back behind that brown. Little flick off the pack. Just got to judge the angle right. He could nestle up behind the brown again.
Pretty solid play so far in this match, minus a couple of errant misses from Hasanain that weren't easy, but still, like I said, I think more than 50% to pot those. Call it Dave, but I think he ended up getting closer to pink this time. Where the brown is, it's a pretty jail safety, so look for both players maybe to try to get in behind that brown later on in this frame unless it gets potted. Looking at how the cluster or the bunch will split here, you must have an edge of these 6 or so reds. Only problem is a plant might push a red too close to this left corner pocket, so he's just thinking about what level of thickness of contact he wants to make. Choosing to pass it up and instead taking the red out in the open down the left side. Going for the pot. Maybe felt like he was forced into one there. And it's settled. I think the window is there for the red over the right corner. Only saving grace is that it's fairly straight, so we're going to have to see a big stroke shot here from Steven. Try to zip this cue ball back to where it came from. Unless the black does pass. Actually, I think it does pass, so should just be able to play one cushion across to the left corner. Yeah, great shot. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't mind Hasanain. He's taking a few shots, just trying to get it going. It's early in this first frame, so.
It's also different when it's, best of 5. You feel like you have a bit more runway. You can take on some risks early on in the frame as if they might play dividends.
Yeah, I think now that we're in the knockout phase with the heavy hitters, we're going to see more of people really getting punished for their mistakes. They won't be let off that easy, as we saw in the round robin phase. Because we know everyone's going to miss from time to time. It's just how you capitalize on your opponent's mistakes. Good angle to open up some reds on this blind cut on the black. Just opting for the open red just left of the pack. That top red of the reds looks like it does go into the right middle. This is good stuff to start the match off for the defending champion of 2022, runner-up in 2023.
Yeah, he's done really well. Very efficient so far in this frame, taking all the loose open reds, capitalizing on any mistakes.
Oh, yeah, that's why he is a champion there. He's proven me wrong. Much better shot there. He's given the option of a choice of reds.
He's got the red at the top of the bunch available to the left corner pocket and right center, so probably see him either float forward and hold for the right center or come around the pack. I think the first one is a better option. And he's choosing to open up the bunch instead, but caught it far too thick. I might have liked playing for that last red, just because you're so far, ahead in this frame. Don't need to clear up, just put a ton of pressure on your opponent.
And touching ball has been announced. Stephen Wong let his opponent know we don't have referees just yet at the table. You know, we need to get some more great people behind the scenes. We're calling out to all you people there. If you live in America, you'd love to see this sport grow. I know the players would really appreciate referees and scorekeepers at the table. Well, for our new fans, when the cue ball is touching a red, it is called touching ball, as we alluded to. That means that you can shoot away with your cue ball, as that touching ball is the first contact with the red. Now, when you get touching on a colored ball, you can shoot away if you nominate that colored ball you're touching, or you can actually nominate a different colored ball as long as you hit that first, and that touching colored ball that you hit, or touching, that does not move. All shots are safe.
Well said, Dave. A little bit of a complicated rule set, understandably so, but
Always a good idea. You know, you can definitely take a look online and find the rules of snooker there over at wst.tv. They have a link where you can download a PDF or even get a nice trusty pocket size rule book. And that has also English billiards and the shootout. Snooker shootout, quite an exciting event. Maybe we can see more of that in the Americas.
once again, Stephen continuing to pile on the points here.
Yeah, just one red to put us into the snooker's required stage.
Yeah, great shot. I think if you're Hassanine and you don't have to concede this frame, you might just want to get back to the table and take on a few pots if you get a chance.
Yeah, just kind of warm up that arm.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I would think he would be coming back to the table. Especially with that pink dropping.
Right. Blue now push safe.
But Hassanine is a battler. Just forget this first frame and come back fighting, hopefully in the second.
Does he have a decent starter? Yeah, it's going to come back and take this red on, possibly get some table time. I don't mind this so much since misses a few shots. He's probably going to concede. Yep.
I think he does there. So Stephen Wong, runner-up last year, takes this first frame of this 32-player stage.
Pretty good start, right?
Pretty good start. I enjoyed what I see from Stephen. Hassanine just struggling a little bit, but that's kind of first frame jitters and stuff like that. Yeah, we'll see what happens when we get to frame two. There's a beautiful shot of this Embassy Billiards Club here in San Gabriel, California. Admission is free, everybody. You know, tomorrow is Championship Monday. A lot of great snooker action today, so if you're in the area, come on down. They've got some cool drinks, although it's not the traditional hot temperature in Southern California as we're all used to. It is getting into the winter months, as it's late November here. I think everyone in America is getting excited. That big holiday coming up on Thursday, Thanksgiving. And there we can see the beautiful room here at Embassy. So Black's kind of got a little safe here. See a player would like to kick that out.
Yeah, something tells me we're not going to see another, 70 plus zero scoreline in this one. Especially with that Black out of commission now. I think You just got to play efficient snooker in this one. If you're Hasanain, you will get your chances. Steven had a pretty good and efficient start to that last frame. You just got to do your due diligence and punish him once he makes that mistake. It will come.
Hello out there to Aaron Moss. Aaron Moss, I believe, doing some refereeing duties in the Northwest Cup.
Yeah, we were watching some of the stream yesterday, Aaron. How's it going? Good to see you in the chat. Unfortunately, had a conflict and wasn't able to come help out for Northwest Cup, but we'll be there when we host it at Ox next year, hopefully, if we get the chance.
And our good friend Jocelyn Bernier, the man that needs no introduction, made all those tables up to snuff at the Pan Am Championship a few months ago in Saint Lambert, Quebec, just outside of Montreal. Yeah, Hassan can just get a nice, good long pot start, or just get his confidence up there.
Risky though, since it's going to be leaving Steven something, you would think. Gets away with this one maybe? No. Red does pot past the yellow. So Hasanain's going to either need to jumpstart his action here with some highlight reel pots, or maybe need some help from Steven if he makes a mistake. And there is a missed pot there. Is it going to roll over the pockets? I think it might just be potable. It's close. Yep, this is going to be a starter now for Hasanain, so pressure has been building. Hasn't yet to pot a ball in this match, but hasn't had anything really easy. This has been his easiest start to the frame, and that can happen.
That's why we love sport. The unpredictability of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we both were in agreements there that that's the setup that Hassan needed. You know, relatively simple red for his ability to get him going, but falters.
Yeah, and start of the frame, you'd never miss that shot. You know, first opportunity at the beginning of frame one, but after seeing the score line in the past frame, now pressure building and knowing he needs to be incredibly efficient, it's probably the only reason he misses that pot. Guarantee you he's at least a 7 or 8 out of 10 to pot that ball on any given day in practice. But match conditions, they always add pressure.
Yeah, lots of open reds down at the business end of the table. Looks like the pink spot is covered, so if that pink goes down, it's going to come onto the black spot.
He's back in the balls too. Probably gonna have to play with mostly blues, like you said. Pink spot looks pretty clustered unless it goes to the black. I think he does recognize that, so he's played perfect shape for it here. Would have liked to be maybe a bit straighter, since he wants to open up the red left to the black spot as quickly as he can to get some more space to work with. But he's okay still there. I think the red that is blocking the pink spot has a window to the left corner, so he can play for that right now. Get fairly straight on it and looks perfect. But he's going to take the one loose red out on the right side of the table, so the pink must go to the left corner maybe. So I'm just checking if it does spot, and looks like it's not going to, I don't think. Nope.
As much as Hassan definitely wanted it to go back on that pink spot, he was willing with all his might, but if it doesn't go, it goes to the highest point value available. In this case, the black spot is available.
Steven just checking to see if this passes. Guess it must not then, based on that body language. I can never tell with Steven. He's difficult to read at times. No, he's playing with a high ball, so it definitely goes. We could see a decent break here, especially if he opens up the pocket on both sides for the pink.
Yeah, on the table, Steven's all business, but I think you've seen in our broadcast in the past few days, sometimes we've switched our camera to in the booth and you see a jackrabbit jumping behind us, and that's in the form of Stephen Wong. He's a very happy, animated fellow, a great host.
Yeah, nice shot there. So Darren Mark Taylor takes his first frame over Arjun Zadorian. In a table match right in front of us, in front of our commentary booth. Don't know what Ajaya's match is at. Looks like he's at the table now, over on table 4, potting some good shots. One into the left center, so he's probably a favorite to win that frame as well, for that match. I guess you got to stay high enough above this pink so that the respot doesn't block your path. You might choose even to go off of one cushion so we can really pot this ball with authority, but didn't like the angle, so I'm just going to take the red below the spot next. And this is fairly straight, once again going slightly towards the top cushion. So I'm going to need a good cue ball, maybe 2 cushions, and get above this red. It's blocking the pink. Man, I'm missing all of them. He's got the angle the other way. Don't know if he's on the pink now. Yeah, the smile.
The wry smile. It's not a smile of happiness, it's a smile of frustration.
Just another ½ inch or so. Would have been perfect. With all the colors covered up, table is going to have to take this black. So probably wants to play safe underneath the red and pink, but the left side of the cue ball has been taken away by this red. So this is a bit of a spot here for Steven. Might just choose to roll up and try to get Hassanine bridging over the black. If we can just softly tap the black.
Yeah, gently get his cue ball tight to the cushion. I think it's just a little awkward that Hassanine doesn't have a lot of the cue ball to use.
Well, it's also tight to the cushion, but he's definitely left red on if it passes the pink to the right corner. And it was a big opportunity there for Steven to put on an additional 3 or 4 reds and colors.
There was definitely potential for him to win the frame there.
Yeah, would have been brutal, but Hassanine choosing to live to fight another day. But another mistake. Just seeing slight little,
Yeah, he should have been
mispositions.
gone past that green. So just needs to wake up a little bit. I won't be surprised if he's able to. If he loses this frame, he might just step away for a few short moments and give himself a little pep talk.
Yeah, I think a bathroom break is in order after this frame, or some sort of breaking of the rhythm if he doesn't come out with this win. It's gonna get in between brown and yellow, but doesn't have the length to get too safe.
Now I know at the Pan Am Championships, in a match that's a best of 5, if the opponent goes up 2-0, there is a 5-minute break out of there, because they can't just win without a break. So I'm not sure what the rulings are here at the U.S. Nationals. Obviously the typical mid-session interval obviously comes at the climax of the 4th frame, but that's in the longer formatted matches.
Right. I think, oh no, disaster.
He's looking to the heavens there. Body language tells it all. Just
ouch. Stephen Wong, runner-up of last year's U.S. Nationals. losing on this table to Darren Taylor. Looking pretty strong in this start of the match, and I think at this point, if he can get on a color, I think he's a favorite to take this frame away, at least get the Snooker's required stage with how many open reds are left. He's gonna play for opening in the black here. This is a little risky. No, didn't contact the black at all.
I would like to be a little on the right side of the blue, but does have a saving grace that red's close to the top right corner.
Yeah.
And Hassan actually has a really good sparring partner, the Embassy Open champion Renat Danka. So
we saw them practicing last night, right, on the table 4. Looked like they were having a good time and getting some good shots in. But a slow start for Mr. Al-Sultani. Gonna have to get his stroke back in this one. Played up for blue there, since the cloth does play a bit slicker. Definitely a riskier shot to play for pink, but still think I would have tried to hit that window, as the shot on the long blue would have been there had you come short of position or gotten snookered by this red to the right of the pink. So now he's kind of in no man's land. Gonna just take a bolt color or play a safety, probably end of break. No, he's gonna go for this. I keep missing the calls, Dave.
It's early in the morning.
Steven's tricking me here. Need another espresso.
Yeah, Hassan is just falling down the cliff. He's looking for a route to grab to stop the bleeding, but Steven's doing the good job of tying him up again.
It's tough. I mean, he had a couple of tough starter pots that he decided to take on in the first frame, and still has yet to pot a ball in either of these two frames to start the match. And it's been all Stephen Wong, both coming up with some incredible shots as well as not missing and not leaving any easy openings for the most part. It was always tough. You cut off the left side of the table with that safety, did Steven, but
yeah, pink's a little tied up now, but that's a very easy starter there for Steven.
he wants to have a decent angle on the brown. He might, no, I don't think green is worth it. I was gonna say he might take green just because angle coming up table is a little bit easier, but no, this is pretty natural. I like playing two cushions if I can here. He's just gonna come down table, and this is a lost cue ball. There's nothing to play for here. He's trying to play for that red he pointed to, maybe? I don't think it goes though. If it had enough angle, well, like the shot that I like was playing two cushions close to the left corner pocket, the pink pocket, or the yellow pocket, and coming towards the blue down the right side of the table. Now he's gonna have to take a tricky shot in the middle if he wants to stay offensive, or I don't mind just playing a safety here. All the pressure's on Hassan. As much as you'd want to clinch this frame and stick another dagger in, you're gonna have to take your medicine here. It's how you've gotten to this stage, is by not making mistakes and not leaving anything easy. So just keep the pressure on if you're Steven, I say.
Yeah, if you told me within a frame and a half Hassan hadn't potted a ball, I would think you were joking. That's Ray Feng, one of the board members here at the USSA. He'll be in action a little later on today.
2022 runner-up as well. Came out of retirement once again, he said, to come to this event. Pretty good safety from Hassan here, just only leaving the red by the black, but fairly straightforward dump shot, I think, to send this red 2 cushions away. Timing shot. Ooh, almost got it off the nudge on the yellow. But the fact that he hasn't left this tight to the top cushion means there is an offensive option to the right center. They're always risky, these shots into the centers. Missing it on either side typically will leave a starting pot on for your opponent, but he's gotten fortunate there. And I think Hassanein's going to need a little bit of a break here, at least step away from the table. They pretty much started the second frame almost immediately. So I feel like there's a bit of an eagerness from him to get started in this frame. Just a bit uncomfortable, stretched out, understandably so. He's going to choose to take a different pot on instead.
Yeah, a little bit more tricky of a pot, but the stance was a bit awkward on the previous red he was looking at.
And there's some possible mistake from Steven. Does it leave anything? Red is going to leak out to that corner pocket, the green pocket, so can Hassanein get his first pot in here and get something started? It's only a difference of 38, so easily can get back in this frame. Just needs a confidence boost here and see what he can do. I think there's a tiny bit of angle going down table towards the pink. He's going to play for the loose red below the pink spot next, I'm pretty sure. He can also come off of 1 cushion if he has enough and play for any of the 3 reds to the right corner next.
Someone's phone's going off in the room. Usually is an active room in here, actually before the opening hours. But Steven has he shut down the club to give high-level respect to all the players.
Hassanein is on a little bit far here. He's kind of in between both shots now. The top red of the bunch, and yeah, I think I like taking the loose red. Less of a chance to leave anything on. As much as you would like to bid on one of the reds in the cluster of 3, as it leads to an easier opportunity to open them up for a bigger break. He's going to have to take the open run first.
Well, Hassanein is broken down. He's got a couple of points, but that's left an easy opener for Steven, as he's done in the past.
Gordon saying he's blocked in the chat. Let me know. Don't think he should have been any. There wasn't any blocks yesterday, so not sure why. Maybe try refreshing your stream. See your chat message here, so I don't know what the issue is, but it's like a double here, maybe a free shot to nothing. And he caught the good jaw first to send it up table, but 1 red is going to leak out the yellow pocket. Don't mind playing safety here either with the yellow, kind of that 1 cushion length away from the corner. Yeah, Gordon, you might have to subscribe to the channel. I think that some of the channels do have kind of like a subscriber only mode. Well, that's a free plug too, so if anybody's watching, like and subscribe and share the stream too. This is the U.S. National Championship. It only comes once a year. Help us grow the sport of snooker here in the U.S. We're live on the PAPS Pan American Snooker Association Billiards channel. Embassy Billiards, San Gabriel Billiards Club, as well as the Ox Billiards channel, all partnering together to bring you this production. And fluking that red in, Steven. It's gonna put Hasanain in a world of hurt again. I almost prefer kicking at this ball, but he's choosing to go thin and sort of roll up off of one cushion into it, and that's a really smart shot. Not sure which red you play for here. He's going to come off the top cushion and maybe just nestle to the red. That's along the right long rail. Looks pretty close, but does it have the pace? Smart way to play the safety, since I'm never going to leave a shot there at that pace as long as he stays underneath that red. He's caught it thick this time, but it's going to bump off the cushion. And he's okay. Can take a look at our second match going on over here as Darren Taylor is at the table against Arjun. 21 points up after winning the first frame, 21-2. I think he's a favorite to win that match as the #1 seed coming into this tournament, defending champion. We will keep an eye on both of these matches as time goes on. For now, we've got Stephen Wong, Hasanain. Two very strong United States players.
Yeah, it's working in Steven's favor. Well, 37 points isn't that much. With the reds up in the bulk area, Hasanain can't really get back in the frame unless he really puts a lot of pots together, which is always tricky. This black's really out of commission. He does have the blue. They can kind of play for. Usually that's that safety net when they're down in the top end of the table. With all the reds, if they grow out of position on the pink or black, they have blue as a safety. So
I like this shot as a left-handed player, since you can kind of get into it however you want. He's going to play off just the dump shot to the corner pocket and maybe just leave an awkward situation. This red must not pass the brown into the left center, so this is a decent shot, pushing the red over the right center and making it more difficult for Steven to play an easy safety down towards the yellow.
Did he put him tight to the jaw there? It's tough to see because they're at the other end of the room. Because if he's on the jaw, that red is out of the question. It's just above the green to the yellow pocket.
Looks pretty close, but has a little bit of space there. And he takes away the red that is the threat. I was talking to Darren Taylor yesterday about how important those type of sort of tactical shots are. You can play safeties in many ways. Obviously, the one idea is just to put a cue ball in a safe area, but there's a bit more of a tactical shot you can play where you maybe push a red to a certain part of the table that takes away sort of safe zones on the table and making your opponent really work harder to try to not leave something on. Movement battle, I've heard it called in 9-ball pool. You know, it's kind of a how to make things just kind of awkward so that your opponent, you know, gets forced to make a mistake. Taking this double on. I don't know what, not sure what the idea is here. Don't think the cross double is very effective. This cue ball, if it goes down towards all the traffic, seems pretty risky. I almost like thinning off the right edge of the red that's close to the green spot. I'm trying to come around off of 2 cushions around the 2 reds that are closest to the right corner pocket. Hey, we got one right this time. Although it's going to be a bit pacey. As long as he covers the 2 reds, at least the red closest to the yellow spot, it's not going to leave anything easy for Steven.
Yeah, Steven might have a shot to nothing with this red left of the green.
Green's
Find
going
the
to make
path between the 2 reds.
I think he's playing the red on the bulk cushion, coming off of that 2 rails. Yeah, the shot to nothing I think was there, but the problem was the green was a big ball off of 1 cushion to avoid contacting. And now this red is exposed to the green pocket, so it's going to take this on, stun 2 cushions out of the corner, and great shot from Asinine.
Yeah, those putts are just going to rekindle his confidence. I don't know if he's got much of an angle, actually. This looks pretty straight. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you can work it with some right-hand side, though. Did really well there.
Oh, it's tough to see sometimes from our camera angles. The best vantage point is definitely the player that's down on the shot.
The only problem is he really only has low-value colors to play with, which is still fine. Only difference of, what, 37 points now, 3, so 34 points. Maybe if he can get blue involved, should make for a bit better of a run, and that's what he's done here. Nicely goes past the blue, has a high angle on it, and even can take pink on if he wanted to. Don't know if there's a difference of 1 point if it'll make. I need to do some math, but sometimes can be a mistake taking the blue instead of the pink on in these scenarios, because you do end up clearing all the reds. 1 point difference could mean snooker's required, but don't know what the scoreline indicates there. My math isn't that quick. Here's a shot of that starter, though, on the long pot on the red, stunning in 2 cushions and getting nicely on the yellow up table. And we knew it was inevitable. He was going to get his chances. Now he's just got to make the most of it and play as efficient as Steven did in the first frame. Try to steal this one. He's got the wrong angle on the blue. Just going to have to settle for a mid-range pot on the red.
Yeah, I've never seen a player win a frame of snooker while sitting in their chair, so Asinine, as long as he stays at the table, he's given himself every chance to take this second frame.
Might play for yellow here as he's fairly straight but going towards the brown. He can go forward off of 1 cushion. Try to get into it and get on this side of the blue, but it's a bit of no man's land now. If he takes pink, it's going to probably be a long red attempt, or if he wants to get close, 3 cushions around the table and avoid contacting the black here. It's a bit of a tough spot. I think he maybe just didn't give it enough time, that one. Yeah, just opting to take his medicine, the long red. Only one he can leave now if he misses. Nope, just playing the safety routinely. Doesn't get behind the green, and that's going to leave a shot on for Steven Wong, but decent break there to put him back in this frame.
Yeah, drop of the head after that shot. No, he missed a trick, but let's climb back into it, only trailing by 15 with 35 on the table. The second frame, the knockout phase here at the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship.
I think I like playing safety here. Again, just double this red toward the green, play 1 cushion. Played the shot there, and I think Steven's been more on the aggressive side in this match so far, and it's been paying off, but At some point, especially at the amateur level, once someone starts to miss, what do you do then, right? Being close enough to this red, this is a pot he's going to take on, I think. Although, taking his time. That one's going to be painful if it settles over the center.
He's giving him a little bit of a chance. This red into the green pocket.
Hit the red a bit too full there, and it's come 2 cushions to the left side of the table. I think he would have liked to run into some traffic with that red so it stayed possibly hold up against the bulk color, but once again a tricky-ish spot for Hasanain. I think another safety is in order. Double this red off of the bulk cushion and send your cue ball down the left side of the red off of one cushion and behind blue or yellow. That's my first instinct. The only problem with that is if you double it too wide, you can run into the blue with the red and it would sell out a shot most likely. Gotta be very precise with the pace and line of the red. So opting to overcut this, it's gonna run into traffic and leave something on, I think. So another mistake.
Yeah, the only saving grace is he's tight to the cushion there with the cue ball, but it was rather poor shot that there by Hasanain, and he knows it. It's tricky here. Good friend David Putty once gave me a little piece of advice. When you are tight to the cushion with your little ring that you loop around with your thumb and pointy finger, just kind of lean your backhand just a little bit forward so you're kind of pushing down on the cue, and you won't miss those, or you won't miss cue on those shots when you have your cue ball tight to the cushion. So many little tricks that you pick up, as we're always trying to better ourselves, always trying to achieve perfection. And even when we do get perfection of making a 147, we want to get back to the table and do it more efficiently.
Got second match action going on here. Darren Taylor up in this frame right in front of us. He's won the first one and put pressure on Arjun there to take the second, so we'll keep you updated there of the defending champion. It's a bit of a tactical exchange now for these two. Some mistakes starting to leak into Steven's match so far. Knows how dangerous Hasanain can be, so pretty crucial every shot from here on out. This one's going to leave a mid-range pot.
Yeah, it's tricky when you're going from one side of the table to the other to make the pot.
I think he's taking this on. I keep missing the call. Oof, almost caught that jaw. It would have been disaster if he did. But blue's going to get coverage maybe. Oh, pink. I didn't see that bump there.
Yeah, Steven's got a nice opportunity. He could maybe get behind the black here.
Yeah, very natural. Automatic first instinct, I think. No, he hasn't caught that.
Oh, he missed the wall. Just went right through it.
He's trying to work it there with some right-hand side. Only problem is he ended up shooting the ball a bit thicker. Maybe misgauging the side.
That's 9. It's a chance to get over to those pink and black over on the left side of the table.
See Darren there with a nice mid-range red. Get a nice high angle on the blue. Looking strong in this knockout phase so far. Has a chance to close his frame out. And watch out, pink ball there. He wanted to play for the loose red to the right center, but I know he's been playing on the match tables. They do play a bit quicker, so just a bit short of pace there. Off of one cushion. Oh, is Steven gonna double this? Oh, Darren with the mistake. I think this is a good chance for USSA to knock in a long red. Almost felt a bit hesitant on that stroke. Not quite a decel, but kind of trying to pop the ball with the sort of minimum stroke possible. Feels like easily could have rifled that one in if you wanted to, or at least shot it kind of at a more, whatever your confident pace level is.
Yeah, he didn't take the bait. I wonder if Asani was trying to bait Steven into taking that mid-range red. Once again, Hassan 9 has an opportunity. Just clip off the left side of that red. Get towards that black. He's got the snooker behind the blue. It's always knowing your percentages. It's an important aspect of the game. Once you get going, once you start practicing a lot and playing in matches, you don't want to take those 50% shots that you make half the time. You want to be in the high percentage value. If that pot isn't more than 80% of the time for you, more often than not, players should refuse it. Oh, got a result to cannon into that black and just deaden the pace of the cue ball. Acknowledged by a tap on the table by Hassan 9.
This is a tough spot. What are you doing here? Just the naked one rail escape. He's going to swerve at it, it looks like. How's your luck? Over swerves it. Yikes. This is going to leave the red on.
But he's going to put him back. Interesting choice there.
I
agree with you, Christian. That red was onto left middle. And the tough part with these big swerve shots, you just don't know where cue ball and object ball are going to end up.
Yeah, I think he likes his odds of either getting another foul point, but also with the swerve, hitting the red fairly full is probably going to be a decent chance to leave it on into one of the corner pockets, one of the bulk cushion. And I think it's a bit more than a ball swerve or so. That's why you saw him try so hard to get into that and actually over swerve it.
Oh, he hit it. A little graze of red paint happened there. But he has left the red into that green pocket.
I think the previous position still would have been an easier one to play for Steven, but still has a shot.
Steven is the owner-operator. I'm pretty sure he knows about these middle pockets that we've alluded to all broadcast long that are very tricky, so maybe he knows to avoid them as well.
Still, where the red is, it's almost the best angle to shoot into that center. It plays bigger from that perspective when it's so full. That corner pocket from this distance, I would say, plays even tighter.
Oh, he's going to be lucky here.
Yeah, he is. Yikes.
As you can see the body language right there on Hassan 9. He just throws up his arms and like... Well, with, you know, these longer frame matches, hopefully if you can get a frame on the board, you know, the snooker guards always are watching. The momentum and the luck can switch at a moment's notice.
Just gonna get behind the black. This is only saving grace. Nope, pot is on. It's gonna be... He's gonna be gutted on that one. Oh, Steven just asking Hassan to pick up his chalk there, as it is in the line of sight right behind the red.
It might have been a target for Steven, actually, with this cue ball.
I think he just messes with the mind seeing that up on the table. Customary in snooker not to leave your chalk at the table. Most players do keep it in their waistcoat at all times while they're not chalking their cue, but don't see an issue with, you know, keeping your chalk on the table while it's your turn shooting, right? But common etiquette is to have the table clear of any sort of visual, anything, while your opponent comes to the table.
Surprised Steven just doesn't run up behind the pink here.
I think based on the score line, he's realizing he can get to with the black, he can get to no snookers, but all 27 points merely to tie. So the advantage of being at least in a tie situation, probably worth the risk on that. And he's shown he's been quite strong with the rest, especially when close to the object ball. So I think tactically it's a good risk to take on, the right choice.
And with that pink safe to the cushion there, green somewhat safe. So it's going to have to be an exceptional run out here for Hassan 9 if he wants to take this and put us into a black ball respot.
Looking at our second table, looks like Darren Taylor getting a big lead, forcing the concession there by Arjun. So he's going to go 2-0 up in his match, the defending champion. And there's a shot of the room there. You can see the other players discussing some stuff on the side table in terms of the respot.
Or if there's an issue going on with their tablet. Looks like they have the score correctly placed there. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to clarify, but playing with a limited number of foul and misses in this tournament, at least for the group stage and knockout phase. I think when there is a referee present, they're playing unlimited snookers until snookers required stage. But in this phase, the two common rules are 3 attempts, 2 putbacks, or 4 attempts, 3 putbacks. And we're playing with the second case here, so it can often be confusing. Some people talk about attempts 3 times. Some people talk about foul and a miss replacement 3 times. So just to clarify for this tournament, they are playing with 3 putbacks, and then 3 foul and a miss rules can be called, initiating essentially 4 attempts at the shot and over 4 fouls, 16 points, the net of 1 snooker essentially. So just to clarify that, on the side table, looks like they've gotten things going. As Hassanein tries to go 2 cushions here and behind black. It was always a containing safety, that, as long as he got a good yellow ball. But he needs all the points here to tie. He's probably going to be playing for snookers just so he can get on the board with a win if he's able to clear up instead. Just passing the center pocket there for Steven.
Very nicely judged.
Pink's always going to be his contingency plan, so nice thin snick there. Almost got it in behind black. But great cue ball and yellow to leave a tough containing safety. This is going to settle over the pocket. Needs some help from the brown. Not going to get it. Only thing is that Hassanein's going to be bridging over this blue ball. But with angle to go over for the green, was it enough?
Yeah, that blue ball just being a little bit of a pain. Had to elevate his bridge hand. It's always nice to put the palm of your hand flat on the table like Steven has right now to get some good control.
He also shot that quicker, right? It felt a little bit rushed almost. I don't know if frustration settling in.
I think there could be a little bit of that. It definitely seems like Hassanein has not really got the roll of the balls in this match in the beginning stages.
Uh-oh. Is this gonna settle? Just barely. Risky shot there. Yeah, I think there's different sort of body language from Hassanein so far in this. Now that we've gotten to the bulk, or to the color stage. I think he's a bit frustrated with how some of the rolls have gone against him, and how he's had a bit of a slow start the first 2 frames.
Once again, Steven has put Hassanein in a Chinese snooker. Now the great Joe Johnson, 1986
Is that what they call
world
it?
champion, was saying, do you know why they call it a Chinese snooker? It's because the Chinese read bottom to top, not top to bottom as we do in English.
Is that so? Wow, never knew that. So a single double here. Blue's going to get in the party, but yellow's just going to leak out. So at least can see this full ball.
Yeah, definitely that blue has cut off that potting angle on the yellow. Hassanein. Just a little pacey. Would have liked to pulled up a little bit less. Get behind that blue. That's a nice shot there by Steven. I don't know if he's got the full ball snooker there, but did, and Hassan did well to keep his cue ball with distance. And over his yellow is on for Steven into its own pocket. Yes, great pot there. So Hassan does need a snooker if he wants to take the second frame. Yeah, there's no real great ball right now that Hassan can really get tight behind for a snooker. He does have it there. Steven might just come off the right long cushion. Might just be one. Cushion is, does that middle pocket take out the two cushion escape? Good hit there. Push that black up table, making it more difficult for Hassan. I thought maybe Steven might be of the mind, maybe just roll that green over that top right corner. Force Hassan to pot it. He's given Steven half a chance. The green does cut into the yellow pocket. Having to use the rest makes it just a little tricky.
This might be curtains. Just wants to get this in or over the pocket, really.
I don't think the 10 cushion escape there is going to work for you, Hassan. He went around all the world and back again. So it's just kind of going bad to worse from the man from Sacramento, originally born in Iraq. I'm talking to his fellow countrymate Renat. It's quite a good scene over there. Very interesting as well, as there's two routes to go over in Iraq. And sometimes there's the more professional way in the game of snooker. Sometimes there's that the gambling way. And as Renat's parents saw that their young son took an interest in it and knew that he wanted to be more professional at it. They were in full support. And we know that Renat's a great player. He could be coming up on the stream a little later today.
The longer this frame goes, I think worse it'll be for Steven. Wants to close this out pretty quick. He's had a couple of good chances to knock in that last dagger color.
Yeah, if Hassan can find some fluidity. He's just struggling a little bit there. Maybe if he's to lose this one, if he can come out and put a nice good opening break, that'll help his confidence. But if he can steal this one, then he'll be beaming with confidence and he'll be right back in the match. As I say, you're never really in the match until you win that first frame. Always important in these rather shorter matches, best of 5. But we're always against the clock in the amateur game, so that's why you're not seeing the big, best of 11 or best of 19 matches that we're used to seeing of the pros.
It's a decent snooker attempt here, but it's going to run out along the green. Long or short of base, either one. It would have been good to get behind brown and black, but I think Steven's got to do this in or over again. Just roll it to the corner. Make it tough not to pot. It's tight to the corner pocket makes it difficult to play safe. Shooting it at a pace where he wants to just knock it in. But Hassan will need that ball anyway, so you're giving him less things to hide behind the more balls go down. This brown might come into play here. Not quite. Always going to double this green up table. Play a safe cue ball. No need to be thinning off this red, off of this green, excuse me, and sending the cue ball all over the place, but he is choosing to do that, and a bit risky, as you saw there. It bounced off the edge of the brown and headed toward the green pocket. This looks pretty decent. This looks really good.
It's got the snooker there.
Pink in the way, I think, of the one cushion escape down the left side of the table, so it's gonna have to go short of this right center pocket. Play off one cushion, maybe 2. Yeah, second cushion is close, but wow, gets a double kiss.
The old parachute shot. Sometimes in the game, a double kiss can be handy. Most of the time, it is the dreaded double kiss.
This looks decent as well. Needs the pace to get behind brown. It's gonna come a little bit short, maybe. Yeah. Still think if you're Steven, especially now where the green sits, nothing's near it down in this left corner. So I like just rolling this in. Just get it close over the pocket. He's playing the safety. Only problem is he's leaving the green near a bunch more traffic this way.
Yeah, the screen is building up to be really, really important.
And like I said, the traffic is there. Does he get it behind the blue? No. Longer this frame goes, the better headspace Hassan will be in, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, obviously when you're in the lead and you have those chances just to get that frame done and not have to worry too much. As you said, Christian, it gets on a little bit longer. Oh, and the black goes in there.
Yikes.
Disaster. That's 7 big points that Hassan did not want to give up.
That's an additional 2 snookers possibly, right? Or most likely.
Yeah, with 40 in it and 25 on the table.
So that's 15 points. He's just clarifying whether or not 3 snookers required is a forced concession or not.
That's true. I think Stephen luckily has the tournament, well, co-tournament director at JF Prod Hocker is on the adjacent table, so just had to ask him if it's a more than 3 snookers. We saw that in the round robin, and I think it is the case here.
Yep, that's going to be concession, I think.
So Stephen Wong takes a commanding 2-frames-to-nothing lead in this best of 5 knockout phase match. We'll be coming back. Oh, we're going to just jump over. Oh, looks like we're not going to be jumping over. We're just going to see the result there with Darren Taylor, defending champion, with a whitewash victory, 3-0. He'll be moving on to the next phase. And then on our featured table, hopefully Hassan can maybe step away, just splash some water on the face, just kind of regroup. You know, you didn't get here just luck. This gentleman does have some skill. And we'll just step aside for a few short moments and return with frame 3 action. And there you see what the winner of this great event will get. $7,000. Not a bad weekend for somebody, but hey, even being a runner-up, $3,000. The 2 semifinals that didn't make the finals get $1,000. Our quarterfinals get $400. And the high break so far is the man at the table breaking off. Stephen Wong has a break of 67. That would net him $400 by weekend's end, but there's a lot of great players here in the knockout phase, so I don't think 67 is going to last. I'd be quite surprised if it does. So Steven's got to keep the motor going. S9 obviously back up is against it. Can be a bit dangerous this time when you kind of have nothing to lose, really. Just hasn't had a bit of luck. Some shots he has missed that we've seen Hassan make a lot more often than not. Hassan actually just stuck around the table in our little break there between second and third. I thought he might just step outside of the arena. He just even quickly dart outside to get a quick breath of fresh air. Splash some water on his face, just give himself a little wake-up call. But an errand safety there. Steven has given Hassanine an opportunity for a red into the left middle. Oh, those middle pockets. That tells you how Steven's feeling. Just drilled that red into the top left corner.
Hey, good morning, Chad. Sorry, I just didn't see your message. Already 9-footers open today, asking for a friend who might also be Francis. It is Sunday, or sorry, yeah, Sunday. But I'm not in Seattle right now, so you might want to ask Mike over there. But I'm pretty sure tables should be open on Sunday.
Both players having a little trouble with those middle pockets.
No, excuse me, just checking out other tables there.
That's a nice red by Hassanine. Just wanted to pull up a little bit better to be on potentially the yellow with some angle, although the blue's in the way to come back down table. So I might just gently rub up against this green.
Decided to come and screw off one cushion in behind the brown, as it's tight to that, pretty close to that full cushion, but much tougher safety and shorter pace there. I think I like your shot, just taking medicine and rolling up to the green. Nothing wrong with it.
Could be a little dangerous clipping out the left side of those reds. That in-off is always a possibility.
Oof. Is it going to settle? Oh, the red's over the pocket. Mistake has been forced.
Curious if this red
I think
gets in the way of potting that black. Doesn't look like to him. He's taking it on full-blooded, so it doesn't.
Yeah. It does go. Overcut it. Maybe it didn't go. Ouch. This is tough.
That really would have helped out Hassanine. You know, a lot of open reds down here. Black would have been open, going back on its spot to both pockets. So it's Steven's turn to capitalize on that mistake. That's what you had to do in the knockout phase. Very rarely do we see in the amateur game the one table visits.
And here's a mistake. A little bit maybe. Nope, has a red available to the right corner still.
Yeah, just funny little bridging there, that's for sure.
It's going to be natural to get on the black, no matter what. So, just gotta pot this red.
Using the spider, you're queuing down on the ball.
Yeah, tricky.
Good concentration. Don't want to put any unwanted side.
Oh, came across. I like that.
Oh, beautiful shot.
Yeah, let you stroke out there. I like it.
Let your stroke out. That sounds like a t-shirt almost. Christian, you need to market that.
Hey, we're in California. Let your stroke out. All right, loose open red. Let's see. One above the black, one to the left corner. Then it starts to get a little messy. Ooh, didn't screw enough there, I don't think. It's gonna be really high on it. Yeah, buck moose. We don't talk about that. We're not gonna do one of those. Don't worry. Kappa is right. It's gonna take the red to the left corner, I think, just because the bridging is there more easily, and really have to come up for green now.
Yeah, it's fortunate that green is very close to the blue spot.
Oof, got away with one there.
Yeah, there was a lot of pace on there, so don't think Hassan is going to like his next shot.
Looks like we got 2 matches that have concluded now. So 6 tables still going in this first set of knockout stage matches. And as long as he took away a look at this red along the right long rail, Steven's got him in a good snooker. It's going to be tough. I think the pro shot might be to zigzag this cue ball in between green and pink off the right long rail, left long rail, and try to get this red that's along the top cushion. He's looking at the line. The green's kind of in the way, though. It's a little tricky. Has to get kind of close to the green, I think, off of the one cushion. Looks decent. It's got to widen up on this angle. Looks real nice. Great shot.
Definitely acknowledged by a tap on the table there. Now stability of his opponent. Profitable score, so didn't want to leave an easy starter on. Just judge that weight just very nicely. Tough here to find the path back to bulk. Maybe if he can nip off. Put some distance.
Is there a shot to nothing on this left red of the 2 with a bunch of top spin coming in between the black and the top cushion, maybe? Or is he just going to dump this cue ball down below the black? Yeah, he tried the shot to nothing, but opens up 2 reds, actually. This is okay. He's gotten away with that. At least the red's up table. Maybe not the red above the black spot, but it's a pretty tough shot. You're down 2 frames. Trailing in this third as well.
I have a bit of an angle on those 3 reds, the bottom of them, just to the left of the pink.
Oh yeah, didn't notice that one. But it continues to go wrong for Hassan.
Yeah, just must be furious in his head right now. Just, it's always tough, this game, when you're just not making the shots. You don't mind losing when you play well. Wow, that was a great red with that pace into these tough middle pockets. But just going back to that point, when you lose, but you played your best, you know, the loss isn't as tough to swallow. But when you're not making the shots that you know you make, that's when it really becomes suicidal.
This shot right here is reminiscent of Steven's first match of the tournament. He played against Tom Leemore. He had a great clearance attempt. Knocked in a dynamite brown down the right long rail. Blue and then a pink that came 2 cushions and came to right around this area on the black and ended up missing the black at the left corner on the clearance. And lost the frame and the match eventually 2-0 to Tom, which is what put him in this runner-up position of his group. So not going to take it on there, just going to bust it away. Obviously a very different scenario than what we were talking about there, but let's see what Hassanin can do here. Does have a little bit of the cue ball, so he can definitely screw back off of one of these reds and just start pushing everything up table, kind of a la one pocket style, but way overscrewed it there. That could have been a huge pot. That had gone in.
He's left it. That's not just going to run through. He's got the blue there.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, those middle pockets. They are tight. I was actually taking a look after our day's broadcast. Went over there and, you know, you put your kind of fist in there. As long as you're not Andre the Giant, usually a regular person's fist should be able to fit in the pocket. And definitely it was tight putting my fist down in the pockets. So you know these pucks are really tight when that's the case.
Uh-oh. Steven with a bit of outside right-hand side there and just passes the green, fortunately, to have the back cut on the blue. Easily could have bumped the green, gotten weird on it, in which case might have had to take yellow, but table's wide open. There's a cluster down here, but plenty of open reds. And he opens up one there. Wow, what a shot. But no good on the cue ball, so pressure building against Hassanin. Steven just laying it on.
He's taking this on. This cue ball is going to be flying around. Well, he's giving him an opportunity. Steven kind of really trying to go for it now. Trying to get it done, and that's why he's playing a little bit more aggressive. This might bite him.
All right, nice shots there from Hassanin.
Stop. We're waiting for you.
Take a photo。你唔使，你唔使影，你唔使影，係我哋頭先影咗啦。Yeah. And then 16 Grace, 16 Grace, Grace. Stand. Sorry about that.
think all instruments are keyed and hum. Both players getting ready to break off. Handshakes are there. Looks like Tom won the toss. He's going to elect to break off, playing with that carbon fiber cue. Raymond, you ever experimented with the carbon fiber cue?
Oh, no. I'm using my cue for over 25 years, so, you know,
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
no.
Been impressed by both these players. First time I've seen either Mark or Tom. They definitely get on with it. Interesting talking to Tom a little bit before this match. He knows some of our friends back up in Vancouver. Margot and Hannah Lisovenko, some friends that have come over from Ukraine, done some great stuff in the Vancouver area for snooker. And actually, Daniel Holoida, the Polish Stephen Hendry, who's been playing in a lot of the Pan Am championships of late, came over to play in Montreal, and Tom was telling me he was his coach. So small world, this world of snooker. This is the first match for both these players, so always a little slow getting out the gate sometimes. And you're from New York, correct, Raymond?
Yes.
How's the snooker scene going up there in the Empire State?
It's doing pretty well, actually, over there. But, yeah, one of my former Cubs owner, Tommy Chan, passed away a few years ago. So, you know, I can tell you right now, you know, more or less it could affect, you know, the growth of the snooker a little bit. But, on the other hand, you know, you have some new, you know, owners willing to, you know, probably create another couple more clubs. And I know that's like in the middle of planning. So I hope that, you know, it happens sooner, you know, sooner than later. So. I didn't see Tom play before, but I know he beat Steven in the group stage. So there's no doubt, you know, he's got to be a very good player.
Yeah, those matches definitely could have gone either way.
Yeah.
Two frames went all the way down to the final black.
Yes.
But it's always keeping your composure. He's left a red starter for Mark here. Tough part is with that cue ball close to the cushion, can't get much into it. Have to jack off on it if he just wants to hold for the black into the same top right corner pocket.
Good shot.
All right, Raymond Fung, thanks very much for joining us in the booth. We wish you the best of luck in that battle of rays.
Thank you
So
very
do
much.
us proud.
All right.
All
Hope
right,
to talk
take
to you
care.
later, okay?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Enjoy your match.
Thanks.
All right, nice little cameo there by Raymond. Good to see him back in the scene. U.S. national runner-up from 2022. Yeah, thanks for folks helping us. We had some audio issues earlier, but now we're good to go. Let us know if we're sounding good. And let us know where you guys are watching from. We got a good matchup, like we said. Shot to nothing here.
Could find the pathway off this red.
A little bit of right-hand side, I think.
He cannoned into them, so that was could have been disastrous. But luckily, the red is in the bottom of the pocket. And
Yeah.
now this opened up an opportunity for Tom.
Just looking if the top red of the two goes into the corner. If it does, he can kind of just float this black in and play one cushion across. You'd like to get both reds down as soon as possible to open up that pocket for the black. Looks like it does go because he's pretty perfect on it here. Thanks, Polite Menace, for letting us know. Yeah, we said I had just some sort of disconnection. Watching from Seattle. Very cool. So I don't know if he's changed his mind or if it actually didn't go all along, but it looks awfully tight. Might choose to take a red into the right middle instead. No, he's opting to take the closest one. Shoot this gap between the reds, maybe play for a bulk color, kind of a two-way shot. Yep. That's what it was all along.
Play a little containing safety here. Just wondering about his path back to bulk.
He's gonna catch that red thin and got it to go. That was the easiest one to get down this left side of the open table, but I think we're gonna see a roll up here under the brown. Or the green, that works as well. By pushing it safe does make things a little bit trickier. It's going to be lower scoring affair unless someone can get back onto the black. The blue and pink are pretty clustered. Got some good matches going on in the room as well, I think. Renat Denka's on our second stream over on Ontario Snooker Tournaments, OBSA. If you want to check him out, he's playing Norman Hung, local player here, as well as I think he was the referee for the finals for the Embassy Open, right?
Correct, a very efficient ref. So hopefully, well, for all the Norman Hung fans out there, hopefully he goes deep in the tournament. But if he isn't, hopefully he can trade the cue for the white gloves and help out referee some matches. I haven't seen our really proficient referee Dave Daly at all today.
No, I wonder if he's going to join us. I think he's been eliminated from the tournament, right? Is he sticking around through the weekend or not? I'm not sure.
True, yeah. Unfortunately, Dave and his good buddy Mark.
Oof, what a pot. Gonna get no reward though. Needed to stop his cue ball. A few inches short of where it ended up. It's a great pot, but just a bit more action needed in terms of the spin.
Yeah, Dave and Mark unfortunately didn't make it out of their group stage and didn't really know each other until last year. Obviously, one from Northern Ireland and one from Ireland. Distinguished a little twang in their voice and started chatting, had some sparring matches, and struck up a great friendship. As they say, when you make friends in snooker, it's friends for life. It is quite a small little world. As I alluded to, that Tom knows some people I know up in Vancouver.
You saw Tom pointing his cue there on the bull cushion. He's looking to get in behind the yellow here and just cut off the left half of the table. Came pretty short of the line intended there. Wanted to get probably about half the distance from the pocket to the cue ball where it is now, because that kind of cuts off most of the reds, forcing Mark into a really tough spot. But at least now Mark does have access to, might look like a red to escape, maybe the one just left of the green. Actually, no, I don't think he can catch it thin enough. If he can get to one of the reds down by the black with a lot of running right hand side, he should have a path to escape and not cannon into anything. But either way, it's a little bit of a spot here.
Yeah, just maybe those two that are kind of on top of each other, right in the middle of the pink and black spot, just to the right of there. The one closer to the top cushion.
I don't think he can see it. It's close. He's putting his cue there, so he's going to be able to see the one closest to the black first, and then the one you're describing right above it. But even then, the hit's got to be so thin that it might not be worthy of getting out of. Another shot he does have is to take the red on. That's sorry, not actually potted, but shoot the red that's closest to the right long rail. Get his cue ball to travel off of one cushion in behind these two reds to the right of the black, just to hopefully not leave a shot. It's an awfully tricky spot though, where everything is laid. Just gonna try to take one of these thin, then we'll see which one he can get to. Oh no, just rolling up. This is gonna be a bad mistake, I think. I think he was trying to roll up onto the pink there, it looked like.
Yeah, the one saving grace for Mark is obviously colored as desired. Is there a slight little path? Look at Tom. Looking maybe where he wants to put his cue ball. There's a little bit of angle on that red that's closest to the top right corner. This has got to be some shot, got to be pinpoint precise.
It's the same window he missed earlier on the long pot. He ended up overrunning position. It's a small gap amongst the four reds. Only about 2 ball lengths or so, I think, to get on the black. I don't know if it's worth it. He's going to have an edge of the green, worst case, so he doesn't snooker himself. So maybe just because of that, he'll try to get on it. He's short of pace, about a ball length or so. So like I said, worst case has the edge of the left edge of the green, but the green where it lies makes it for a good blocker for a lot of the red. So might just take the brown if he can see enough of it to try to, get to that same area up behind yellow. Another option is to keep him somewhere in the top right quadrant of the table, just to cut off those 4 reds that are to the right of the black. Those are the ones that are making it easier to escape out of business end. I think he's going to try for the same thing, try to get him at least parallel to the long rail behind the yellow. No, that's not going to be enough, but it's still, like I said, a tough shot. Oh, timing safe. Brown coming in. I think Mark has an easy dump shot here, though, or attempt if he wants. Nothing really onto left center pocket either, so
Might be forced into taking this pot.
no. Another mistake. Leaves a red on to the right corner. Still no real easy colors. Can he stun past the red? Right above the cue ball and get onto the blue into the left corner pocket. Might be too much to ask for. Maybe just cannon into these colors and hope to get a shot. No, he did do it. He did get there, but it just overran a bit. Like we said, this match table has a faster cloth. These two match tables, excuse me, the 3 and 4 that are being streamed. We've got Strawn superfine cloth, so they're running definitely quicker. Meanwhile, the rest of the tables have your sort of standard club cloth and club pocket openings with that 6811.
Oh, good opportunity here for Tom. This angle on this red, he might cannon and just open up a little bit of these reds to hold for the black into the opposite corner pocket.
He's missed the pot.
You can't believe it, too.
He reacted and it held up. He didn't even see it.
He was walking over to the black to do his pre-shot routine, but no, was refused.
Yikes.
Ouch. That's tough. It's just how those 3 reds are situated over there. It's a firing gallery he would have had.
Might make them both here, but did well to keep it near their jaws, so hopefully stack up some more points. Just a soft screw shot here, and wants a bit of angle on the red that he left over the pocket. You can see a bit more of a pool stance. I know Mark does come from a pool background. You can tell he's got the bend in the knees. He's a pretty tall fellow as well, so that has something to do with it. Maybe just a bit more quick on the practice feathers. Although it does still have a good pause in the backswing at the end, last stroke, so interesting kind of hybrid mix technique of snooker and pool. He's gonna block himself here. This is a mistake. Needed to stay below the reds there and had plenty of straightness to not have to get in behind those. So a little bit careless on the positioning there. Even getting parallel on that red of the lower of the 2 would have been no problem. So now it's gonna think about taking this right onto the right center. Don't know if there's an easy safety on actually, so might have to fire at this. Nothing on, huh?
Those middle pockets just continue to be a pain, but a nice little break there has extended Mark's lead just 9 points, 25-16 in this first frame. Best of 5 match. We're here at the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship at Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. If you're in the area, feel free to say hello. Admission is free.
I say he left nothing on, but my goodness, what a pot. Great shot from Tom Lee Moore. So Tom's what we said, he's a ex-Polish national coach, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Hails from Poland.
Yeah, he coached the Polish Stephen Hendry, Daniel Holojda, and also has worked with Hanna Lisovenko and Margot Lisovenko and Anton Fedoshin. Those 3 people are living up in Vancouver right now.
Nice.
There's some kind of little funny business over there with Ukraine and Russia. We really won't get into it, as we're here for the snooker, not politics.
Gonna be playing a safety here on this red along the cushion. Trying to bring his cue ball up 2 rails into bulk. Try to get him behind the yellow. Would have liked that red to cannon into something on the right side of the table to hopefully hold it there and cut off the rest of the table, as he's done pretty well to cover everything on the right half. That one red leaked out. Unfortunate, really. Gonna have to catch this pretty thin to avoid the double kiss, or at least to have the double kiss still let him get it back into bulk. Oof, almost got it.
He had a little double kiss on the first contact, but it was so on top of each other that it didn't really hinder his cue ball going back to bulk. Lost a few long reds. It's gonna be, he baited Tom into taking it, but maybe can slide off that red just to the bottom and the right of the green. Pathway should go past the black, come off 2 cushions and coming back into bulk.
Another great long pot from Tom, though. Gonna make things difficult for Mark. A little bit of a different style from both of these players, it seems. Tom, very knowledgeable, you can tell. He's putting very deliberate safeties and making things difficult for Mark Ziegler, but Mark Ziegler kind of just taking advantage of the mistakes when he's left in and get a few points where he can.
Missed a trick there.
Yeah.
Could have really put Mark in a nasty snooker there. Tom did, so.
Few reds he can play off of, but I think he's going to be playing the one closest to the top cushion down here by the black. Nick off the edge and pretty natural to come up table. The real dire place here is to get him behind that yellow again. I don't know if it's worth trying to catch it thin enough, because he might catch the black on the way out. He's catching the other red instead, but that's going to always leave the cue ball up here to the right quadrant of the table. And it's going to kind of untidy the reds as well, not leave them all pushing towards this lower right corner. Wonder what Tom's going to shoot here. Don't think there's an offensive option, really. That's worth it. Mistake.
Fortunate enough on the pace of that shot with that cannon in the blue, it did scoot up at just enough to not leave a relatively easy shot for Mark to get started.
Yeah, thin back cut on this red.
Doesn't look like no harm, no foul there to start. Now he's trying to draw it back a bit more to get behind the yellow.
Taking on that long pot as he's had success.
Ooh, this flick.
This is gonna go in though. Yikes.
Yeah, it seemed like on Tom's last shot, he just didn't have any really pathway back in the bulk, so he's kind of forced into taking that pot. Missed it, but unfortunately got a immense fluke. That's how you put it into the middle pockets on this table. You gotta fluke your object ball in there.
Yeah, unfortunately no color on. I guess fortunate for Mark that no colors on, because he's gonna have to play safe now. Might be in a world of trouble depending on how he gets on this. And get him behind yellow here. It's a good ball to get him behind. It's kind of that length behind the cushion, or close to the cushion, excuse me. No go.
Valiant
Red.
effort, but left a long red on.
Red should pass the black, I think, to lower left corner. Don't think there's anything easy on in terms of safety either. Can actually roll up on the blue. Excuse me. Don't mind that shot. Well, you kind of are pushing this red toward the corner to naked space. Looks like he likes the right edge of one of these down here.
It's gotta slow down.
I think one of these players have to take this red out of commission, the one that's up near the blue spot. It poses a kind of an annoying threat. Forcing them to keep their cue ball tidy when they get back into bulk.
Wow, nice pot there.
Seems to be knocking them in, these long pots, pretty effectively. He's what, 3 out of 4 on these, right? This match?
True, there's another great behind the scenes job that we need, a good statistician. But it's baby steps. It's great to see. We have had a total of 60 players at the beginning of this tournament. Great sight to see. The people are hungry for their snooker in the US of A.
Tough pot on this cushion. Gonna roll it and drop it in. Luckily it's not the green ball, so it won't be blocking. Now I think it's time to take this red. Just looking at playing in behind the yellow maybe? Not sure what he's gonna shoot here. Okay, 2 cushions in the thin. I guess being that close to it, kind of has control to get it better cue ball, but needed a bit more angle and it's gonna dribble the red over the pocket. I think you just have to top this in and get at least up table past the pink. Pink might go to left center, but if not, you'll have the blue for sure. Yeah, he's gonna get close to that area that Tom's been trying to aim for all frame long behind the yellow. Seem pretty even so far though, offensively. I think Tom getting the better of the defensive part of the game. Just a couple of mistakes when he got in the balls.
very close. Just a 2 in it. As Tom has a 27-25 lead here. With 51 points on the table. Only the yellow color on its spot. It's not a clean path to victory for either player in this initial frame. Yes. Tom is a member of the Baldo's clan.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Well, it seems like the new revolution is here. Everyone's enjoying the Mr. Clean look.
I think this one is a shot to nothing if it comes up the left side of the table. Not if you overcut it that much, though.
Yeah, because that's zooming back down. So he's giving a little opening here for Tom.
What color you play for, though? Ideally maybe black, but it's going to be a mid-range pot. If you can hold for the blue into the right center, that might be the better choice. And it kind of leads to the other red next to the pink, so just roll this in. Above all, make sure the pot goes in, though. Yeah, he's just choosing to guarantee the shot. Play for a bulk color, maybe. Or the brown. Right center pocket. We're going to see some, definitely some snookering attempts from Tom if he gets on the last red, I imagine.
Being a commentator on this TV table, always a little nervy when they go for those middle pockets. It was definitely an angle on the yellow. They can come back table. A little awkward as he's queuing over the brown.
Yeah, he's pretty tall guy though, so I think he should be able to reach it. Wants to avoid cannoning the red along the top cushion on this double. Oh, and he caught a color. It's gonna be okay though. In this shot, I like to tidy up the reds, kind of push this lower red closest to the right corner towards the other one off by nicking it off the right edge from our perspective. And when you get the reds closer together, they kind of become one red essentially to hide from, and it makes for more areas of the table that are more dangerous for snookers. So you see he's pointing his cue there next to right in behind the brown. If you can catch this thin enough and go two cushions with some running left hand side, you should be able to get there. He's caught it a bit too thick. It's hard to gauge the spin from that distance up table, but that was the idea at least.
I think this is the first time actually in the tournament that Mark's been on this table.
Yep.
Tom played Steven yesterday, so might be a little bit of aware of a little intricacies of the table. It's a tongue twister sometimes.
This is a good one here. Just cut off the red on the left long rail, and the one and he's bumped has come out underneath the black, so interesting position. If he kicks at this on the left long rail, it's going to probably leave the red onto the right corner. So I almost prefer going off of the top cushion here, one rail and underneath. Because you can nudge this red. You see where he's pointing his cue there. You can nudge this red past the black and use the black to snooker behind. If you get the line just right and the pace. And it's harder to sell out a shot there too if you slow roll it. Only risk is you're flirting with higher value points if you foul. I don't know if it's going to have the pace to get there. Close. Nice shot. Excellent.
Could be, in fact, a touching ball there. I'm just taking a look. There's no discussion between players, so looks like there's a little space.
Yeah, we can't really tell from here.
Can get the cover behind the brown. Is Tom's gearing up to take this on. Maybe just with a cross double with an element of safety. Wow, his long putting has been sensational this afternoon. He's going to have to go around the world if he wants to take this pink, come off 3 cushions, potentially just get behind the red into the left middle. Just a little tough bridging going over that blue. Opted for the delicate shot there. Have a little angle to get his red up table and get near this wall. I'm going to take his cue ball up table, but a little pacey. Cover behind the brown. Just needed a little bit more pace actually to get behind that yellow. So I think he's left a little bit of an angle. Looks like from Mark. Take the red, come off top cushion. Just hopefully hide around that developing wall of blue, green, black, and pink. Put a little side to swerve it around. And the gentleman that Tom is taps the table, acknowledges a good safety shot by his opponent. Very nicely spotted by Tom. There's a gap between the blue and green. This cue ball nice and safe. He's going to try and cross double this into the left middle. Just need a little pace, just short of pace to get behind that yellow. So still in this first frame, 14-point advantage for Tom Limor over Mark Ziegler. That might have just popped out. Give Tom the potting angle. Yeah, you give Tom any kind of chance at these long pots, he's definitely going to do the business of putting it in. Really impressive. Nice to see what his long potting percentage is. If it's not 90 and above, it's at least got to be 80 and above. I have to travel a little bit of distance after this blue and yellow, green not being on its spot. It's done well to get rather low on that yellow, the natural angle. Can take him off one cushion to be on the green to the top right corner. Came down the other way. Ooh. Great chance for him to take the first frame. But he falters on the green, given chance now to the North Carolina.
There's this pink onto the left corner or the right center. That's what it's going to come down to, I think. Even if it doesn't go, if he gets a good angle on it, he can just do a simple stop shot safety behind the black. It's gotta get everything else taken care of first.
Yeah, he's fortunate enough with that result. Just pulled up just enough that he didn't give Tom a chance to knock this red, or brown I should say, into the right middle. So 19-point difference in 22 on. It's coming down to these final colors in this first frame.
It's gonna kick at this. It's gonna go wide. Oh, wow.
It's hit the black, 7-point foul, developed the pink and black, and put him on an easy shot for the brown.
That's
Everything that could go wrong went there on that shot.
And it's a free ball.
Free ball
If he wants.
Mark selects for it, but
No, he's got to clear up here, I think. It's too good of a chance not to. He's going to have to take the long blue now. He's overran middle pocket, but
natural shot will just gently roll it in and he'll be on to the pink into the opposite corner.
couple of good pots there. Needs two more.
What a steal this would be.
He's looking good. Just hold your nerve. Knock this in. Nothing else to it.
Black for first frame. What a shot there by Mark
Boom.
Ziegler. Steals that first frame away from Tom Limor to get his first frame on the board, but Tom's going to come back fighting for sure. Only down by 1 frame. It's a best of 3 or best of 5 match. We'll step aside for a few short moments while they set up and come back with frame 2 action. And we're back here with frame 2 action of this knockout phase match between Tom Limor and Mark Ziegler. Mark stole that first frame away from Tom. Let's see how the Nevada resident can respond. Tom has done some great long potting that held him in good value, and just a shot that he had on the brown in the last frame just literally went from bad to worse. Of everything that could go wrong, it happened for him. But it's a distant memory for him. I believe this is the first U.S. national champion for both these players, so a lot of these players know each other from years past, so these two could be a dark horse. I touted Tom early in the tournament, liked what I saw when he played Stephen Wong, and he could be the dark horse. Definitely when you have unknown players, people fear the unknown. They're not sure what they're going to be up against. Way to go, Jeffrey Blackham, cheering on his support. Sounds like for his buddy Mark. That's what we'd like to see in the chat. Put your support for either Tom or Mark. If you have any comments or questions, let us know. Do let us know where you're tuning in from. Right now we're in San Gabriel, California. Beautiful facilities here at Embassy Billiards. 8 snooker tables in the main room and 1 private room table. And he's also got, Stephen Wong's got 8-ball tables and Chinese 8-ball tables. So they always say it is worth the drive to San Gabriel, just outside of Los Angeles proper. Yeah, if you can get high on the black, it looks like a possibility with this red going into the right middle. There's potential that black could go in the top left corner. He's been so proficient with the long pots that you would think a mid-range shot would be elementary for Tom. One thing I have noticed as well, a lot of players that play with that carbon fiber cue shaft usually wear a glove, but Tom doesn't. He goes au natural. If he looks to take this black, it's a blind cut, so we're going to lose control of the cue ball. It's going to shoot up to the bulk area. It's the potting path there for this red that he's close to. So I'm having a good long look at it. If it's there, it's there. Sometimes your mind can play tricks on you. Wasn't there, but put his cue ball tight to the yellow. He's got a nice snooker there. Obviously lots of reds on the table for Mark to hit. Only problem is, what's the result of the shot? In my game, obviously, if I'm snookered, I'm just happy to hit an object ball. But these players definitely want to make sure everything is safe. Don't want to give an easy starter for their opponent. That's why they might test out a first shot. They don't mind succumbing to 4 penalty points and get put back in the spot and just make slight recalibrations. Well, it's right into the pink, so a little referee work here. It's going to have to be done by Tom. When they don't have the referee, both players will do their best to work together to put all the balls back. Mark just thinking whatever is a little different. Attempt number 2. In this stage of the tournament. There's 4 attempts, 3 putbacks, a foul and miss situation. Look out for the black this time. 13 big penalty points submitted there by Mark. Mark just prolonging his stay a little bit at the table just in case Tom wanted to put him back. Let's put that cue ball back exactly where it was. What a flick off that red near the left cushion. So blue's probably going to come back onto the black spot as that red is covered up the blue. Ooh, 3 kisses there. Just left a easy opener for Mark with this red into the right middle. But increases his lead to 25-1. Well, he's developed or got the black off that cushion, but hasn't developed it into a potting situation. It's a messy little table here. Pink and black are really kind of tied up, and all the other 4 color balls are on the other side of the bulk line, close to the bulk cushion. And a stroke of luck there. Didn't want to can into that black, wanted to find the gap to go back into bulk. A bit of luck there. It's a very highly skilled technical game, snooker is, but sometimes you need a little bit of luck. A little bit of creativity. Very nice weight there. Very close to that top bulk cushion. The horn was a bit of luck. Sometimes that can spell disaster, but and he just, whoa, very fortunate there. Red was a little tough as he had to negotiate the yellow and brown. Tom, who's been quite proficient at long pots today, definitely buries another one into the bottom of the pocket, but come off the green to get behind the... missed a trick there. He knows it. Wanted his cue ball to roll a few more degrees towards that brown and yellow. Nice little wall there to get behind. Got the snooker, was just a fraction heavy on pace. Kind of burst those open a little bit. Tough to see if it's that cue ball. Looks like there's a little bit of separation. It isn't welded to the brown. Hey, Matthew Stones, thanks for tuning in all the way from England. Appreciate you switching back and forth from us and the UK Championship. This is the US National Championship. So a lot of great snooker all weekend long. Obviously, the UK Championship's going to be on for another week. But this tournament will come to a conclusion tomorrow on Championship Monday. Definitely was a tough one going along that cushion there. But I give it enough pace that it just didn't rattle in the jaws and sit there for a simple starter. Well, players would love to free up the black and or pink. Well, Mark has opened up the pink, played a fantastic safe shot there. Then cut to the right middle from Mark, but I don't like that. These middle pockets have been very tough. And if he is to miss it, his cue ball's going to fall right into that basket of cherries down there, all those reds hanging around. He's trying to flex his long pop muscles, but unfortunately this is going to be a result that he didn't want to have happen. Always difficult, the long pots, but it's nice if you can at least leave it a little bit safe or leave your opponent with a tough red afterwards, but unfortunately that's not the case. You could float this in, come off the cushion as there's that red close to the top left corner. It's got some length, but definitely we know these are shots that Tom doesn't refuse, and he's been quite proficient at them in this match. Be mindful of that red in his eye line. This goes back to what I always say, but if anyone's new to the sport or any youngsters, Tom didn't get up from that shot until that pink fell into the bottom of the pocket. The only thing you want to have moving is that back arm swinging on a pendulum, as you can see right there with Tom. Mark actually at one point in North Carolina found a table, actually rented out a public storage locker and set up the table in there. He now has a table in a machinist shop back home in North Carolina, so got to be creative sometimes to set up places. Obviously talked to the property manager of that public storage and he was all game for it, so I think as long as the bills get paid, it was open 24 hours. Mark was in his heaven over there. Could just head on over and hit some balls. As Christian had said earlier, Mark comes from a pool background, but started watching Ronnie O'Sullivan and Judd Trump on YouTube and really got inspired. They're two great players to aspire to be like. Extremely fortunate to hit the blue. I was racing up and down the table faster than Mario Andretti. But a nice little wall is forming. That yellow, blue, and brown. right angle there, but our balls are going to be a bit of an annoyance for Mark. Thought this match was going to be a bit more free-flowing. It's kind of slowly stunted along. That's not a favorable flick. Off the cushion as well. So yeah, when you get to the knockout phase, obviously it's do or die. Best of 5 match. You know, you can't really flow in the beginnings. Maybe a little bit. See more than the round robin matches when they were best of 3s. Well, of course they say hit the ball pocket weight. Of course it's pocket weight if it goes into the pocket. And I was probably going to try find some safe haven. Come up. Possibly 3 cushions. Get near that wall. He's forced Mark to open up these reds now. Mark can possibly do the same here, find the right angle, and so maybe take just 2 cushions and slowly roll up to that wall of blue, brown, and yellow. And just a little too thin to find that wall. Given the opportunity, see the wall is a little bit of a pain for Tom as he has to cue over it. Just missed the angle, but has left a couple long reds as he baited Mark into taking something on. Much easier bridge for Mark, the left-hander. Oh, as he fluked this. My goodness. Tom is eagerly getting ready to come back to have a great opportunity there, but unfortunately for him, Tom fluked the red into those middles, as we said. That's how you get a shot into the middle pockets, as they've been a pain all tournament long, even back at the Embassy Open. We'll see if it has a factor when we play the final on this table tomorrow. You might have a path for this red into the top right corner. There's a long pot there. Good to know, Math Stones. Talking about Russian Pyramid, I have heard of it. I've heard that the pockets are really tight and the balls are actually quite bigger as well. So I've heard of it, know of the game, but I have not actually played a frame of it. But you can play many games on a billiard table. A question for you, Matthew. Have you ever played bumper pool? It's always a fun little game, and the bumper pool table can sometimes act as a poker table as well. You can get a nice cover for the bumper pool table, and it doubly acts as either a dining table, you flip it over, and your card table's right there. Well, at first glance, it looks like that blue's cutting the potting path for cue ball to red into the yellow pocket. These things can be deceiving on the TV table. Maybe it's there. This is an opportunity now for Tom. Mark faltered on his safety there. Going to take this red, come off the top cushion, be onto the pink. It's only a few reds away with colors to get to Snooker's required stage. Just mindful of the yellow making the shot a little bit more difficult. He's gifted Mark an opportunity now. Almost a certainty of at least 7 points here. Can't take advantage of that. That's going to give Tom a chance. Put this red in the yellow pocket. Matthew Stones, I believe the final is scheduled for 2 p.m. Pacific time. It's 2 p.m. on the West Coast in the United States. But feel free to double check that on cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com. They have the schedule up there, and Tom's faltering a little bit. Obviously the semifinals will be beforehand. Sometimes, you know, this game of snooker, we never know how it's going to go. Sometimes some frames are over and done before you know it. Sometimes they slog on a little bit, as this second frame is really struggling to find some fluency. It's been a battle. I believe 2 p.m. is the tentative schedule. Seriously, how'd you talk to these players probably after the match, and if you tell them frame time, say, of this second frame, they couldn't believe it. I remember the great Dennis Taylor, 1985 champion, played to that exciting black ball final in 1985. He felt that the final frame was 15 minutes, didn't realize that it was over an hour in length. Oh, another chance here for Tom. Open red, mid-range shot, a little bit easier as red and cue ball are closer together. Yellow just might be a little too straight for him. Would like some angle to get back down to the top end of the table. Looks like that red near the top left corner is glued to the cushion, so. But he's not going to like it, just taking his points and running away.
Bit of a grind this match, huh?
Yeah, we kind of built it as it's going to be a lot of fireworks. Seemed like there was going to be a lot of good breaks going, but both these players have kind of clamped up a little bit, knowing the importance of the match. That's a great shot there. Tom does have the snooker. Leading by 51 with 59 on. So just needs one red as his frame ball. But Mark obviously won't go to bed just that, with just the one snooker needed. Yeah, if that red just rolled a little bit more, he probably would have put it in the D and tried to take it into the green pocket. But right now he's just going to try again and get behind. The brown and blue. Double with element of safe. So he isn't home free just yet. Mark lives to see another day in the second frame. Definitely would take a Herculean effort if Mark was able to steal this frame, and if he was, oh, would that be deflated to Tom. Mike wreck his chances right there. Mark had looked at the scoreboard. He's coming back to the table. He's in a snooker. He needs a couple of snookers to have a chance to win this frame. I think if he fails to hit a red here, it could be a concession. Just ran enough that he didn't leave that red to the top right corner. I think Mark's nodding. He's going to concede that frame. So Fallon effort, a little sluggish of a frame there, but hopefully things can get a little bit more exciting. Now they've cut it down to a best of 3. Each player has 1 frame. This very important frame 3 coming up right after this. And we're back here with this third frame of this knockout match between Tom Limor and Mark Ziegler. Players just excuse himself for a quick comfort break, but a very important third frame here. Winner of this takes a 2-1 advantage and will only need one more frame to win the match. So just a little bit of confusion there of who's to break off. Memory sets in, and Tom will get us started here in frame 3. It's the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship. Glad that you're joining us. Glad that you found us either on PAPSA or Ox Billiards or the San Gabriel YouTube page. As well, we have our friend Rob Richards on the Ontario Snooker Tournament YouTube page, streaming another match. It's David Burney in the booth. We're glad that you tuned in. Good active chat. Lots of people putting in support for both players. And we're having people tune in from all over the world. Great to see. See a bunch of reds go up table, just with that red out in the open there. The blue and green. Look like Mark's going to use it for safety reasons, or maybe be aggressive and take a long pot.
Sorry, just jumping in and out of the booth, asking some questions. We're planned to start here the next round around 3 o'clock, but I think we're probably going to be running over that time, as matches are running a little bit late. But we will be finishing the quarterfinals for sure tonight.
So it's going to be a long day here today at Embassy Billiards. We do have the Sweet 16 at the conclusion of this round, and to follow up, as you mentioned, the quarterfinals. But all leading up to the final 4 players that will compete in Championship Monday. Now there's potential for Tom to slide this red into the left middle.
Someone's saying get Raymond McCarthy on the big screen. Okay. I mean, we have the ability to switch over there. Don't know what their match is currently at.
Yeah, Andre, thanks for tuning in from Portugal. Of course, that red just doesn't go into those pesky middle pockets.
Looks like the Battle of the Rays is going 2-0 in favor of Raymond Fung over Raymond McCarthy. That match might be getting an earlier conclusion. Check out live scores over on Cloud Snooker. Unfortunately, this is the camera we would need to use to switch over there. And Mark is rolling. So I saw the last scoreline in the previous frame. Tom Limor took it by a pretty big margin. Am I appropriate in saying that he's been kind of grinding this match out so far, at least the last frame?
Both have. It's been. It's definitely not been the quick sprints. It's a marathon. But big third frame here You win this, you're in the driver's seat. You'll have only one frame to win. That's always the toughest. Both players having a look. No one said anything. I don't know if there's a touching ball.
Must not have been, as he did run into a red. I imagine he would have played a bit of a different shot had it been touching. So definitely taking the red to left center. Oh no, overcut.
Again, it's middle pockets. Oh,
They're getting to him.
Yeah, the nightmares of every player here.
Yeah, it's tough.
So much that I'd be surprised if Mark tries to thinly cut this into the left middle, maybe take it onto the top left corner.
Yeah, no problem, Ryan Thorpe. The interesting match going on as well in the room is CCU versus Jay Shaw. There looks like 2-0 in favor of Jay, or I think CC is actually winning that last frame, so I think it should be 1-1 actually in the score. Need to double check with them.
Yeah, this is what the doctor ordered for Tom. Trying to develop some stuff, and has.
Excuse me, it is 2-0 Jay Shaw leading over CCU. Over on table 4, you can check out that stream on Ontario Snooker Tournaments, OBSA, over on YouTube.
Of a little cluster of 4 reds in the little table. That one just close to the cue ball. Those 2, the bottom one. There's a path for that into this same corner pocket.
To me, the feeling I'm getting from this match too, Tom seems to be the one sort of making the better decisions and making the better tactical shots and choices in the match, but his execution seems to be letting him down a bit on some of these offensive opportunities. Meanwhile, it seems to be a bit of the reverse, I think, for Mark Ziegler. Seems to be firing some shots in and executing a little bit better in certain instances, especially on that clearance in the previous frame, or sorry, 2 frames ago, but maybe not as tactical of a tactician as Tom is. Understandably so, Tom being a coach. You know, probably his strength lies in teaching those how to play the game at the highest level.
Yeah, just to debunk all the rumors. If any Canadian fans are tuning in, Mark is not related to the great Lloyd Ziegler. You think with the name of Ziegler they're all related, but no immediate relation right there.
That's one of our running jokes for the weekend, huh? After getting to meet Mark.
What's that?
That he was. Oh, you're playing against Ziegler over there? I think it was in Dave's group, right? Is it the one? Dave Daly's group? Mark and Dave were in the same group?
I believe so.
Yeah. I thought you made that reference earlier, I guess is what I'm alluding to.
Yes, Dave and Mark were in a group together, as well with Sam McGrath and Jeff Fong.
And if you guys are friends of these two and know folks would want to watch their match, go ahead and drop us a share and a like on the video. Get this stream out to other folks who would enjoy watching it. Oh no, Mark. Oh no, Mark. Well, it is not the most disastrous of an off there, since all the reds up table just mean we're probably going to see another aggressive type safety probably from Tom.
Sure, who knows? Tom has been potting those long pots quite nicely. But I don't think he wants to risk anything in this important third frame. Don't want to cause any unforced errors. Less stretching here for a right-hander, but Mark being a southpaw. A nice result there. See if Tom can counter-attack with the safety and flick off that red on the right side of the table. And she come up maybe 3 cushions and be behind the green.
The plant. He's fluked it. And on the black. Wow. The crowd cheers? No?
Do have a good crowd here. Huh? Admission is free, so come on down if you're in the Southern California area.
And from my understanding, I think we're going to be closing down half of the tables once the quarterfinals start. And at that point, I think players are going to be able to seat a little bit closer to the match tables going on.
I would like that to run just a little bit more. Got to bring out the rest for this pink.
Applauds the fluker, yep. Oh no. Oh no.
Ouch.
Yeah, I think it's Seems to be along the same theme. Just like an execution bit on that pot attempt. Certain shots. Do you consider putting him back here? Don't think so, since it's pretty straightforward snooker where you can get him pretty close to the ball cushion, but
Yeah, I think in this situation, you want to give your opponent any opportunity there.
the problem is you're opening up the reds a little bit closer to that corner. Oh, but this is a great cue ball. Really nice. Cut off the entirety of the two reds along the left side of the table. You feel bad for using the term fluker. What's wrong with the term fluker? It applies when it's a fluked snooker. Good response from Tom. We're going to start seeing all these reds sort of get closer and closer as they clip off the right edge of everything. It starts to get closer to the left corner pocket. All these reds.
Yeah, was it thin, a little thick, and there could be an in off.
Yeah, another good one from Mark, but is he going to leave something on? Nope, done pretty well, and the length is good to get Tom tight to the cushion. This pot is on. Shot to nothing. Overcutting it as well has some potential for planting that red right next to the pink, maybe. Or it can act as kind of a backboard to go in off the red. And he's cannoned into those, but his cue ball was always going to be safe on that shot. And now this is the crucial moment, although no, there's an easy escape. The three reds to the left of the black, the rightmost one does have the path to clip off of it and go two cushions up table. Red above the black, probably not worthy of using for an escape here. He's going for this pot, actually. It must be on then. Yikes.
Yeah, I don't know what his thinking was there. I like
Must have-
the idea you had, Christian, of taking that right red of the little triangle over there and coming around behind the black and shooting back up into the bulk area.
Yeah, he must have had a partial pocket there because it looked close. Almost like the pink was blocking. Now he's left the easy lunch money for Tom Leemore. He's still a little bit loose with that cue ball. Gonna have to take a long blue if he wants to stay offensive and get a big break, but can still play safety with some of the bulk colors if he chooses. I like the long blue. It's sort of that range that you practice at. So I'll tell you if he's shaking off those shots from earlier or not, but another opening for Mark Ziegler off of the miss.
It was off by a country mile there.
Drastically overcut, right?
Mm-hmm.
He does have a bit less of a fluid stroke, Mark. I think that's probably influence from the pool background, especially if he grew up playing on a bar box. 7-foot table, those tend to reinforce less smooth transitions in the swing.
Love to be a left-hander here. Maybe
He's able to do it at least.
yeah.
It's a little bit tricky though. He's actually kind of left himself hampered on this shot if he's shooting at the reds down the left side of the table. He's gonna have to take his points and run away safe. Oh, miss. Don't think the red moved at all, did it? Oh, he's got a nice bump on the green. Watch out. Center pocket. Excuse me, corner pocket. Didn't have the length. This is getting
Another scrappy little frame.
scrappy. Yeah, I was going to say, it's getting tricky. Looks like match has ended over on table 8. Can you guess who won? I think Raymond won, right?
If I was a betting man, I'd take that bet.
Raymond McCarthy eliminated, unfortunately, by Raymond Fung over on table 8. And this one's going into the heart of the pocket. Maybe rattled a little bit. Yeah, matches are done.
Yeah, just 4 matches left to go before we get into the Sweet 16. And this one definitely tough to call. Thought maybe at the beginning of this third frame it looked like Tom was finding some fluency, but then just faltered a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of missed colors, right?
But
I wonder if both players playing a little bit slower in terms of routine, and it's kind of bogging things down. It feels like, you know, that kind of the timing and tempo we took on that shot, a little bit more, you know, regular.
yeah, you definitely want to play your game. Sometimes you might come across a very quick player, and if you don't play that, you just want to slow it down just a little bit. But this looks like a nice opportunity here for Tom.
And once again, in the balls, you'd expect 2 more reds and colors to be down. Let's see if he can capitalize here. He has missed kind of on this shot or the next in previous stages of the frame. I think taking the blue here to stun over is probably more appropriate, just so that you can get it back on its spot. The pink doesn't seem to be leading to this red below the black as easily. He is taking it on though. Maybe he prefers it in terms of the angle. It's gonna have to take one of the reds to the left corner next. Still fine.
Yeah, that blue looked kind of natural with that angle to come down for that red below the black.
And I just like taking the blue back up table on its spot in case you need to come and play up for it, you know? It's a common situation, at least amongst kind of the higher break builders, but he is at the table. He is the coach as well, so I trust.
And sometimes you got to take the tougher pot to continue the break, so maybe he saw something that we didn't.
Yeah. Oh, he's looking like he's on a roll. Hasn't missed in the past 5 shots or so. I think that's kind of what was going on. Maybe just overthinking things a little bit and playing a little too slow. Find best players when they're playing at their peak. It's kind of like a dance where you can't go too quick or too slow. You got to stay in rhythm and the right pace. Otherwise, it throws you off your timing and everything else mentally. So you can tell now he's definitely playing much quicker than when, probably first half of this frame. I think it's leading to the success in his ball pocketing as well. It's going to be 2 pinks and a black. So 22 break. Puts him at 52. 35-point difference with 2 reds on means he needs 1 more red and color. Or excuse me, 1 more red as his frame ball, I believe. Oh, excuse me, it's 30. He had an extra color there. I missed one, so yeah.
Just a red.
Just a red, 43 points, 43 on, right?
Yeah, all Mark can do is take these 2 reds with blacks and then run the colors to force a black ball respot. So easy, just like that.
Fortunate, right? Actually fortunate though, he has his red close to the black. If he can get red and black here, he's eliminated one of the max reds. And now he can actually play for snookers in the last red, maybe a free ball. So this is a key shot here if he's able to get on the black and pot it, but he shot at the pool style a little bit with a bit of inside, trying to go 3 cushions, excuse me. But catches it too thin to the pocket.
Yeah, Mark's gonna put this red up into the bulk area, get it away from those high valued colors. He's put that almost right in the middle of the table. Access to all 6 pockets for that red. Obviously, if Mark is snookered on that, has to hit this other red that's open. He's done well to cover that red in the middle of the table.
Yeah, nothing but a double here, I think, for this red along the left long rail. Nothing much to hide behind is the only thing. So I might even choose to hit this full and send the red around the rails. Doesn't want the cannon. Says it's going to leave something difficult, but potable. Don't think we're going to see an attempt here. Back cutting this red to the right center. Not worth it. Might want to try the one to the upper right corner past the green, but feels like you would leave something on if he misses it. Just playing the safety, separating the balls. This is going to run a bit. It's technically pots, but it's awfully thin. I think I like doubling this red, the lower one, off of the top cushion up table. sending the cue ball in 1 or 2 rails behind the high value colors. You might just do the cross double the other way though. The only problem with this is he's leaving a mid-ranger here. I think this one lays for a good attempt to snooker in behind black, pink, or blue. Or is he taking this on? He's queuing a bit low on the ball, I think. Maybe try to stun over for black. Yeah.
Don't think he's going to like that shot mid-range, but this is definitely in Tom's arsenal. Just that quite by a bunch. All he needs is that red just to put us to the snooker's required stage. So just a little lapse in concentration. Maybe we should have just had a double check at the scoreboard. Tries the cutback double possibly on this red that's on the right cushion. So he's going to put his cue ball up into the bulk area. Steve Hancock is asking where we are, and we're at Embassy Billiards Club in San Gabriel, California. Just a little bit east of Los Angeles.
Looks like a 3 cushion middle attempt here. It's going to be close, a little bit wide. And I usually like shooting those with a bit more top on the cue ball to get the cue ball to come track down towards the black. As if it had, he wouldn't have left potable red, I think. Or at least as easy. There's that cue action we're talking about, a little bit more quick with the feathers, but he is fairly accurate with it. And you have to be on these snooker tables. 12 feet is no joke, especially with smaller balls. Then don't think he can hold this, so he's gonna have to go 1 cushion in and out of bulk, I think. Pretty natural though. And cannons into the brown, missing the blue. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a concession there. So Tom Limor
Yikes.
takes this important third frame by a scoreline of 60-18. We will step aside for a few short moments and come back with frame 4. Can Mark Ziegler push us into a decider, or will Tom take it 3-1? Time will tell in a few short moments. And welcome back, everybody. Frame 4. Rather tense match here between Tom Limor and Mark Ziegler. Tom losing that first frame. Definitely found something in the last two. Just see if he can keep that going and get him over the line. Punch his card into the Sweet 16.
Yeah, the past two frames have kind of been a bit of a grind, right? And both have gone in Tom's favor. The first frame ending with the 4-color clearance, going in the way of Mark. We'll see how this one turns out, if it's going to follow which theme. We've seen a couple of good long pots, more than a couple from Tom. He takes another one on there, but it's going to leave a red close. Fortunate to get it close to the jaws. Excuse me, close to the cushion. Making it more difficult. Yeah, just close enough to make that ball rattle. Yeah, Gordon's saying all these matches are tense. Yeah, that is one thing. There's no kind of runaway favorite. Folks might not be able to compare the standard here to the pro scene, for example, but doesn't mean that there isn't any drama that can be, enjoyed. And I think the field is, fairly within its grasp, but almost anybody can beat almost anybody in this setup. Especially as we get into the top 16 and quarterfinals. All right, so there's that blind cut, classic blind cut into the right center. I think based on what I've seen from Mark, he's going to try to take this on. This is one of those risky shots, though, because tend to leave it on if you slow roll this. And he's gone up table with it. Is it going to get close to the cue ball? Tricky. I think it cuts. You have enough space there to hold for screwing off it for the blue into the right center next. Maybe yellow if it's straight enough. Oh, he had to angle the other direction. Wow, I'm completely off.
I think he's got a good angle on that yellow. Come back down table.
It's got a red loose in the bottom of the bunch that goes to the right corner. If he chooses to go 2 cushions. It's going to stun over, it looks like, and play one of the reds to the left corner. Although he is on the rail here. Going to make the queuing more difficult. Has to take the rightmost red now to left corner pocket. Just hold for the black. Just pot this ball, really. It's gone far too thick. The red up table is going to be an easy escape for Mark Ziegler. I sometimes, I do like going over to the bulk side and looking at what spots on the rail are going to be the ones you aim for. It's one thing I noticed watching Mark Selby in the World Championships is he's going over and picking a few spots, or picking the spot he wants to aim for along that bulk cushion, and then nailing it right and tight. What a shot there from Mark, though. Down the rail. Tightest pocket you can get, one of those down the rail shots. Smoothed it in. So an angle on the brown is going to be a little bit straighter. So he's going to take the yellow here instead, so he can get more movement on the cue ball more naturally. Needs it to hold up, though. This is going to be end of break, unfortunately.
a chance here to get behind the green and brown. Third ball come off 3 cushions for it.
Oh, this looks like a decent line, but just need to widen a bit more off of the second cushion. Or excuse me, the first cushion. So a shot to nothing here with a bunch of top spin to play for blue or bulk color. I think you can avoid cannoning any of the bunch if you shoot it thick enough. It's when you overcut this ball that you'll maybe run into the pack. Can also stun around the pack as well. Might be what he's aiming for. Wow, what a shot. So lined up now for a long blue. There's a red that's loose to the right of the bunch, rightmost red. Kind of the top of the 3 that are in a line, and that one goes to left center, left corner. Took a few fewer practice strokes than he normally does there. I wonder if that messed with his timing. It was a tough blue though. It was always going to be.
Looks like he's got a shot to nothing with these 3 reds. He's found the gap, just short on pace though.
This is getting a little bit tricky. Blue's up table, but pink and black kind of out of commission. Wonder if we're going to be in a bit more of a slog of a frame here. Should favor Tom Lee more, since I think he is a bit better of a tactician of the 2 players. All right, right above the black. It does pot, and I think the black does pass as well. All the colors though up table, so safer shot.
Yeah, get that pink back down here. Come on, Mark, let's make it interesting.
No, I don't know if it passes into either corner pocket, the pink. Just looking at it there. Will it end up spotting on the blue? Or no, excuse me, the black spot if it doesn't go? I think it's right. Just take some points maybe. What red has he played for here though? Is it the one out in the open to the left corner pocket? Seems to be his best bet unless he wants to run into traffic by shooting the red to the right of the pink. Oh no, missed the whole ball. And 5 points worth of foul, right? I think there might have been an example of it, a bit of overthinking maybe. So 7 points toward Mark, with 5 of those going back to Tom. Meaning we're still in this pretty even.
Put him back, and Mark was to miss the red again. Tom would have to warn him, if you miss the red again, it's loss of frame.
Yeah, I doubt that would be a scenario though. I don't think Tom's ever going to put him back here. He's got Got to play a good snooker. The thing is with this red, well, I ran into the pink. Wants to get behind these three bulk colors.
Great weight. Tight to the ball cushion. Great
Yeah.
shot there by Tom. Gonna be a judgment of draw, that's for sure. So that black does pass the red. They're close by, so it looks pretty straight there for Tom. We want to flick into it. It does have the red into the, or the black into the green pocket. Object ball and cue ball close together. It just makes it a little bit more easier. I'm not gonna risk it. Just get another trick down there. Those reds are quite spaced out. Pink is tied up. Black's not all the way wide in the open. Does go to top right if you can get the right shape on it. So, their tense frame here. Just a 2 in it. As Mark Ziegler leads 11-9 over Tom Leemore. Well, he's given Tom some options. Multiple. Top left, top right, middle. Is there angle on this red that he's looking at? Can he stun up? Put the black into the same pocket. Just drew back a bit too much. It was straight. Very difficult to judge the pace. Those screw shots. Mark's not too happy with this shot. This pathway to bulk is very tricky. Can't really play it unless he gets it tight to the top cushion with his cue ball. Because that red that's just sitting very close to the top left corner. Didn't mind that shot. He's done well. Get back into the ball carrying. It's kind of freed up the pink. Just maybe a little wishful thinking for a little bit later. This is, you know, a few open reds down table. Nice shot there by Tom. Watched by a tap on the table by Mark. He's in the snooker. That wall of brown, blue, and green has come to his rescue. Actually gonna have to come up with some shot here. Obviously hit a red, not leave it on. Oh, let's found the gap and doesn't hit a red. So, first attempt falters. Should be able to make adjustments. Although he went right through that wide open gap there. Looks like that black has blocked the path for that red. So everyone, we're not too sure what the climax, obviously, of this match or the result will be. So we do have Stephen Wong and Darren Taylor warming up on a table for their round of 16 match, and that was a final from last year. So when they get ready to play, we're going to switch over to that table and keep our eyes on this match. Might jump back and forth just as it gets close to its finishing points. That's just a little program notice right there. Obviously there's a lot of snooker to be played here, so they're just trying to keep the tournament going. And how can we say no to a rematch of last year's final? Only in the Sweet 16 too.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. I think we can blame Steven for that one, for getting second place in his group.
But they do have some time to warm up, so it is possible if Tom can find some form and put together a substantial break, could take this match. But definitely all of Mark's fans don't want to see that happen. This seems like a bit more of what we're used to seeing from Tom. Does look like this black goes. Thought about it and it finally dropped. Maybe our production team, Tom, had a little eavesdrop on what's going down. Say, don't leave me, I want to stay on the stream. 'Cause he's really potting well here. I want to show all the people at home what I'm made of. I want to put myself into the Sweet 16.
Man, I think they're still warming up over on table 4, so should have plenty of time. We do need to get a scoreboard up as well for that match.
Yeah, he's producing the goods here.
How many colors is he on roughly?
Tough to say from our
3 or
vantage
4?
point. We're on the other side of the room. The monitors have shrinked a little bit as you're just doing your prep work to get the next match set up. It's been putting together quite a nice run here, so it's going to be quite an advantage he'll have if Mark does come back to the table. Just not exactly sure if it's going to be at the Snooker's required stage. But he's definitely put a stranglehold on this 4th frame. One that he needs to win to take the match.
Yeah, he's shooting them good now. Shooting them well.
I don't think there's any grammar police in the snooker room.
No, I'm alright with it either way. Oh, look at this breakout. Oh, it's gonna get in behind one of them, maybe.
It's got a red to green pocket.
Yeah, he's running into the other red, so it's gonna depend on this angle. It's a little bit tricky.
Just needs one more red to put us into the snooker's required stage. There's 48 in it and 51 on the table. Nice break there by Tom. The one issue, if we do get to that point, that yellow's rather safe there on the left side. Not incredibly safe, but close to that left cushion. Oh, and didn't want to cannon into that yellow. He's developed it, but unfortunately he's left the red into the right middle. This is his frame ball.
Boom.
Tom has definitely found his potting boots in this fourth frame. Looking like he will punch his card into the Sweet 16. We won't have to step away before the conclusion.
Wow, and a cross double. Nice shot.
These buckets are just looking like buckets now. Well, Mark came out strong. Good debut in this U.S. Nationals. But my dark horse, Tom Lemore, is still in it. This will do well to boost his confidence into his next match, knowing that he can pot. Yeah, there's extended the handshakes there, so Tom Lemore takes that match by a scoreline of 3-1. And just in time, we can boot on over to table 4 to check out a rematch of last year's final. It's the 2002 U.S. National Champion Stephen Wong taking on the reigning champion Darren Taylor. Boy, is this going to be a heavyweight battle here. Also on the lines of Foreman Ali. It's a battle of the Baldos.
All right, let's switch on over here. Like you said, Stephen Wong, Darren Taylor.
Looks like Stephen has won the toss and going to break off. definitely a tough match to call here. Almost a flip of a coin. And we did see Steven's first game today, and he's playing quite well. Darren as well had a whitewash victory. I think maybe Steven might have had a bit of a tougher opponent earlier today. Ooh, and Steven is aired there. He's given the first opportunity. One of the team members from Arizona. They cross that state line with authority. They are missing the big man, Romil Asmet. Romil's over in Scandinavia right now. We do risk Romil. He's getting everything going as he's got a Q Tour stop come mid-December at the Arizona Snooker Academy.
And this is the match we all came to see. Rematch of the final. It's going to be exciting stuff. Gramil was complaining about how cold it was over there, right? He said he'll never complain about a hot Arizona summer ever again.
Yeah, it can get pretty cold up there.
Yep.
In the northern part of Europe. And hopefully Ramil's taking advantage of the great Finnish traditions of having a sauna. Or as they say, sauna.
Sauna.
Nice little small compact shots here for Darren. Running around the table. Obviously the look of the Terminator. Doesn't really change his emotion when he's at the table, but obviously off the table we can put him in stitches. Always got a great laugh and a big smile. Well, how's your reference ability here? Stephen Wong is just taking a look. Does that go back onto the pink spot? If it doesn't, obviously, if there's an open colored spot available, it would take the highest point value. But that's not the case, so in a line with the top cushion, roll it as close as possible to its original spot. Great work there by Steven. If he's not wanting to be a room owner anymore, I think he'd make a phenomenal referee. Well, he can come off the top cushion and play for that red just below the pink.
Gonna drop in behind these two nicely. Another angle to come down for the black.
Interesting. Darren obviously has been around the game his whole life, as his father was the great silver fox, David Taylor. But makes me scratch my head a little bit. David, father, had flowing, beautiful blonde and then turned into gray hair. But as we look at Darren, not a speck of hair on top of his head. I wonder if that might be the military influence. Darren has spent his time a bit in the military. Taking this really nice.
Excellent pots.
Steady pace, not rushing anything, just playing at his own tempo, using his cue as a baton, acting like a conductor, and just making a symphony of a break here. And just as I say that, he breaks the helm. He's giving Steven a shot. He's going to need the rest, but he's got a red into the yellow pocket. A bit of angle he could come off the bulk cushion for one of the bulk colors. 29 break. It's a nice feeling to get that in your first frame.
Yeah, apologies for folks watching at home. They're not able to keep track of the score per ball, so we're only going to be able to see the break once it concludes. We'll try to do our best at keeping track with it.
Ooh, did you see that red? Just as it came to a resting position, if you saw a replay of that, it just kind of got a little funny at the end there. See if the guys in the truck can cue up that replay after the shot.
Guys in the truck, he says.
Our production's big over here. LA doesn't spare any expense.
That would be fun to have guys in the truck. Uh-oh. You get that replay you're talking about?
Yeah, just look at this red.
It's the tail end of this movement. And it turns a little bit, yep, right towards the blue. Actually about almost a full ball length.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Steven with good opportunity here. Solid shot into the right center pocket. Hasn't really been at the table much other than a 29 break from Darren. It's been uneventful this frame so far. Gonna stun up for the red into the right center next, but gonna figure out how to get pink out of the way and in the action. Has he actually drawn back underneath the black? Or does he have this window? If so, he might choose to take this instead, just to get bonus points. And he is.
Oh, there's a gap to run through. They don't call him the Pathfinder for nothing. But the owner and operator, Stephen Wong, knows every inch of these tables.
Yeah, on that shot though, that path was correct. Just overran the speed there. Wanted to be a little bit low on the black. The only issue here is that he's got a risky red close to the right center that he's gonna hide from. I don't know if he just tries to get this to the top cushion tight, maybe put it near the right corner pocket where he was pointing his cue, or is he potting this in the right center? He's going for it.
It is truly amazing, Stephen, who owner operator here, has been running around, probably getting at most, I'd say, 3 hours of sleep every evening,
Yeah.
and still is able to play at this high caliber.
Yeah, it's incredible, right?
Definitely a sight to see. I think that's why he was really able to be victorious at the 2022 U.S. National Championship, as that was held at the Ox Billiards Club in Seattle. He could kind of relax and just act like a player.
Yeah, focus fully on the tournament aspect of things. But I don't know. I think something about it gets him going when he, helps out with certain things. Obviously, it is a big distraction depending on the scenario, but keeping yourself engaged, I think, is one important thing for these long snooker matches. Is you can find yourself sometimes almost struggling with keeping your competitive edge. Wow, and Darren almost goes in off 3 cushions there. I think he's trying to run into the pack there and misses the line. And now pink spotting up on the brown. Means Darren's really only got black and blue to play with here. Maybe a bit of the stretched out nature of that shot causing the miss, but the bunch covering that red to the right corner. So not off to as quick of a start, Steven, in this one. He was off to a dynamite start against Hasanain in the previous match. 60 plus, 70 plus points to 0. Didn't even really leave him a shot either. But a bit of the opposite happening here against Darren. Oh, one of these reds gonna go in. The center pocket
goodness.
drops in. Are you kidding me?
It looked like there might be some other reds that might have gone into the top corners.
Wow.
So
Yeah, the 2 corner pockets have red sitting over them, and he's not even nicely on a color, so this is a big shot here. The pink really needs to knock it in.
yeah, that red in the top left corner, that's what I was looking at. I thought the great LA earthquake was going to help him out, but red found the middle.
Can't feel guilty here, Stevens. Got to knock it in. Take what you can get. There's another shot of that crazy fluke. Red goes off of the blue here into the left center. Meanwhile, the other 2 reds almost simultaneously reaching the jaws of their respective pockets. And you'd think that would have been disaster and probably curtains for Steven in this first frame, but managing to stay alive.
That red so close to canning into the red when it flicked off the blue.
Right?
Now this is a different table than our usual TV table, so let's just keep our eyes peeled on those middle pockets, everybody. They've been very unfriendly on our more featured table.
Yeah, another tough shot for Steven. Pressure because he knows he's going to leave a red on if he misses this pot. He's done. Got some coverage, but no, it's plenty of reds on, so this is a real good chance for Darren Taylor to pick off a bunch of these balls. We know that red doesn't block the pink into the right center, just right at the spot. So doesn't have to take it first, but it does lead up for blue, or more natural for pink. It's going to take the plant, it looks like. Stun over for pink to right center next. Oh, but brown in the way. Making things a little bit tricky for him. Almost think it's not worth it. It might be worth just to take hand on the table, pink, red to the left corner. It is a comfortable shot. Good shot there, forward 2 cushions. Now he can get exactly the line that he wants on that red out in the open. Although taking the plant on is not a bad choice, since you kind of leave another red over the pocket if you shoot it softly and give yourself a chance for future reds.
So it looks like a big favorite. A player that's gone deep in the tournament, CCU, is out. Not sure if there's any players left from the Pacific Northwest in this tournament.
CC eliminated, one of the potential favorites for this one. And unfortunate to see him out, but Jay Shah advances to play Renat Denka. We're going to probably have that going on table 3 coming up in a little bit. I think we might have Ontario Snooker tournaments switch over to that stream, where I've already started here with Darren Taylor and Stephen Wong. Yeah, check out coming up in a little bit, Ontario Snooker Tournament. OBSA is going to be streaming Renat Denka versus Jay Shah. Obviously, they're going to do a warm-up and have some break time, so that'll be coming up in a little bit. Big miss from Darren.
Yeah, he just might have got ahead of himself a little bit.
Was that his frame ball? I wonder what this break's going to be. Don't think I was able to keep track of it. 44 now. 32 difference means there's still plenty of play in this frame with 4 reds available. Watch outside pocket. Gonna go 2 cushions into bulk. Oh, just one trying to hold for blue. Both players not seeming to be at their sharpest, especially not compared to the final of last year, but you imagine they know the pressure that is this match. And the winner of this has a good chance of moving on deeper in the stages later today. Bit of a blind pocket here for the pink. Not really natural either to get on to the reds as he's going away, so might see him just softly screw back and take one of the cuts on the reds. Don't think it goes past the black up into the green pocket, so just soft stun shot, I imagine, coming up here. I do wonder about this red that's out in the open. If it can cannon off the red that's along the top cushion to go into the pocket, it'd be kind of a trick shot, but interesting. Looks like he's going forward, up and down table maybe. Yeah. Like, don't mind that shot if you can let out the stroke there and really send the ball around.
Yeah, pink definitely thought about it. You had to use all jaws of the pocket to drop. So this is a little straight on though. Don't think Darren can have the angle. Might have to make something out of it. So this pink would be his frame ball.
That blind pocket shot. I know I talked to Darren while he was in the booth earlier and off to the side about different scenarios, and that being one very, very common one.
But if Stephen is to take a red, he does need to get a color.
Watch out. Watch out. Wow, and he's dynamite dead and straight on the black.
Ironically enough, back in the 2022, when it was Stephen Wong who was victorious, he was taking on Ray Feng. Both players bald. So maybe there's something to be said about being a bald player.
You're saying if I shave my head, I'll play way better? Is that what you mean?
I think that's what Darren Taylor's trying to bait me into doing.
All right, well, with that black down, means we're at 32-point difference and 35 on. So needs to take this red and a high value color, whether it's blue, pink, or black. An odd miss from Steven with the rest into that corner pocket. He seemed pretty efficient with that shot in his first match we saw today.
Yeah, saving grace for Darren as that brown is very safe on the right cushion. Trying to double this in.
It's going to be wide. A little bit risky there with the cue ball too. I don't know if he realized he was going to get that close to the pocket. And this red should pass pink to left center. Don't imagine he's taking it to the corner because much tougher shot, and it's going to play in between blue and green here, in and out of bulk, probably down and back the same line.
Wow.
I thought that was in the dead heart. Wow. That looked clean the whole way there.
It definitely gave that pocket some lip service and refused it. It's definitely our tricky shots here. Thin, delicate cut for Darren Taylor. Not trying the delicate shot there, just putting some distance there. Didn't want to risk anything, obviously. If he's to be delicate and misses it, he could have left it right there. Easy for Steven. And that pink and blue are around. Steven wouldn't mind taking those. This was just 32 points in it and 35 on the table. First glance he had brought out that brown, but clicking on it with this cue ball just at the tail end of the shot has put the brown back to a little bit safe. Left a pretty long red there for Darren Taylor. A little tough bridging. Those are the shots that you need to become a champion. Both these players know what it takes to go the distance. You gotta think that they have the advantage, but unfortunately one of these players is going to go home. Steven just taking a glance at the scoreboard. He's not out of it just yet. 38, 27 on the table. So if he gets 3 snookers, he's back in it. Obviously, the ruling when they're on the colors, more than 3 snookers are required. It's an automatic concession. Don't want to cannon into that green with the yellow. What a pot there. He has snookered himself on the green. Unfortunately, I don't. There's a little path past that blue. Well, so there is. Just needs to hit the green. Doesn't really need to do much with it. So there's 40-point difference. 25 on the table. That's more than 3 snookers. That's an automatic concession. And Stephen Wong does. So Darren Taylor, the reigning champion, takes this first frame over the 2022 U.S. National Snooker Champion. It's been an exciting match so far. Like really free flowing there in that first one. But Darren was just the better man, able to put some decent breaks together. And we'll see how Stephen rebounds when we come back for frame 2 action. Black's kind of a little tied up down there. Don't know. Don't think that pink is gonna go into the top left. Well, he's gifted a chance. What Stephen Wong can make of this. Very uncharacteristic miss there by Steven. You know, these middle pockets are tough. And when this is your own club, you should know better than that. Just goes to show you what pressure can do. Darren falters a little bit in retort. So Steven let off a little bit. Let's out a sigh of relief. He's just got to be mindful of that red near the top cushion. Darren does. Just to clip off that red that's just a little right of that 6 red triangle.
Alright, just organizing some stuff here, but we're about ready to get started with another match on table 3 and table 5. Looks like Tim Lee is going to be playing against Andy McCluskey. And Jay Shah is playing against probably tournament favorite Renat Denka. I believe Renat's match will be streamed over on the Ontario Snooker Tournament's OBSA channel. If you want to go check that out. All matches have live scoring. You can get that on cloudsnooker.com. Welcome folks who are joining us, as this one is getting to be a tight one. Looks like I missed it, but Darren took the first frame, huh?
We might see some reds getting pushed down to the bulk end of the table here. If you can judge the pace right here and put his cue ball to the bulk cushion, it wouldn't be a problem. He's giving Steven a chance for a red into the right middle.
It's a little bit risky since that's that same blind pocket shot we're talking about. But he might have to take it on against a player like Darren. He does have a chance to split the reds again if he wants. Just screw back off of the bunch, straight back. It might sell out something much easier. So he's in a bit of a pickle. I'm just gonna roll up and tap these. It's not a bad choice, kind of last resort. This is an easy shot to nothing, I think, for Darren to the right center. Only way it goes wrong is if it catches the far jaw and doesn't rattle and comes straight back down table towards the left corner pocket or right corner.
We didn't like the middle pocket, tried for the green. Wasn't able to make it there. So, a little nervy second frame here. Does Steven have a pathway here for this red to go into left middle and be onto the black? He certainly does. Yeah. He just falters on the black. It's a great red into the left middle pocket. He's left now Darren a red into that similar pocket. Great shot there, that red into that tough middle pocket. I had to play it with pace to stay on the green, so I can dance around the ball carry a little bit.
Alright, just a bit of an update. Looks like we have a bit of a delayed start on table 3. Renat versus Jay Shaw, as Jay needs a bit of a break for next match. Not feeling too well. They're going to be started around 4:30. In the meantime, Andy McCluskey and Tim Lee have gotten started over on their match table 5. Much lower scoring affair this frame compared to the first. It's going to come down to control of the table, especially with these two players. I'm going to take the green on here, maybe screw back if it has the perfect angle to come in behind these reds on the left side of the table into the right corner, but no, I'm just going to take the blue, maybe run into the pack. Taking the blue to the corner pocket, interesting choice. Was not expecting that.
Yeah, Steven has a little opportunity here. It's that red into the yellow pocket, has a little bit of angle. Yeah, it's quite open there down at the top end. It's definitely some loose reds. A little bit of work to be done by Steven before he can get down there. No, he's got an opportunity, but he's got to put in the work right now.
Big shot. Until he was going for it all there. It was always going to be fairly safe. Imagine rolling up behind the brown with the yellow would have been coming up next either way.
Slice this red into the left,
I think he's forced just because of where the blue is. Doesn't leave for an easy cross double. Unless he wants to just roll up like this. Oh, almost left that red on. Looks close.
I think he almost was trying to get tight to that
The
jaw
knuckle?
there.
You
He might
think?
have angled, hooked him.
No, I don't know if he's that risky, but he has left a back cut on this left red closest to the corner. Think it's gonna run into some traffic though, unless he has a lot of running left hand side, so risky shot coming up. Yeah, well done. Might have pink on here, and if it does, it'll come to the black spot, and that could prove pretty profitable. Yeah, he's taking it on. Gonna save the blue for later. I don't mind this at all. It's pretty much a dead stop shot to get on the next red. It's drifted forward a bit. Wonder what his intent was there. Because now he's a much higher on this red. If he just lost the tip position there, I imagine. Or just knew that he needed to stun run through the tiniest amount to not cover the red. And he's shooting next. Is there a way to play this red to left center even and come one cushion towards the pink? Might be too risky compared to this rest shot, maybe.
Yeah, I think you have to put it in pocket weight.
Yeah.
And doing that, you know, if he's off by a millimeter, he's just going to leave it sitting there for his opponent. So I think it's there, but it's just a little dangerous.
Playing the half ball cannon onto the pink. It's gone somewhat wrong. Scratching his head there, you can tell. Not satisfied with this scenario here.
Don't scratch too much, Stephen, or you might lose some hair.
I knew there was something coming. Oh, this has left a tricky layout.
Yeah, I think that blue blocks that path for that red that's near the pink spot.
Yeah, it looks really close. I think you're right.
And those three reds really are not doing anyone any favors to go into the left middle. Tough cut here for this red that's close. The cue ball to the top left corner. And then needing to use the rest, which can make things a little bit more difficult, but with these 6 by 12 feet tables, you've got to be proficient with this equipment. Because even Shaquille O'Neal would probably have to use the rest from time to time.
Or at least an extension, right? Be fun to watch Shaq play snooker. That'd be a watch for sure. Just taking the back cut into the right center pocket, yeah. Come around the blue. Watch out with these reds. Oh, he's gonna run position too long for the pink, so.
Amazing, he didn't cannon into anything.
Yeah.
I think actually Shaq would fit in well. Isn't he a Baldo as well?
Yeah, that's right. There's a funny instance when I think when on TNT he tried to do he lost a bet, I think, to D Wade, and he had to grow his hairline out, and that was quite the sight.
Another Baldo, Charles Barkley.
Yeah, yep. It's a fun show to watch. If you're a fan of the NBA, especially.
Yeah.
Good yellow.
Sir Charles, it's very funny to watch. He likes to make up his own words. I think he mixes horrible and terrible, and he'd be like, that's a horrible shot, just a horrible.
I like when he says turrible. Turr. Turrible.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Definitely a feared player when he was on the court.
but never won a championship, right?
That's true.
Sometimes that's how it goes. Oh, he's nice on the red. I thought for a second it might have been blocked, but another chance at a dagger for Darren. 2 open reds. Colors all out in the open or on their spots. Once again, missing all the traffic. This one is a little tricky, since he's going towards the top cushion, but he's fairly straight. Once again, stretched out. He did miss a ball into this pocket earlier in the match. Very similar. Not that one. Really wants to get an angle to come back down table on black or pink if he can. Might be too straight to come around the bulk colors, so I think he's going to be forced here to take blue on, play in one cushion and behind. Or is he lining up for the long red, maybe? Just thinking about it. The idea here would be to take pink in a stop shot, play the long red to the lower left corner, and screw back a bit maybe, or keep that angle for the pink that would respot into the right corner. It's all bargain, this shot though. He's looking at where he wants it to be placed exactly. And with a stop shot on this long red, he'll have an angle on the pink to run in behind the red or on the right side of the table. And that would be kind of the last open red you'd have available.
16.
It's a little annoyance with that green queuing over it.
And just overcut, leaving a shot both into left center and the mid-range pot to right corner past the green. I think Steven might take on the one to the centers. I know he's a fan of potting blues a lot of the time. They are the higher percentage shots for a lot of players.
So you're saying Steven is a fan of blue balls?
He's a fan of the blue ball,
Okay.
since there's usually only one on the table. You almost got me there, Dave. You almost got me. But I squirmed my way out of that one. Yeah, I think there was a scenario where, I believe it was Prat that mentioned the booth with you over at last year's, or sorry, excuse me, 2022's edition of US Nationals over at Ox. I remember specifically Steven having choice of taking sort of a mid-range closer pink or kind of a back cut thin blue, and he just likes his odds of potting the blue more. And the difference though was potting the blue would have left him clearance to tie, and potting the pink would have meant snookers required, or excuse me, I think it would have been to tie. The pink would have been to tie, and the blue meant opponent could have come back and cleared up to win. So maybe a bit of a tactical judgment there, but he did knock in the blue and eventually win the match. So I always think about that scenario, you know, when it comes to having an option of taking one color versus another. It can mean a big difference, that 1 or 2 points, depending on how the scores lay. Now he's opened up the black table. Probably going to see a cross double on one of the 2 reds along the long rails. I think I prefer the one on the right side of the table. He's looking at this line on the... Oh, he can see this red. All right, a bit of a conservative, kind of a daring type shot. I think this is a shot to nothing. Only leaving the red he's shooting possibly on with a miss. Oh, and there is a mistake forced.
Yeah, relatively easier red than the potential red cut into the middle pocket. So Steven's just making a few more mistakes than Darren is. And Darren has been able to come in and capitalize.
It's kind of what it comes down to, especially at this level. Since it's not automatic to just be able to steal the frames away with one table visits. And the biggest difference, I think, with this year versus last year is conditions of the table. They've been worn in now about a year since they've had brand new cloth installed, and last year's Nationals they did have brand new cloth. Maybe just seeing the effects of the wear and tear over time and how it tightens up the pockets, especially in the corners, and makes the potting more difficult, as well as being able to move the cue ball. It's a little bit less effortless. You got to put a bit more stroke and pace behind certain shots. Cut it and opens up the red.
As he pushed it just enough. That's a thin... Well, it looks like it's definitely there. Just looking at the live shot. Obviously, we're about 2 tables away.
Yeah, you can see there, clear as day, it does go. It's coming around for green or pink. Now looking at the score line, it's going to be 16 difference as of right now. So not going to necessarily advance by taking the pink that much more. Just take this green. I wonder what he chooses to do here with this yellow. Does he go for the long pot or just play in behind the bulk colors?
Yeah, I like that he focused all his energy on that green. As blue and black, Steven is going to need, and they're very safe against the cushions. And just taking a look at the scoreboard. Led by 19, 27 on. Family colors all happy in their spots.
Looks like the last match of the round of 32 just completed, as we did have some delays. Now we're on to the next one. We are going to play one more round tonight, so looks like it's going to be A little bit of a later one.
Nice little long yellow there. Steven kind of faltered on his safety, so this is looking promising for the defending champ to go up 2 frames to none on the 2022 champ. And Brown definitely going to make sure of it.
Yep.
Definitely when you have a father that's a professional snooker player, you're probably going to have a well-equipped snooker mind. So 28 in it and 18 on the table. Only 2 snookers required as the blue is there. And if Darren failed to hit it, it would be a 5-point foul. It's a great effort there by Steven.
Yeah, really close. Was always going to leave a 1 cushion escape that I imagine would be fairly routine though, so I think he'd be hoping for the in off if anything.
I wouldn't be surprised if Darren just tries to roll this blue to the jaws of the yellow pocket. Give it some force.
Wow. There's a 6-point foul, huh?
Interesting why he just didn't try to roll that into the jaws of the yellow.
We were talking about this earlier. And making the case, I think, in a previous situation where, yeah, just roll the ball over the pocket. Why not?
Well, Steven just needs one snooker and then run out the colors. He could steal this 2nd frame.
This is tempting here to try to open up the black. But most likely you're selling out a pot on the blue, so I think he has to play for pink here. Maybe play the blue 1 cushion into the black. Try to get the cue in behind pink. Just double it. Almost full. I don't know what else you can think of here, but if he manages to get the black off the cushion out in the open, it's going to put a lot more pressure, I think, on Darren to make this an interesting end of frame 2. Yeah, he tried it there, I think. Just to nick off of it. But he's got a good blue. Great pace.
little dangerous there for Steven. Almost found the middle pocket there on that last shot with his cue ball. It's gone rather tight to the cushion. Very thin if he opts to try to cut it in. Just hit the blue. Yeah, didn't want to risk anything with a thin shot. You never know. This might be end of frame here.
He needs us to get tight to the cushion, otherwise, yeah, this is curtains. Don't imagine Darren's gonna miss this shot. It's bridging off the rail though. Wonder if that affected him.
Yeah, he makes that 99 of 100 times. It had some distance, as you alluded to, Christian. His bridge hand was on the cushion. Always nice to get it flat on the bed of the table.
You know, I also wonder how much the in-off into the right center pocket came into play in his mind there, since he had just fouled on the pink. Maybe he's just trying to minimize risk overall, knowing still snooker's required, but look at this. Oh man, would have been double duty had he gotten in behind pink. Really smart shot though to open up the black, and now pressure definitely much higher for Darren. Let's push this blue in or over the pocket. Now we've got a match. Sorry, excuse me, we've got a frame for sure with pink and black out in the open. One good snooker from Steven can get him back in this frame and match very quickly.
Yeah, with that black coming off the cushion, there's always a potential that if Steven's in a situation that he's forced into potting the blue, it's not the end of the world. As before, that black was tight to the cushion and snookers would be really difficult, but now that it's got a little bit of separation, black always a possibility to get behind.
Now he sent the blue down closer to the pink, which in my mind makes it usually a lot easier to play in behind pink with the cue ball. Just less cue ball travel. Needed to work the spin a lot more there.
I got a tough flick on that black, really putting it in a much easier potting position for Darren. It's no gimme, but it's definitely on.
Yeah, this is not a scratch shot either, so he's definitely gonna shoot at this. In or over.
It's always tough, that ball to win the frame. It's always the toughest one to put in.
This is a nice angle here to stun over and behind the black off of one cushion or straight in. So if he manages to cut the blue enough, it can go two cushions and get close to the pink. He's gonna opt to go off the right edge though instead. Wonder where he's playing here. Thinning it, maybe cross doubling the blue. It's not a bad effort. I just always like looking at the ball whenever, you know, those object balls that are about that ball and a half, 2 balls length away from a rail. They tend to be the best ones to hide in behind.
double kiss there. Don't think he's going to be punished too much. Well, there's potential maybe Steven can get his cue ball to the left cushion and swing that blue around, and maybe it could find that same cushion down towards the top end of the table.
That's right. So he's going to send this around the rails, it looks like, for low ball. Just always potted it. Just deciding to play with where the black lies. This is a little bit more natural. Thin off the pink. Lay the pink up along the left long rail and play 1 or 2 cushions in behind black with the cue ball. It's a tough one. But the line is kind of there. So maybe looking at also sending the pink off of 1 cushion, sending the cue ball forward. I don't know what he's thinking here. What do you like, Dave? Very touchy, the thin version.
Just touch it just to maybe get near the black and on the other side.
He's playing the cue ball forward all along, but there's a question of whether it's going to lay up, and does he have the frozen? This ball's frozen.
Looks like there's a little bit of space there. Yeah, that's a beautiful shot right there. A lot of action going on there. Andy McCluskey in the foreground, Renat in the back. Mid-ground, Darren Taylor. Pink. Can't get it to get this second frame.
No, I think
If Darren's to lose this one, it's going to be colossal damage to the old brain box.
yeah. All right, so trying to cross double this. Might kick in behind it, actually. Doubled it the other way. Just trying to create separation.
Done well for that. Now, the only saving grace maybe is this straight into the green pocket. Now, why doesn't he just kind of roll it and tap it, trust a little bit of the table?
And it was always a safe shot, so I don't mind shooting it at that pace if it helps improve the accuracy. Especially because when you're going up table across the nap, you're subject to the conditions that can possibly roll off line. And needed a bit more cut on that ball. Now a real opportunity to close out the frame.
Once again, he's contending with that middle pocket with his bridge hand.
In or over.
And there it is. Wow, so Darren Taylor just wipes his brow there. Some relief there, so he takes a 2-0 advantage in this best of 5 Sweet 16 match. Just going to take a look over. It looks like Renat Danka is leading in his match by a scoreline of 30-2. That's in their first frame. Obviously, lots of action here at the 2024 United States National Snooker Championship. Check out cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com. Click on the live scoring app to see all the live scores, as well as results from the round robin and the early stages of the knockout phase. But we'll be right back with frame 3 action. back here with frame 3. Definitely a frame Stephen Wong has to win if he wants to have that chance of hoisting the Tom Collins trophy in his own room. He was close last year against this opponent of his. It's a rematch for the 2023 U.S. National Championship. Unfortunately, red has come up into bulk. It's a blind cut into the green pocket. We'd be surprised actually if Darren refused it. Just natural anger is going to go down table.
Wants a big bounce off the top cushion. And he's got a perfect angle here to run into the pack.
Yeah, with this blind cut to the top right corner, it does go naturally. Obviously, as if it was a bit higher on that black, you have to be stunning it into the bunch.
I think I like going into the rightmost red at the bottom of the bunch, about half ball. Come in just like that. Come bring your cue ball to the right side of the table. I think a bit more pace might have been better, but he is on one red.
Obviously, more pace would have made it that black a lot more difficult. But if you had more pace, you'd really open it up. Didn't take a note out of Stephen Hendry's book. Stephen Hendry liked to open up the reds as quickly as possible so he can get in. And boy, did he score heavily back in his heyday.
Oh, this is going to catch the jaw and settle over the pocket. Now a big chance for Stephen. Only a break of 8. Negligible at this level. And he knew it was a risk of going in off there, so shoots it at pace. Look at this position.
Yeah, those are sometimes ways to get out of snookers, actually. Having the 2 horns. It's threatening with a lot of those pockets of going in.
He went for that shot also knowing full well it was natural to go into the pack. And
it's fortunate here that red is definitely open to go into the yellow pocket, but unfortunately canning over that black makes it extremely difficult.
So 2 cushions in behind black, or just to the bulk cushion, or the top cushion, sorry. Just get coverage on the red up into the yellow pocket. I think you're fine. There's an area you can play safe over by the green pocket, not leaving a shot on. But it's about finding an edge of one of these reds to glance off of. The problem with this rightmost red is you have to catch it awfully thin to go above the side. Don't want to catch the jaw here. Yeah, a little bit thicker on that just to avoid the contact. But as he left a full look at this red up in bulk.
Looks like his best safety shot. It's left to red into the left middle. I don't know if he needed to hit it that hard, and giving it pace doesn't give the pocket any chance to let it fall in. definitely thought about it. Just ran a little too high for that red that's open and the bottom side of the cluster of reds in the middle of the table, so do another blind cut. Maybe there is there.
I think it goes the
Seems like it, yeah.
higher one. Heart of the pocket.
Yeah, that's
Two
going to open up
cushions.
that other red.
Great shot. I think you just float back into that same area for the other red that's exposed, or maybe he has an angle to go one cushion dropping behind the loose red on the right side of the table.
Or speaking of Stephen Hendry, come into the
Oh,
reds.
You called it. Oh no, he did my first shot, huh?
Yep, that's not Stephen Hendry, that's Darren Taylor.
There's some clapping there. I think Ajay just had a good clearance on his table, playing his match on table 6.
Oh, good angle to just open up these reds. Big shot here. Darren can get the black and open up the reds. Good chance to put a heavy break together.
I like hitting the leftmost red about a half ball if you're going to open them up. I also don't mind taking the loose red first, as it simplifies the black.
And that red near the pink spot. He really doesn't like listening to us.
No, I'm speaking about the one by the yellow, but yeah, you're right. He's taking the pink spot. Undercut. Interesting. In behind this red as well, left center. Not quite a steep enough angle, I don't think, to go into the pack off one cushion. You can force it though. Just gonna have to amp up the pace a lot on this shot. It's gonna go 2 cushions into it. How's the luck?
Doesn't look too bad. Tough to tell on that red that's just to the right of the pink spot.
I think he's got one of the ones on the left of the bunch into the right corner. He's looking at it now. And kind of the one closest to the cue ball.
Yeah, is there a path between those two reds for that red that's close to the cue ball that you alluded to?
I think so. He's shooting it.
It's bringing the rest for
Roll this in naturally, play for pink or blue. Even for black if it's straight enough. Oh, it just glanced off. Must have been either a partial pocket or just enough to see the path.
So they're not punished severely for that miss.
Both players opting not to shoot either of these two red, either of this red, I mean, up table. But now Darren maybe changing his mind. If he can reach this hand on the table, he probably prefers it, but stretched out like this, I don't think his odds are as high, even though it is kind of close to the pocket.
Fortunate enough to find a little gap there. Get into any of those reds, it would have been disastrous. As their path for that pink to go by the blue into the green pocket. It's definitely open to the middle. It's definitely a thinner cut than this pink to green pocket.
And just some match updates here. Jay Shaw and Renat Denka are in a close one in their first frame. You can go watch that over in the Ontario Snooker Tournaments OBSA YouTube page. Tim Lee and Andy McCluskey are in a one-sided affair. Andy McCluskey leading 2-0. We've also got Tom Leemore and Raymond Fung, who have just gotten started fairly recently, and Tom Leemore leading the first frame by 20 points. And Ajaya Prabhakar trailing 2-0 against Keith Zen. Over on table 6. Shakib Karim leading Vaishal Talati 1-0. And Liwa Chen leading Arafat Amat 2-1 over in their match. We're in a decider as well. Arif Mahmood and Chilun Luang are in a decider. Final frame 17-point difference on the brown. It's looking like a close affair, that one. Might just switch to it real quick to see the conclusion.
Opportunity here for Stephen Wong just to clip ever so gently off that red, get behind the pink.
And just switching over here quickly to our side table, Arif Mahmood with this blue. He's already clinched his frame ball, but surely with the blue going down is going to clinch the first spot into the quarterfinals. This is a decider here, and I think he's now 20 or 30 points ahead. I think opponent is coming back to the table, but it's got a tall order here. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yep, right now in our third frame here, Darren Taylor has a 31-7 advantage in this third frame. He's looking possibly to whitewash his finalist opponent from last year. Definitely Stephen a crowd favorite, as he is the owner-operator here at this beautiful club, Embassy Billiards in San Gabriel, California. It's been the site of the United States National Snooker Championships 2 years in a row. Well, there's nothing incredibly easy here for Darren. Definitely shots in his toolbox, but it's tricky and missable.
No, and he's in right now. Got everything going in his favor. Perfect on the black. Bit of angle to play for the last red. On the top cushion. You can also always screw back off the Cushion with some outside spin. Plenty of options here. Can go forward even. It's going to be a bit short unless he can get to this left red. And that's the last pink there for Arif on the side table. You can see there, handshakes. First player to punch his ticket into the quarterfinals. Well done in the decider there. And we're going to see more action from him later on, as the room here at Embassy has plenty of action going. Saw there Darren just playing a safety up table. Didn't really like any of the reds on. We've got there Vaishal versus Shakim. Arafat playing against Liwa Chen, Raymond Fung, and Tom Limor. And then our main match tables, obviously. You can see there in the background. Nice pot from Steven. Renat Denka playing against Jay Shah, Andy McCluskey in the foreground against Tim Lee, and this one is a one-sided affair. President, the USSA and PABSA, Ajaya Prabhakar trailing 2 frames to Keith Zen. Look at this for a safety. How's your leave?
One done there because black is open to both corner pockets. So big shot here coming up for Darren, as he doesn't want to leave a easy starter.
Wants to get at this red. Oh, he's going at pace, and he's managed to get one out of the
Is
2 rails. Only real benefit here is that he's left him close to the rail, but if he's able to just roll one of these reds in, he'll be nicely in with black on the spot. Yeah, shut that off of 1 cushion so he can let his stroke out a bit more and improve the accuracy and off to the races. I think he has to take the red along the top cushion next if it's too straight. Or excuse me, leading towards the top cushion. No, had plenty of angle. Great shot.
Yeah, it's all there for Steven for the taking. Just can't get ahead of himself too much. Just got to do his plan and his preparation. And when he's down on the shot, just focus on the shot at hand.
So on a break of 9. It's a soft screw shot here. You can also stun for one of the reds into the left center, but you like to have a bit more options. So I like the screw shot. Play for the red left corner next. Puts him 15 points behind. With another 3 reds out in the open. Just to get low enough on this black. Yeah, he's pretty good. If he's dead straight, he can always screw back in and out of the cushion. That's what he decided to do there. It's going to run a bit long. He's kind of in between both reds now.
Yeah, his color after this. He's got a little pistol cue action there. Delivers it kind of like Mark Allen.
Notice he has a couple of different strokes. Certain shots where he feels like he needs to be super accurate with. He sometimes will do a very, very small backstroke and a quick forward swing. That one you alluded to, where he kind of does a big draw and kind of winds up the spring and then releases. And then kind of his regular sort of pull back smooth, come forward smooth.
Now that last red was nice with the check siding to hold for the black.
It's got a bit too much angle for my liking on this last red. Maybe that's all I could get off of that angle with the black. It's a break of 24, I think, now. He has option of safety here as well, but maybe he's going to play up for bulk. Kind of a two-way shot. Yeah, he realizes now he doesn't like it. Doesn't even have the red up into the yellow pocket either, so maybe just take his medicine here and do a soft screw back. Cover the red with the black. As long as he keeps him tight to the cushion, should be pretty good.
Very fortunate to that horn. Just kind of diverted him into the right side. That green spot there looked like he might have shot it. It didn't hit that jaw onto the left side.
Oh, so it was a break of 32 actually, so now he's pretty much dead even. And Darren's going to leave a look at the red on the green spot. Should be natural to play a safety across one cushion with the cue ball, try to get him behind the yellow. Has option of doubling as well, but I think he's playing the safety here. Brown and blue kind of backups as well. Didn't quite get the line he wanted, I don't think. Ideally you get tight to that cushion and in behind the yellow. And that also would have cut off the path with the brown to the red along the right side of the table. It's always interesting this last scenario with the last two reds on. What goes down?
I don't blame him being up 2 frames to nil, taking on that long red. Darren did. And he's had a result, hasn't left a red for Steven, so pretty safe.
A bit fortunate there. He's going to have a free double attempt, Steven. Only way this goes wrong is if he catches the far knuckle and the red bounces back towards the left corner pocket. And he did well there, though. I think the only real safety you can play here is if you're able to bunch the reds together or somehow get them both covered with, you know, 2 bulk colors, which is pretty difficult.
Nice cue ball, tight to that bulk cushion. And the yellow blocking the path to that red on the right side.
It's this cue ball to run. Oh, he's got a good red at least too. Safety exchange is going to be happening here. Stephen breaking out the redwoods, just looking to clip off them and bring his cue ball back to the top end of the table. And Andy McCluskey in a close affair over on table 5 just potted the blue. Needs pink or black to close out the frame.
That would be match for Andy as well. Doesn't he have a 2
That's right.
to nothing frame advantage? He's got his wife and daughter and father in the audience, so want to make them proud.
You can see there. Choosing to double the pink up table. Darren plays a safety on the table right next door. Leaves the pink on though, so his opponent may be able to clear up here. Here's another perspective. He's dead on the pink. Tim Lee at the table. He's able to clear this. Last 2 balls staying alive against Andy McCluskey. Oh no, misses it. Oh, this is going to leave a pot on.
Tim, no feathers. Very interesting.
Oh, but look at Steven here. Really close snooker attempt on the black.
It's interesting to see all the different players' techniques. Obviously, you want to do what you're comfortable with.
Wow, good attempt. And that's Andy McCluskey going to close out the frame and match, ladies and gentlemen. He's taken that one in a whitewash. Congratulations to him, the second player to punch their ticket into the quarterfinals. Well done. Congratulations to Andy. Much better showing than last year's national championship. But we're going to go back to table 4 action. Steven has gotten a little bit of a chance on this red to right center. Maybe even can roll in behind pink if he wants with a safety attempt. What I like about this shot is he pushed that red closer to the side pocket. Would have been really difficult for Darren not to leave a shot on. Here, pretty straightforward safety, I think. Double the red up table and keep your cue ball somewhere in bulk. So we are scheduled to start the quarterfinals around 6 o'clock, but obviously some matches are going to be concluding later than that. Those are also best of 5s. And I think we're going to be playing them all on the front tables.
Darren tempted for this long red. He was, didn't go.
Starting to see some misses now from Darren. Chances on. Steven in a must-win scenario.
Only one point in it right now and 43 on.
He's playing the snooker in behind green and looks pretty good. Doesn't want it to drop.
Darren was hoping for it too, but
Yeah.
Steven would have had the yellow into its own pocket anyway, so.
Or just stay behind the green, right? Just roll up to the green. I think would have been a snooker either way, I imagine. It's like Darren just giving this one a good think. No sense in taking the shot on if you don't really know what you're going to do yet.
There's the Terminator planning his next attack. even, awaiting the result. We can amass some penalty points. That great snooker that he laid.
Whenever he's going 2 cushions at the red near the black, 2 cushions, possibly 3 at the red, close to the left corner pocket.
Just wonder how tight he is, like going maybe one long cushion and the other long cushion and getting towards that red by the black.
Yeah, it all depends on how tight he is to this green ball.
How comfortable he feels. So. Shot time just getting over a minute.
Looks awfully tight. And going for the one nearest the black. If he drops in behind it, this is gonna possibly be a free ball.
And I think that black just hindered the path of that pink.
Yeah, had that pink been on, it would have been something Steven definitely would have shot, I believe.
Comes attempt number 2. Just, I think, a minor adjustment. Looking for Darren to be successful on it.
This time he's on the other side of the red. This is the side he was trying to avoid and not leave. Did it brush the pink there? I think it just touched the pink. I think they're saying that a pink rocked back and forth, so not a problem. It's a little bit closer to the green there, but doesn't make a huge difference.
Yeah, both players agree.
Now just split the difference, Darren. So touchy, this shot also pace. This time it's going to get close. Nice glance.
Well done. The audience in the room applauds that escape there.
Only punished with 11 points. Or excuse me, 10 points. 4 and a 6. I think another safety is in order here. Going to glance off the right side and try to get as close to the green as you can, although looks awfully thin. Try to go 1 cushion in behind green, but it's going to run the red up table, so seems risky. So 11-point difference. Still anybody's frame.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to these colors, as we see more often than not. Obviously, Steven would love to get the reds with colors to extend his lead. His back is up against it.
Couple match updates. Ajay Prabhakar did manage to pull 1 frame back. Raymond Fung, Tom Lee Morse now in a 1-0 affair. Raymond taking the first frame. Taking a quick break. Renat Denka took down the first frame 1-0 over Jay Shah. Is leading the next one by about 30 points. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Steven.
SpaghettiOs.
So,
Oh, and Arafat brings it to a decider over with Liwat Chen. 2-2. They just finished their 4th frame. A lot of action going on.
it's like he's pretty straight on this. Could just run through.
Yeah, tiny bit of angle. If he wants to get closer, I think he can stun it. But like you said, worst case, run right through. Only mistake here is to get too straight on the red or not even get a look. Yeah. It's kind of overcutting it to try to get the angle toward the top cushion, and he's nice on the red. Just float 1 rail up for the black. Don't know at this distance if I would decide to stun it, since pocket plays so tight from this perspective.
Doesn't go. Wow, what a miss that was.
Only 1 feather on that routine, and felt a little bit quick compared to normal. Don't know if he took it a bit for granted or what, but could have been punishment for Steven, and only an 8-point break instead. And yep, an update. Renat Denka takes down the 2nd frame in his match, 2-0 now, leading over Jay Shah. You can go watch that match over on Ontario Snooker Tournaments, OBSA YouTube channel. Another somewhat one-sided affair. Oh, Steven with the miss.
It's
Just
a
a
long
pot.
pot. Definitely missable. Didn't leave Darren an easy starter. Just 3 points, 35 on. It's a little busy up there in the bulk ends. Only black and brown on their spots. Now does Steven elect to take the blind cut? Just gonna lose a little control of the cue ball. Jump off that ball cushion, come back down to the top end of the table.
Watch out, Brown.
Oh. And he could have a free ball too.
It is a free ball.
Oh my goodness. We saw it for
Wow,
Tom
disaster.
Lemore in our last match. He had one in the shot that just went really from bad to worse, and that has for Steven as well there.
It's fortunate it's on a free ball with the red on, because it could lead to bonus points, but this might almost be a scenario to put Steven back in if the kick shot isn't ideal.
One thing with the free ball situation, Once you've nominated your free ball, you cannot roll up. You cannot lay a snooker on that free ball.
And he's taking it to the corner. But snookered himself now on the actual yellow. So that's a 4-point foul, and 2 more. Puts him at 3 ahead. I almost feel I would have put Steven back in there to make him kick at the yellow. Oh no, the yellow was on. At least full ball was exposed.
Put that nice and safe.
If you guys are enjoying the stream too, drop us a like, share the stream out to folks. We do have one more round happening tonight, the quarterfinals. Top 8. It's going to be a good affair, and look at this shot from Steven. Wow.
That was gutsy.
Now a snooker attempt here behind the brown.
Yeah, that blue is definitely covering a bit of that yellow pocket.
It's pretty close to the cushion, definitely doesn't pass the green. Just looking at what angle or where he wants to put it along this bulk cushion. Whatever you do, you need to freeze the cue ball there, because even if you leave a shot, as long as it's not dead over the pocket, you have to make him cue down on the ball. This is going to be okay.
Yeah, very fortunate not to hit the horn, because that really would have shot that green ball out and spoiled the snooker. The cannon into that pink.
Oh, this is a full ball snooker. It's going to be an easy escape, but might leave one back if you can kick and stick. Looks close. Brown just sticking out enough in the way, I think, on the right side of the green. Oh, good kick. Watch out, Brown. Half ball contact. Ooh. What a shot.
Yeah,
Could have been even epic.
nice result there. So at first I thought he might come off the ball cushion and go into the green. Do you just gently hit it, Christian, so the cue ball just touches the green ever so gently?
Get him behind black. No, he's playing it around. Knuckle. Knuckle. Don't know if the green passes the black. Otherwise, I think another snooker attempt is coming up. Only a 1-point game. It's going to come down to who can hit the open table to clear up. Oh, actually, no, excuse me. Arif did not punch his ticket into the quarterfinals yet. He's playing against Majid Randawa. They're about to start.
Needs to run, needs to run. Give him a chance. Well, there it hasn't been automatic with these in this frame, or in this match, I should say.
Yeah, so Andy McCluskey's the only player to have advanced. That's another miss from Darren. Uh-oh, pink. It's the second pink that's gone in off. With a foul. Happened in the previous frame with Steven requiring snookers, but still Darren managed to win that one. Is it going to be the same story here in this one? I think a double attempt is on here.
Might actually come back to help Darren. If Darren's able to take green, brown, and blue, he's going to need that pink to get frame and match.
Yeah, don't think it was ever an offensive double attempt, as he was never playing shape for the brown. Just trying to get in behind pink or black. I think there's a window though.
True, so we'll be probably a hefty delay getting into the quarters, as you alluded to. There's just one round of 16 match that's just getting underway. Obviously, they'll probably be starting, I think, a lot of the quarterfinal matches at the same time. Well, they might start 3 of them, because be able to do that. Unless this final Sweet 16 match is a whitewash, you know, 30-minute, 3-frame match affair.
Yeah. Another pot attempt. This is going to lay up over the middle pocket, I think. And brown rescue. Actually, no. Came much wider, so. They're dancing back and forth. It's only a 5-point game. So we've got a decider started over on table 8. Arafat Amat and Liwa Chen. Another shot for Darren. He's missed a couple of these though, with the object ball about hands width away from the pocket. Oh, excuse me, this is Steven. Sorry. Bit of a strange cue action there. Tried to put a bunch of topspin, I think, to force follow and get it to hold on the right side of the brown, but just messing with his accuracy maybe.
A double kiss. Is he going to be punished? Mid-range shot here for Darren.
Yikes, both players missing shots. Back and forth, and there it is.
That's a result right there, gee.
Wow.
That's Steven smiling. He's not smiling with happiness. He just can't believe it.
Is this going to be enough? Needs pink, like you said. Oh, no.
It's tough. He had to hit it with pace to give him a shot on the blue.
Right?
But the natural angle on this brown is going to shoot the ball down table.
This is at a ball length on the right side and then ends up dropping. Back to the action, sorry. Steven getting down to it. Brown, stun up one rail. Still also needs the pink to clear up here. Excuse me, to close out the frame. Big shot. It's going to overrun position, so I have to play this into the middle. This is not the worst case, as if he misses it on the close draw, he's going to send it up table, come in behind black. Just doesn't want to miss it on the thick side. Excuse me, the thin side.
This first frame on the board.
And that was always built into the shot. Near jaw saves you a little bit. Far jaw, you're probably going to leave an easy shot.
They're going to try and...
No.
No, he's not going to cut it into the yellow pocket.
Just doubling it up table. This is not the double he wanted though. It's gotten too close to the corner. It's going to settle nicely. Well, it's just far enough away. And it's not easy. I think this is just a test of cueing. Dead straight. stop this ball. There it is.
Oh, great pot there. So Stephen Wong doing his best to make it a match.
Staying alive.
We'll
Staying
be
alive.
right back with the fourth frame. An important one. Can Stephen keep the train coming and force us into a decider? Or Darren Taylor knock out the 2022 U.S. National Snooker Champion and owner of Embassy Billiards. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back. And we're back here with frame 4 action from this round of 16 match with the last 2 years champion Darren Taylor, defending champion Stephen Wong, won it back in 2022. Esteemed pleasure to welcome into the booth the U.S. national coach Andy McCluskey. How are you doing, Andy?
David, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right. So you punched your way into the quarterfinals. So I guess you're taking some of your own medicine, your own coaching lessons.
Yeah, I've been playing well in practice, but I don't know. I kind of struggled the last couple of games, but got going there, thankfully. But now we'll see how it goes. Just take it game by game and ball by ball. You know, it's definitely a marathon, not a sprint.
That is true. And the eyesight's doing all right today.
Oh, jeez, those glasses, I'm absolutely fed up with them. I swear to God, they're. I only started wearing them about a year and a half, and I tried to get contact lenses, but I lasted about 5 minutes trying to put them in the eyes. But look, it helps to see, right?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of importance in this game.
So to repeat last year's final, right? So Mark and Darren and Stephen, how's the match going so far, or who's looking like the stronger one, or is it just kind of nip and tuck?
Darren seemed pretty strong, I'd have to say. Like, Stephen was able to pull that one out. Now Stephen's got another chance. So Stephen's got a little bit of momentum. Darren might be reeling just a bit. Obviously, if we're going to go into a decider, all bets are off. So
yeah, no, for sure. Like before, when I seen this game on the draw, it looked, it had dogfight written all over it, now, that's for sure. Like I think their final last year was 5-4 as well. Like, so it's I'm sure that there's a massive amount of respect between both guys anyway, and they're trying to play the right shots for as much as they can anyway.
So I've alluded to, obviously, Andy, that you're the U.S. national coach. People are wondering how to get in touch with you if they want some coaching, some tune-ups in their game. How
Yeah,
can they
like
find you?
it's I started doing videos there recently, just kind of little pointers and tricks and stuff like that, and because I know that for the size of the country as well, it's very expensive to be flying across the country for snooker coaching, and like cost of travel with hotels, and so I like what I really should have done was maybe come down a day early and offer out some coaching down here, but I suppose when you're playing as well, you're trying to do the right thing as well to make sure that you have your best chance of winning the tournament as well. So but yeah, like I do have an email, and it's easy enough getting my number off all the guys, and just hit me up and see what we can work out, but like if anyone's ever in kind of Northern California, it's easy enough to arrange in person, but I suppose if I was going out of state, it would be trying to get maybe 4 or 5 guys in one trip to kind of just kind of break down the cost of it and all that sort of stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, so like primarily at the minute I'm just kind of doing Facebook and YouTube videos to try get as much of the content out there as I can, and I told Jay, and I brought down kind of like practice routines and stuff like that for people to pick it. If anyone wants to reach out and get routines, you know what I mean, just hit me up and give me an idea what your standard is, and I can do kind of training plans and stuff like that for the people. Which so hopefully while I am the coach, just use as much as possible,
Well, what's your handle on YouTube? How do these people find you, or email address? How can they shoot you a message?
So AMCQ Sports is my Facebook and YouTube page, and then I have my email is amcqsports@gmail.com. Yeah, so that's probably the best way. But like, look, the snooker community is small. It's a friend of a friend, and you'd have my phone number as well. So just if you are looking for coaching, ask around, and if it's not viable for me to go, let's see who's in the area that can go and give the right, because there's loads of coaches out there, you know what I mean. I'm definitely not trying to coach everyone in the US. Like there's Stephen Wong and Darren who's on our screens, they're both very good, fine coaches in their own right too, so like Stephen's in LA, Darren's in Arizona, you have guys in San Jose, all over the country. So they definitely use the resources while they're there, because you're not going to get worse by doing it anyway,
Mm-hmm.
The black kind of out commission already in this frame.
Yeah, pink's a little bit funny too.
Yeah, like I played in that table, it's tough as well. The pockets they're on the smaller side. I found the cushion where the black is as well as a little bit more of a bounce on it. So like all the tables are nice, but they're all different. They look the same, but they all have their own little kinks, you know what I mean. I was lucky enough, the one I played on just there, that was, I think it's my second time playing on it, and I kind of knew it was my favourite one anyway, so I got lucky enough to get paired on that one for that last game anyway. Now maybe with these safety exchanges, the pink might open up. You might get a red kind of flicking off the black, just to kind of get it into play, because like if you do pot a red here, you're going up for a tricky blue, or it's very hard to be potting 3-4 ball colours in a row and being able to maintain control. There we go, the black is popped out, which is which makes the frame more attractive than it looked a second ago anyway.
Yep, a few loose red balls at the top end of the table, so one player is to falter on the safety exchange. Hopefully their opponent can take advantage of it.
I think Ajay just got bet, right?
I think he's just been knocked out, yeah.
He's a good player, that guy he was playing as well. I was looking at a bit of him earlier on. You'd want to be a good player to knock Ajay out, because you're against someone who's very, very solid in Ajay, you know. He needs a bit of cover for this red.
Taking on this long red, Andy.
I think so. Like, top it in, and you're going to go into that red anyway, so you may as well just a little bit of lady luck. But obviously, Stephen 2-1 down as well. It's all situational as well. Like, you know, if you're 2-1 up, maybe you could have a lash at it. But you know what this tournament is. It's just graft and match play snooker. You know, like the 16, the 20s are massive. And just protecting your lead and running and hiding, and you know, it's like one of my friends used to say, like, making 16 you eat and run. You get the second black, you get out of there. Yes, that was the aggressive. I think he got away with that, but that was the aggressive shot to play. You know what I mean? Like, if he gets in there, stuns it, he's on the black, couple of reds. You know, the 20 to 24, 30 breaks, I can't stress it enough. When you're playing, you want to be like making 60, 70, 80. Like, that's all the attractive snooker that you see on the TV. But tournaments, amateur tournaments, 30 breaks, they go a long way to winning a frame. You can really kind of close the door or put a ball safe. Like, it mightn't be the nicest thing to watch, but like it's effective in this kind of standard and atmosphere.
It is true. I believe so far the high break is 67.
Yeah, which you'd be thinking to be more, but like it's like they're tough conditions. As I said, all the tables are playing a little bit different, you know, and you're not going to get a whole lot of matches back to back on a table. You know, you mightn't get to know it too well, you know. And some pockets kind of give a little bit more than others, but yeah, like I think that break will fall, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't either, you know. I think he got away with this, did he?
Kind of.
He has one to the top, but could have been a lot worse. You know what I mean? That there's a lot more pressure on that one up top.
It's like Renat Danka has won his match, so he won the Embassy Open a few months ago here, so he knows this room quite well.
Yeah, he's definitely the man to beat in this tournament. Darren is actually going for a hand here, but yeah, Renat he's probably the benchmark of the standard at the minute, you know. Oh, good shot. He played that in a way as well, that like he bit of safety in mind as well, and he was guaranteed an easy green. That was a nice shot to take on. Light little screw back here for the green again.
Boy, these middle pockets are tough.
They're very tough. They're like, it's very easy to say it here, isn't it? Missing balls left, right, centre there for the last 2.5 days. Right, nice shot.
Yeah, you would think, how a snooker table's middle pockets are cut, they're a little bit more open as opposed to a pool table where they have the right angle.
Yeah, yeah. But they're all they're all different, honestly. Like the middles and some of these are massive, and then obviously a couple, even the bigger pocket ones, you might have one or two that are small, and definitely creates a good tournament because no one's really allowed to get comfy in the environment,
I think I commentated on your first match of the tournament, and it was looking like you were struggling a little bit with the speed of the table.
Oh, I was, yeah. Jesus, I was off.
You were able to steal that first frame, and then coming out in the second frame, you really found and adapted to the table.
Yeah, even at that, like I've been winning my matches, but I've been frustrated how I've been playing. Like that, like it happened to me last year in it. You lose a tight first frame of the tournament, and you could be going home. Like it just could go that way for you pretty quick. Like in definitely best of threes. Yeah, I got lucky. Like the guy I was playing probably should have rolled up the pink over the pocket to leave the snookers a lot harder than what he did. But I only kind of played on to get the run at the table, to kind of get some free shots, to see what the cushions were like and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it just goes to show, if you stick in there, you don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like as I said, it might be the easiest on the eye, but sometimes you just gotta pull the socks up.
How are the socks today? Do we got something flashy?
Not really. I have the bottoms are different colours for all my different sports teams. the level of detail, even in the socks. Oh, that's unlucky. He kind of left him in no man's land there. He could have went for the one at the bottom of the pink of that little cluster there, but you're kind of forced. I know you're only 13 points, but this is a big chance for Darren. If he can get even 16, he'll be up nearly 30 points. A lot of reds on the cushions, things like that. You know what I mean? Can establish a little bit of dominance here in this visit, but. So like that table in particular, like there's no easy gimme pots. They're all. It is on the tougher side anyway, for sure.
It is the ultimate game of cue sports.
Oh, snooker?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah, yeah. When you're playing it now, you mightn't be. You'd be thinking this is the worst game in cue sports, but yeah, I like it. Like I've played a bit of pool as well, and. The pool is fun and stuff, but like this, there's a lot of focus that goes on in snooker, and like the length of the frames. He lost the white a little bit, needs a big bounce. Oh, that's perfect.
How about Russian Pyramid? Have you played that?
No, never. I never played carom either.
Okay. Bumper pool? Danish pins?
Yeah, geez, the Canadians have some different names for all these games, and that's for sure. I was doing so, like, after meeting a couple of the guys here at the Embassy Open, and like Jason Williams and a few of them, and being up in Montreal for the Pan Americans, it's funny to hear the different definitions and stuff. But I love hooks. For the snooker, hooks, that's a great name for it. One cushion up for that red at the bottom of the cluster, and just watch this cushion, like it just bounces a little bit hard. See how far he's gone up with that white. Yeah, let him off the hook a little bit there, even if it's still 7 points. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I know as the coach and all that sort of stuff, you'd be thinking, oh, it's nice, you got to play like this and split them up in here and win a frame, 1-2 visits, whatever. But match play snooker is a different beast altogether. Like in this situation, like we can all do it in practice, You know, I guarantee these guys that we're watching they'd knock in tons, 80s, 90s, practice every evening, but you come down to a tournament, you know, a lot in the line. We're all spending money to get here. We're all trying our best to win the trophy, and you can miss that. You can miss blacks off the spot. You can miss everything. But we all love it. You know what I mean? I don't know why. We must be sick.
I think our good friend Charlie Brown once said, "You know what I enjoy about the snooker? The agony, the pain, the anguish, but the 5 minutes of brilliance."
Yeah, and that's all it is. 5 minutes. It's 98% heartbreak. Even at that, it's nearly 100%. You know what I mean? And I'm sure every snooker player would tell you they've given up the game multiple times, but they always seem to come back. I call it the virus anyway. Like once you do it once, and you get that competitive feel in snooker, you can't beat it, because you're not going to get those type of feelings. You know, maybe in other competitive sports, but you know what I mean. It's a bit of a rush. You know what I mean? We're chasing the high of it.
I think more of the individual sports, the golf.
Yeah,
It's kind of similar.
But to play at this standard, you know what I mean? It's you know, there's so like the likes of golf and stuff. I know you'd be playing local competitions and stuff like that, but like whoever wins today is the US champion. You know, there's a lot on the line. Like everyone wants to win it. Left a bit of a shot for nothing here. You can either go one cushion up towards the balk or swing it. Swinging is a lot harder though. You'll be flirting with the in off if you're swinging it. So there you go. Look where the white is on B. How have you found the snooker in Canada? Do you think the participation has gone up, or?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I've started to run tournaments up there. Well, I took the chance back in 2017. I came back from commentating on the Richler Cup in Burlington, Ontario, and told the head of Snooker Canada, Patrick Egan, maybe I should run a tournament, because it seemed like our numbers weren't doing too well.
Yeah.
We were maybe getting lucky to get maybe 10 people. We're getting like 8 people at qualifying tournaments. So I put my hand out, decided I'll take one on. So I was thinking, didn't know anything about tournament direction. Just, went in knee deep. And so I was expecting, there might be 12 players, so maybe I'll do a double knockout. Boom, 24 players showed up.
Oh, great, yeah.
My head was spinning. Worked a lot.
Yeah.
And now we've kind of honed it into a good, what's the word I'm looking for? Good formula. As we have qualifiers for the BC Open up there, and they sell out pretty quick. We do a max of 16 players, just because myself, with my paying job, it's tough to submit myself to a billiard room for a week, and I need a day to decompress. Yeah. But we always have waiting lists. Last year we had 52 players in the BC Open. Looking this year, we might just cap it at 48, because it's always a race against time and availability. Yeah. Jonathan Sun, who runs Top 147 Snooker and Billiards Lounge, is just wanting to see the game grow. Very generous, but there is a point in time in the evening that he likes the room to open up. So I respect him.
He needs to get paid too, yeah. Mm-hmm. He needs the lights on. And it's the same with Stephen here as well. It's a big commitment to run a tournament, because you're losing revenue at the end of the day. And so you had 56 last year, and you're going to go 48. Did you find
52, I think, last year.
52.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose 48 is more of an even number, like, isn't it?
It is an even number, yeah. This year we're throwing some different twists in there, as we'll probably have 6 groups, or 8 groups of 6 players, and the top 3 will advance. So, and then the first round of the knockout is going to be the 2-3 seeds battling each other, and the number 1 seed gets a bye. And as well, because sometimes when you have round robin format, there are some players that are on the losing end, and they seem a lot, and then they get frustrated and they don't feel like they want to play anymore. But it really hiccups the tournament when they don't show up for their matches.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of putting out this year that you pay double, but on completion of your round robin matches, you get half your money back.
Yeah, for sure. That would, they'd be pocket-mated then, wouldn't they? You know. So yeah, that's the thing. Like, no shows are just they spoil the tournament in a way. You know what I mean? Yeah, prepayment is kind of the way forward for it. And what type of tables do they have up there? Are they Stars or Rileys or?
Jonathan has 2 Rassons, Chandler, and 4 Rileys.
Oh, nice little mix. So
Eric Lee, who has a club up there at the Star Snooker Room, he has 3 star tables. I was just at a new room actually called Snooped. Barnett Colley, he's opened up a room, and he has, names eluding me, but it's the East Indian table that's equivalent to the Star.
Right.
So, and he's also got the small tables as well in his room, but he's looking to get a 4th table. So that goes to show you that the popularity is coming back. It's growing. More rooms are open. A lot of people are talking about opening rooms.
Yeah, I see that. Like a new one in Calgary, and then you have Toronto. Like it does. And Sacramento, where I am, there's 4 or 5 clubs. There's one in Concord. There's one in San Jose. Like it seems to be coming. It seems to be coming, and it's, you know, it's a big financial commitment for lads to open a snooker hall as well, because to get the tables alone, obviously, like you can get the cheap ones or you can get the expensive ones. It's the same with anything, but the amount of money it would cost to put a room together, it's, people really are putting their money where their mouth is for the love of the game of it, you know.
True, and it's just like the game of snooker. It's not a quick fix money.
Yeah.
You got to be there for the long haul. As you know, one of these tables and setup and all that easily could net you 20 grand.
Yeah.
That's 40 Canadian.
But like even at that, like it's if you wanted to go, and Stephen was unlucky there, he just landed a little bit close to the red for into the middle, but like if you wanted to have, let's say this room here, there's 8 snooker tables. If you wanted to replace all those with star tables with all the bells and whistles, under table heating, right equipment for it and everything, so you could be looking 15,000-18,000 a table. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of money that they cost. And geez, like how long is that going to take to get your money back for the investment on it? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Good shot.
The one thing is, at least with a table, when you've bought it, pretty much have it for life. They obviously tune-ups, recloth, cushion, but the basic structure, as long as it's taken care of, will last you a lifetime.
Yeah, exactly. Like it, but that's the key, is taking care of it, because you want people to play the sport. You want people to come in and use their facilities and use their tables, but you also don't want them chipping whites and ripping cloths, and they're all like nearly $1,500 to replace a cloth with the labour and material and everything, so it's like it's a fine line. If you're opening a club, do you just go with the cheaper table because it's easier for people to learn the game? And I don't know, I'm sure we could be talking here till Thursday and we wouldn't have a right answer for it.
It is a balancing act. It'd be interesting to see how old these Riley's tables are that are in this room. I'm aware of there's a table at the Northern Vancouver Fire Department in the state of North Van, just north of Vancouver, and they have an old Oxford table, beautiful design.
Yeah.
But obviously it's been at the fire hall for many years, and these guys don't play that much. They kind of use it as storage, so the cushions and the cloth need some work. But I think this table was built in 1890.
That's class. Like And I was discussing this with someone recently of the history behind a lot of tables. Like, you don't know where they've come from, who has played in them, you know what I mean, or why they're playing on them. Like I'd say a lot of tables, they tell you stories, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not the right stories all the time, like, but a good shot. This is really forcing Darren's hand a little bit here now, this shot. Hard to get back up to balk without double kissing on the way back up, or there you go. Oh, he got away with it a little bit. Stephen can kind of try clip this, try leave the white where he already had Darren, and if he does get the pot, he's the yellow to get going again.
Yeah, just 8 points in it and 51 on the table. Still not a clear runner away of this frame. Obviously one that Stephen Wong desperately needs to continue his pursuit to become the champion.
Great shot. Like, I was only talking to my dad this morning about, like, Stephen was one frame away from going, this could be a 3 in a row bid. You know what I mean? That's how, when it comes down to it, he's there and he's hard to beat. Needs to slow up. Oh, that's unlucky. You kind of pop it down there expecting it. Mm-hmm. You're not going to be stuck down there, but sure, that's good chance to get that red out and, like, leave Darren stuck to the top cushion. You know, I'm sure Stephen knows the speed of these tables, you know. I asked him yesterday, I was like, oh, which one do you practice on? He told me all of them. So, like, I'm sure he's not giving away too much as to what table he goes well on.
That's a very kind, very happy room owner, but a fierce competitor, so I don't think he's going to give anything away to any opponent.
That's it, and we're all, it's an individual sport. We're all, you know, everyone's buddies, but everyone wants to kill each other at the table. There's no doubt about it. And if there's an edge to be got, you're going to take it. You know what I mean? Oh, lovely. Great chance now to put him in all sorts of problems here now. Do you even take out the yellow? Take it off the cushion, leave it in a potable spot, and have him in still snookered, you know? Or he could try go in behind the yellow. But you'd nearly be afraid of your life if you're trying to get too smart with a shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I nearly left one short today, and it was like I walked away from it thinking, pretending that, oh yeah, I meant to leave it that tight to the snooker, but sure, like, there you go, knock out the yellow. He should get this. Like, if he doesn't get it first time, he should learn. Like, it's not like a snooker, he'll be stuck behind her all day, but you don't know where the red is going to go. He could hit the head red half ball, leave it up around the pink spot, and leave the white close around there as well.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever encounter Darren back in the old country?
No, like, no, I wouldn't, to be honest. Like, I'd say, I don't know how old is Darren now. I don't want to insult the man or anything, but free ball here. Free ball with the pink. Great chance now. I would have heard of Darren for sure, but I wouldn't have known him now, to be honest.
Are you taking the free ball or you're putting them back? It's an interesting choice here.
You know, I know each their own, but I think you got to be aggressive and trust that you can dish up from there. You know, because like Darren could fluke this, he could fluke a snooker. You mightn't get that chance again. He's left him on. See the green tied up now, so. But if you get that far to the green, you have an easy hook. Chance. You know, obviously the aggressive shot is going for the pot, but he could have him stuck behind the pink here as well. Yeah, he's got to go for the pot. Oh, look at this. Oh, right chance now. Right chance to win it.
That red just takes a 1 point advantage, 38-37.
It's still a hard clear up, but he can get himself in the position here if he gets over to the green and he's not on the green. Yeah, he didn't realise. I was thinking he didn't realise. Oh no.
Yeah. Red went down, and then it's a color. So just a lapse in concentration there by the defending champion.
Oh, he'll be sick. Like that was the chance. It's not an easy snooker to get out of either. You don't you could very easily, when you do eventually hit it, you could be knocking it easy enough. Especially in cushions you wouldn't really be used to. Good shot. This frame has turned into a dogfight, isn't it? Especially the green and brown, they're looking to get hooked up.
Darren's got to forget that last yellow. Still anybody's frame here. 1 point in it. All the colors on. So many times these frames come down to the colors. Nothing really elementary, nothing's on its spot. So I'm pretty sure you've practiced numerous times running the colors when they're on their spots.
Yeah, oh, that's right. I put up a video about it. It was nearly the first or second video I put up. It's the most important thing. How many frames go down to the colors? Like, I know sometimes they go out of position and stuff, like, but if you can just, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish, you know what I mean? That's a lovely shot, and he's after developing the balls as well. That could have been a huge shot in this frame in the match.
It's like a little result over here that Arafat Amat has taken out Li Hua Chen. Actually, during your match with Arafat, I actually looked at him and he looks pretty strong.
Oh, he
I was
does.
impressed by him.
It turned into a complete shootout there between the two of us. We were just going for everything. Like, it was nice because the two of us were out of the group.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it was like, I know, to top the group and all, but I think the two of us were just like glad to be out of the group anyway. But he's well able to play, and like, you know, wearing the coach's hat and whatnot, I don't want to say it to the man while in a tournament, his stance is very like a pool stance.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, I think a couple of adjustments there, and he can be a very good player. He already is a good player, you know, but sure, like we can all get better, you know what I mean?
So, second attempt for Stephen Wong, just making sure Darren agrees on the respot for that cue ball.
Lovely shot. He's left it on though. I think that's a great rule up in Canada. When I was up there, it was putting the coin where the white is. It makes so much sense. You know what I mean? I don't know why we're all not doing it here as well. Because it doesn't impact the shot at all. Like, you know.
You know, another one, taking the paired on cue ball marker.
Yeah.
Taking that, marking the cue ball, roll the cue ball away, take a white tailor's pencil and just put a little mark on the table where that notch is.
Yeah, geez, that sounds like too much effort to be honest. I seen one of the guys earlier on actually got out his phone and took a picture.
I seen that, yeah.
You know, but like I know the misrule is part of the game and the sport and whatnot, but Jesus, common sense sometimes has to prevail, you know.
True. I thought you Irish were hard workers.
Sometimes. Work smart, not hard, I suppose, right? You've an Irishman going for 3 in a row in your tournament up there.
That's true.
Yeah.
Albert Kenny, very strong. Loves coming to Vancouver.
Very good player, and I thought he should have won that final here against Renat. Like, I'm sure he doesn't want to hear that, like, but he had a great chance. Very strong player.
There's actually another strong British player in the Vancouver area. He plays a lot more pool. He's opened up his own room with a lot of pool tables. Stephen Folan. Heard that name, Stephen Folan.
Stephen Folan. Is he from the UK or Ireland?
He's from England, yeah.
Oh, is he? There's another guy up there as well. He was at the Seattle Open, Conor Morgan. He's actually from the north of Ireland. He's a very good player as well. He would have been playing Robbie McGuigan, who won the European Championship. He's gone professional now. He would have been kind of like 1 and 2 and with him when they were growing up. And you know, there's a lot of just expats now. You know what I mean? That, as I said, once you start playing, has this gone in? Part of the game, isn't it?
It is.
You know what I mean? It's a tough shot. Very easy cue across these. Gotta keep still as you can. Lovely shot.
Woozy. I think he's okay for the potting angle for this blue.
So he just needs pink, right? Oh no. Big bounce as well, look.
Really big bounce.
Oh, you can cut that. I wouldn't be surprised either if Darren played safe. He does tend, like, I think his biggest strength is he plays the right shots. You know, he doesn't push the ball out too much, or he's not overly safe, you know. He just plays the right shots at the right time. But it looks like he's going to cut it. Here we go. Oh, left himself a tricky one. That's very unlucky. You know what I mean? Like, if how close was he to landing plumb even to one of the corners? You know what I mean?
Stephen can do his watch. This pink for frame and match. looking good.
That's there.
Wow,
What a shot.
what a shot. Oh, we didn't get through the decider, but it was exciting. So, Stephen Wong, unfortunately, will not lift the trophy in his own room. Darren Taylor continues his campaign to be back-to-back United States National Snooker Champion. We're going to step aside for a few short moments as we do have some other matches in play, and probably come back maybe at least in an hour or so or time. Check with us at 7 p.m. on the West Coast Pacific time. Obviously, if you're online, take a look at Cloud Snooker at the live snooker tab, because obviously we've got to wait till these other round of 16 matches conclude before we can get into the quarterfinals tonight that will finally produce the final four for Championship Monday. Andy McCluskey, thank you very much for being in the booth.
Thank you, David, and honestly, thank you for everything that you do for snooker as well. Like, it's you know what I mean. You put in some shift yourself and Christian here at these tournaments as well. So kudos, big time, and hopefully we'll get many more tournaments in it. That's for sure. Thank you, sir.
Good. Feel free to pick up my tab anytime.
Thank you. Cheers, Christian.
It's David Burney signing off for a few short moments. Check back with us about 7 p.m. and hopefully we'll be getting into the quarterfinal matches. Until then, take care, everybody, and we'll see you soon.
One stop.
What's that?
Like bow tie. But
We can put a tie. I can put a tie if you want. If you're doing ties with.
he doesn't have bow tie, so okay, it's fine.
Are you practicing?
Do you want it?
I don't want it.
Yeah, I don't care.
I've just come off the table anyway.
because I know I can't win you. I will just try my best.
Heads or tails?
You choose.
I'll take head.
Up.
Tail. Okay, good luck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're here getting ready to go. This is the first match of the quarterfinals of the 2024 United States National Snooker Championship. Christian Younger's here from Ox Promotions bringing you the action from the USSA organization here at Embassy Billiards. Had great action all day long. Scoreboard loads in there. We're ready to rock. Darren Taylor versus Arafat Amat. Just came off of a pretty pretty intense match with Darren Taylor and Stephen Wong. What do we got here?
We got Shakib and he on this table.
Okay.
Second from here.
Okay.
Is that good?
Table 5?
Yes, table 5.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, whatever you need. Yep. Let's confirm in there with Amit and Ajaya. Tournament director organizing things. This is the quarterfinals. Defending champion Darren Taylor at the table, playing against the newcomer in this tournament, Arafat Amat. Got some match action also going to be starting on table 5 here pretty quick. Going for this one here, it's going to be tough. So Darren just coming off of a big big win over Stephen Wong. Rematch of last year's finals here. Arafat, kind of a dark horse coming out of some of these matches. Got a big upset over Omar Balsara in a decider, I think. Plays pretty strong from what I see, just kind of lets the cue flow naturally, very offensive. Nothing too tactical, but I haven't really seen him play much. Knocking in some great long pots here. I think we're going to see a bit of a difference of themes and styles. Sort of the high-flying, high-running Arafat versus a bit more of a tactical player that Darren can play. He's got an open red to the left corner, leftmost red. That is up in the bunch. Good, smooth, solid stroke. I think he's not quite used to this table speed as he's overran that position quite a margin. Kind of gets down to it. Not really wasting any time. Oh, good try. Got a special guest here in the booth for this quarterfinals match. It's David Burney's taking a quick break. I got a good guest in the booth. Special guest, Ajaya Prabhakar, president of USSA and president of PAPSA. How's it going, Ajaya?
It's going good, Christian.
Yeah.
You guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thanks.
Excellent quality. I think a lot of hard work has gone in, we can tell. So
Yeah,
fantastic.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Really appreciate your help.
Yeah, it's been going smoothly so far, and tournaments also been going smoothly for the most part, right?
Yeah, I think it's been going great. Like the players have been enjoying themselves, and Embassy Club has done like an excellent job again, and they've been very hospitable. I think at the end of the day, the players are having fun, and the quality has been pretty good. So
yeah, that's what
cannot
matters
complain.
most.
Exactly.
It's good stuff. Well, so the first quarterfinal match started here. A little bit of delays so far as some of the matches went a little bit long, but we are getting started here in the quarterfinals. I think there is a match also happening soon on table 5. It's going to be Shakib, I believe, versus
Playing Keith. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It should be a good match.
Yeah.
I think that might be going live on the Ontario Snooker Tournament, OBSA channel over on YouTube. Rob Richards will be streaming that in a bit. I think right now he's just watching across the room, as we do have some matches that are almost done. I know Tom Lemore and Raymond Fung, USSA board member, he's over in the corner. They're playing a tough one. I think Tom is up 2-1. But yeah, I'm excited for this match. It's going to be a clash of styles. I see Arafat very, run and gun, not very afraid of taking on the shot. And then you got Darren Taylor, who I think David Burney has kind of quoted him as the Terminator. He's a bit more of a tactician at times, but he can also lay down a good break when he needs to, right?
He's seasoned.
Very well-rounded, right? And
Yeah. I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing Arafat. I mean, it's very impressive. He's got a good style, and, he's quick.
yeah, you know who he reminds me of is Angus, a little bit. You know how Angus plays? Angus Liu?
Uh-huh.
Right? He kind of plays, I would argue Angus plays a little bit faster, but kind of that same style, kind of fearless, just going to take the shot because they think that that's the right shot and full confidence, almost no fear of overhitting the shot because, just got to do it and kind of letting the raw natural talent work out, and almost to the point where, if they do get to the point where they're like a seasoned type, like you would say Darren Taylor, et cetera, become very experienced, could be incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think, all the seasoned players fear players who don't fear them,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I love talking to Darren Taylor in the booth. He talks a lot about sort of those intangibles, you might say, like at the table. I think one of the funny comments to me was a sarcastic tap of the chalk. It's like, where do you come up with this stuff, right? It's like, but it's kind of the observation of the player's mood and how they're playing and playing the mind games kind of to the fullest. Because ultimately, once you get down to playing the game well in terms of execution, it becomes all mind games, right? At the end of the day, kind of, how can you dare your opponent to take on a shot? How can you, force him into a mistake? Can you get him frustrated? All these different things. And how can that affect you?
I never learned any of those, Christian.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
yeah, talk to Darren. Holy
exactly.
Smokes. This dude is.
Yeah,
he's got
I need some coaching from Darren for sure.
Wealth of knowledge on that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice pot on the blue, opening things up.
It's a bit unlucky. I think he hasn't finished perfectly on the red.
Yeah.
He can still try to stun it in between the like in between the reds for the blue, and I think if he cannons the red, he can still pot the pink. So I think it's kind of worth taking on.
Yeah, this red below the black to the right corner.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, the only risky thing that makes me nervous is that red over the left, the right center, right?
Right. I think that's probably what he's thinking. He's thinking, what if I miss? Which is what the fearless players don't think.
Right, right. They just kind of, he's like Arafat would have got that and shot already.
Shot it, exactly,
yeah.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
Oh yeah, he's playing the safety.
Oh, was it a plan?
His plan. Oh, I think he put his hand up, so he wasn't expecting that.
I mean, with a cue ball tight to the ball cushion like that, I think it's safety all day.
Yeah.
So tell us more. What kind of rumors can we start? What sort of things can you let us know? You got a lot of events coming up next year for USSA, for perhaps maybe some semblance of a tour of some sort. We had kind of that last past year, right?
Yeah, actually, it's very exciting. For snooker in the Americas for next year, because we are, going to definitely have about 4 events that will pay about 10,000 first prize.
Oh, okay. Wow.
So I mean, 10,000 Canadian or 10,000 US.
Right.
So it's kind of exciting because I think one of the things that was missing in the Americas is kind of attracting full-time players to be able to play.
I see.
And this is kind of getting on the road to have more full-time players. I mean, I think we need to have a lot more money in the game
to attract them, right?
To attract them, but we are getting there. I think, like definitely in the amateur circuit, I think, we are doing the best relevant to any other continent. So I think we're doing fairly well.
Yeah, that's kind of an artifact, right? Of like that's kind of all we have right now is sort of the top level amateur play.
Right.
Makes sense. But it's exciting. It should be awesome to get some 5-figure prize money for first place prizes in future events. It's going to be really good. Definitely going to see some players come out of the woodwork for those, especially if they're open or sort of depending on who's available to play, etc. But yeah, it's exciting stuff.
Yeah, we and it's going to be like open so that international players can come and play as well.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I think one of the exciting things is getting good quality players from Europe and Asia to come and play with players from who are local. That's going to definitely be a learning experience, as well as players here will know what they need to work on.
Kind of like an inspiration as well, huh?
And will be an inspiration as well.
Okay.
I know you guys have been inviting some professionals, which I think also helps.
Yeah, and I think it helps from like a fan perspective as well, right?
Yes.
But yeah, you always get the errant player, wants to try out their stuff against so-and-so, how can I beat a frame against Luca? Can I beat a frame against Sean Murphy or whoever, right?
Right.
I think out of the exhibitions we've had, though, only one person has ever beat a pro. Can you guess who beat one of the pros that came?
Is it Dave Daly?
That's correct.
Who beat Sean Murphy?
He beat Sean Murphy in a frame.
Phenomenal.
It was pretty incredible. I think he posted it on his YouTube. We're going to post it later somewhere, but it was something like... I think a break of 43 and then a break of 29, I think, back-to-back after Sean missing a tough pot down the cushion. And, we have the pro cut pockets, right? So it's kind of like this table where the pockets are tighter and kind of already worn in so that it doesn't slide as easily. And I think Sean did have a couple of centuries on that table, but it was tough action. And, yeah, it was a really, really good frame for Dave. I think he was kind of more nervous than anything, but... going fast enough to distract himself, not to care so much about it and just let it flow.
If I was Dave Daly, I would tattoo that on my forehead and walk around.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Dave didn't make it out of the groups in this tournament, but we're happy to see him come through as well. So if you're watching, Dave, howdy.
Yeah, hey, Dave. It's been tough, right? I mean, I think... you made a valiant effort as well, but I think like an odd frame here or there can mean curtains, unfortunately.
Yeah, especially in the best of 3 formats, anything can happen. You saw definitely some upsets in the group stage. I think the biggest one probably being Tom Lemore taking out Stephen Wong in their head-to-head in the very first match in that group. I think Tom ended up winning the group and Stephen got second, even being a seeded player. So yeah, it's exciting stuff. So tell me more about how the seeding works for this tournament. I think Darren is defending champion, obviously, so he comes in as the number 1 seed.
Number 1, exactly.
Okay.
And what happens is
what a shot.
Alan Morris, who is our executive director and is also the tournament director for this tournament, he maintains a 3-year ranking list.
Okay.
And the seeds are based on that ranking list.
Okay.
And we have seeded 8 players in this event, and the rest are essentially random. We make sure that people from the same club don't play in the same groups. So there is a bit of non-randomness, if you will, where we like if there are 8 players from a particular club, we try to put them in 8 different groups.
Got it.
Like you wouldn't want to play somebody from Seattle,
no, of course,
right?
Yeah,
who you've been playing all the time.
It totally makes sense, because that's kind of in the spirit of the tournament, is kind of like sort of the camaraderie you build amongst this group of, a lot of these guys only show up for this tournament every year, and that's it, kind of, right?
Exactly.
So you start to get to know a lot of faces and meet people from across the country.
Absolutely, and it's such a social event as well for most people, because they come and meet their friends, and I mean it's primarily about snooker, but it's also about hanging out with friends, catching up, and it's great fun. I absolutely love coming to the nationals.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think it's been now my 3rd year now, and I agree. It's totally start to recognize all the same faces and start to hang out, and it might be cool in the future to start setting up, some opening ceremony type thing or at a venue, and like, hey, have like a little, cocktail hour or something, just to have everybody come visit, and then you can do like a formal players meeting there or something along those lines. Obviously, that's in future idealisms, but it's a lot of fun. I totally agree. It's good. It's a good group.
Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, I mean, have a few more social gatherings.
Right.
Like forced social gatherings.
Just to kind of act like a catalyst, basically, right? And let the snookers players do their work.
we have the players meet, but that's not the same thing. Though
Right.
I think this year it was Stephen Wong's birthday,
Yes.
so it was a bit of a celebration. But maybe we should celebrate it anyway.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome. Well, Darren flukes a ball there, and how do you feel about the fluke? So the customary etiquette, you would say, player to raise the hand, right?
Yes.
And I see it in two different ways. I see raising the hand in apology, and I see raising the hand in acknowledgement. In my opinion, personally, I think the acknowledgement is the right way to go about it. I don't necessarily think you should apologize or are actually apologizing also, because it's part of the game, and we all know it going into it. So it can't be too much about feeling sorry for yourself or for whatever happened, right? Because, a lot of people say, if you feel sorry for me, then just give me the next shot, right? Or foul in purpose, right? And that's not what it's about. And it's still
That's
about being
true.
competitive. So what are your thoughts on the sort of hand wave etiquette?
I think, with me, when I fluke, it's actually quite embarrassing.
Okay.
And it's an unintended consequence of a shot that you expected to go differently, and it's quite embarrassing. So yeah, it does affect your next shot as well, no matter what you do. Players who are able to compose themselves and, I guess the true winners don't let that bother them and take advantage of the fluke. But I think it depends. I think most players feel bad about it in one sense. That it is competition and it's fight till you win type of thing. But you want to do it as fairly as possible.
And kind of earn it as much as you can.
You gotta earn it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, makes sense. And I think one of the things too is we often overemphasize the fluke as well, because oftentimes it might decide one frame or another. But you can almost always point to, I would argue, half a dozen to a dozen instances where you might have made mistakes previously that you should go back and check out and be like, oh yeah, maybe that was actually a mistake instead, and the fluke ultimately didn't really matter, because those mistakes are what actually caused the result.
I
Right?
totally agree, Christian, because I think we focus on bad luck many times. I mean, like a lot of players do, but you're exactly right. I think you need to analyze what you could have done better and improve. I mean, that's the way you're going to improve your game. Not by complaining that your opponent got a fluke.
Right. Well, Arafat's in a fight here. He's leading this frame, and now he's level to score Darren against him, and they're on this last red, kind of battling it out. I was listening to them warm up earlier, and Arafat was like, no, I don't need to warm up, I'm good. And Darren said, okay, I'm ready too. And then they were kind of casually talking, and Arafat's like, it doesn't matter. I'm fine either way. I'm probably gonna lose to you anyway, but it'll be fun. I'll try my best.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? I think this could be maybe an upset. He has the potential. Darren has to be tidy with all of his crossing his T's and I's. Obviously, he's the favorite, but
yeah, maybe it's one of those Darren's mind tricks that he's playing on Darren.
Oh yeah, reverse mind trick on Darren.
Exactly.
I can see it.
Like a reverse mind trick.
Maybe trying to make him let his guard down, because he's in this frame as far as I can tell. And
yeah, and if he wins the first frame, I mean, honestly, I think Darren's under pressure.
For sure.
It's a best of 5, even though it's a quarterfinals. It's still a best of 5, and he's finished perfectly on the blue.
Yeah, and this was a clearance opportunity. Everything's out in the open.
Oh, he needed to play that harder to make it
have that
easier.
stun angle. Yeah, just barely has enough. He still has enough angle to screw back, right? But didn't have to be here.
Yeah, he could have made it so much easier for himself. Now, it's one of those snowballing effects where
thin blue needs a big recovery shot.
Yeah.
But he is fearless, and he's taking him on.
Well, if you can do that, then it's okay, I guess.
Yeah, overran just a bit.
Yeah.
Middle pocket here?
Yeah, I think doesn't he need only the brown?
He's leading by 1 point.
And he had a red and a blue.
A red and a blue, so that's 6 plus
9.
9, yeah.
Okay, he still needs the blue. Oh, wow.
This is close.
This is, oh, wow. Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
That was,
He's leading by 1. So this is going to be 14 points with 18 on. Yeah. That's okay. So 16 difference, 18 on. Wow. That was his frame ball there, and it would
Yeah.
have been almost guaranteed with where the pink lies, but now.
wow. What a chance.
No, and Darren's going to get a steal here. He did miss a pot with this stretched out queuing, but I think he's a favorite here.
Nice one.
Yeah, nice clearance. Wow, so a little bit of a steal, a shocker almost from Arafat, getting maybe an upset. We got some action, folks. This is a good one. So can you tell us more about what else is coming up next year? You said where are we hosting PAPSA Open next year?
We've just announced that it's going to be in California.
Okay.
We haven't kind of announced the exact location yet,
Mm-hmm,
but it's going to be in California next year.
Okay, so past 2 years has been where in Canada
So-
last year
So
or
it
this
was in
year?
in Canada last year, and it was in Brazil the year before.
Okay.
So both of them were phenomenal events.
Mm-hmm.
The one in Brazil, obviously, it was in Rio in the yacht club.
Oh wow,
And
that's awesome.
yeah, it was spectacular. It was a phenomenal event. The WPBSA, like Jason Ferguson and Chris Hornsby came over as well, and they said that it was like the best amateur event that they had been to in a while.
Wow, that's
So,
awesome.
Yeah, it was good. It was good to meet up with the WPBSA there as well.
Mm-hmm. Really, really good to hear. Wow.
And Montreal was very good as well. It was like a very nice city, and a lot of snooker fans there in
Mhm.
Montreal. So it was exciting, and the standard of snooker was very, very good. I think there were like 7 or 8 centuries in the Open,
Wow.
and there were, I think, 3 centuries in the seniors.
In the Masters. Okay.
Masters, yeah.
Nice.
So the standard was excellent.
And so winner ended up being another Canadian, right? Is back on the tour next year.
Yes, Sahil Nair.
Sahil Nair.
He won the Pan American Championships, and he'll be on tour next year. We have 2 players right now, which is Ahmed Ali, obviously from the United States,
Yep.
who's in the Pro Tour, and Jonas from Brazil is also on the Pro Tour. And another very big success for our region was Igor winning the Masters at the Crucible.
Yes, he won the actual tournament that everybody qualifies for, right?
Exactly.
That's
So-
the one that happens after the World Championship.
Yep, the one that
Mhm.
happens immediately after the World Championship.
Wow.
And yeah, that was a great result for our region, and well done to Igor, obviously.
Yeah, that's awesome. Really good stuff. So yeah, sounds like a lot of good success from the players. I think Sahil Nair is also trying to run a GoFundMe campaign to help fund his trip for next 2 years to play in the tour. So if you guys are interested in helping out, go check his stuff out over. I think he posted it somewhere on his page, but just search for Sahil Nair. I think he's all over the place now, having won the PAPSA Open, and wish him the best of luck.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's quite capable. Obviously, it's very different. I mean, as you know, Christian. I mean, you've been to the UK and the World Championships and things like that. You know how different it is. Like the conditions, as well as you're kind of away from home.
Yep.
It's very complicated for players from different regions to be a pro. But I think he's got a very good head on his shoulder, and we are hoping that he'll really do well.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Yeah, I think the main thing you notice over there is Sheffield is kind of like the little mecca in the UK of all all the snooker players that are sort of coming from all over. I know there's Victoria's Academy and Ding's Club and a bunch of different places that just host players to have the membership there, and then they just grind and practice against other pros constantly, and they're just on the circuit getting their travel to go to wherever, and yeah, it's really exciting stuff. I think WST is also doing a good job. They're trying to get kind of like a minimum salary for all the players on tour and all these things, hopefully trying to improve the standard, and as well make it more attractive for more people to get inspired and join the game. That's ultimately what we're here for, right? Is to grow the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And we also run the Q Tour qualifiers.
Q Tour, okay.
Yeah, the Q Tour. It's called the Q Tour Americas.
Okay.
And we run a set of 4 tournaments, 2 in South America and 2 in North America.
Okay.
And the winners of like the North American portion and the South American portion get to go and play in the finals of the Q Tour, which typically happens along with the European Championships.
Okay.
And I think 8 of the finalists from that tournament, or it could be 4 actually. Maybe I think it's 4 of the finalists from that event get a 2-year tour card as well.
Wow, so another way to qualify. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. So we have a couple of ways from our region to be able to turn pro now.
Wow, that's awesome. Really, really exciting stuff. Didn't we have, I think it was Hassanain, was he a previous Q Tour stop winner? We had
Yes.
one, Q Tour Americas
Yes.
stop winner? Okay.
Yeah, Hassanain, he went to, I think it was...
Somewhere Eastern Europe,
yeah,
is that right?
I think, was it? Yeah, I actually forget exactly where he went, but he said that it was a great event.
For the finals?
For the finals.
Okay.
Yeah. And Vito was the other person from North America who went, who's Canadian.
Okay, yeah. He's played in the Masters at the Crucible before. He qualified for it, I think, last year, a couple years ago, something like that.
Correct. Yeah, he played a couple of years ago, and I think he played Drago in his first match.
Okay.
And he said the whole atmosphere was quite intimidating, but he had a lot of fun.
No, I bet. I think that was the year that I went to Sheffield, and I got to meet him there because I think we were heading out as he was coming in. So that was really, really cool to see him there in person. And yeah, awesome, exciting stuff.
Yeah, so there's a lot of snooker action, like in the Americas. And I encourage anyone, to go and find a club near you and start playing. There are quite a few clubs all across the U.S. I think in this event, we had, I think, was it Mark from North Carolina?
Yeah, Mark Ziegler.
Mark Ziegler.
Yep.
Very good player.
He's like me. He's one of the few non-expat started with pool, got into snooker players, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, really, really cool to see. I heard he was telling me about in the past he had found a way to set up a table in a storage facility so he can come and practice. And then he finally found, I think now he practices on a table that he bought off someone, an old table that got refurbished, and he hosts it in some space in someone's machine shop. Kind of like they just have a bunch of space to do, create appliances and all this stuff. And as long as it's a big old concrete space, he kind of has an area to go practice, which is, it goes to show you kind of the effort put in just to find a way to practice regularly on a snooker table. It's not so common in America, but yeah, we need these clubs to keep us going, right, as players.
That's true passion, and it's good to see. He was actually saying that there were other players. In fact, he was saying that there was a player who was even better than him. So yeah, we would like to see all these players come and play in the nationals and other events.
Yeah, and it's also very exciting. The crossover with pool, I think, is the big one, because I feel like the best USA snooker player right now they're probably out there playing pool, honestly, just because of how popular that game is as a cue sport in America. And so I wonder where we're going to bridge the gap and either inspire a player who would have gotten into pool and then chooses to go to snooker from the start instead, or where we find a way to bridge the gap and have a pool player just fully commit to the snooker side of things, and see it develop that way. I wonder how it's gonna develop, because like we see a lot of the folks in this tournament, it is the U.S. nationals, but most folks are expats as well. So it's a good mix of a bunch of different origin countries and ethnicities and everything. So it's a big eclectic group. It's really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every year we see so many new faces. I think this year we saw, at least half the field I think I didn't know.
Oh, wow.
And it was the same last year. There were quite a few people I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good sign. It's a very good sign for snooker in the U.S.
All right, well, Darren chipping away at this frame, 36 points in it. Here's the free-flowing style of Arafat. Something tells me we're going to be finishing this match pretty quick. I think we have one slotted to start here soon. Over on table 5, I think they have yet to get ready to go, though. I wonder where the players are at, but I think Amit is on the job. Here goes Arafat, knocking in some long pots. Good on the blue, a little bit thick.
Yeah, I think you can't afford to make those types of mistakes against Darren.
Mm-hmm. Almost got away with it in the last frame, or the last frame.
Right.
Since he had a chance for possible clearance and taking that tough blue. All right, yeah, looks like Keith is ready to go here on table 5. This plant doesn't really lie that nicely for left corner pocket. So probably just going to pick off the 2 reds closest to the corners. A couple of reds up into the middle pocket as well. With these, 4 loose reds or so in
I think
black? What is it? Is it going to get the snookers required?
Well, I think the problem is, I don't know if the black goes to either pocket right now.
Oh, yeah.
So
he's looking at it now.
Yeah, he's going to have to play one of the balk colors, unfortunately, because the blue is off its spot and the pink is off its spot as well.
Right. He wants to play the blue, the red here on the left first, but that would mean trying to pot the black in the right corner. But yeah, balk color next. He called it.
It's a good shot.
Gonna have to maybe take 2 bulk colors, right? Can he get on the black off of this red over the right corner? It's gonna be tough.
He's gonna have
maybe screw down into the top cushion. No.
Nah, I think it's actually fine because he has the angle now to get back to the bulk colors again, and then the black would be open to at least that pocket. So he may have a little more to play with then.
Do you flirt with the pink at all here?
I think it's tough to do anything with the pink the way it is right now. With the it's a good angle on the green.
Yeah, really nice. He's got options. I think the obvious red is the one closest to the pink spot out in the open to play for next. If he overruns shape, he does have 1 to right center.
Oh, wow. Surprising miss.
Yeah. This has an angle to stun over for the black. Sort of a soft stun screw shot, maybe?
Yeah.
Can he come 1 cushion into the space. Oh, screwing it back off the rail.
And it's got a great angle to get behind the two reds, or even break them up if he wants to. Oh, wow.
Ooh, missed it. Yeah, he was trying that off of the one cushion though, huh?
Yeah.
Yikes. Is he just free flowing, doubling this into the middle? Uh-oh. Nope, he's
Safety.
playing safe. I was wondering there for a second. It's got good coverage too.
Good safety.
This leftmost red along the top cushion has a chance to run into those two reds to hold, but he's gonna kick at this. It looks like this is open red. Instead, this is an interesting choice because this is a scenario where if he fouls this twice, it's gonna be a warning for his opponent, right? To
Correct.
since the red mentioned on the top cushion is fully on, but I think he's trying that sort of two cushion escape, clip off the right side of this loose red, and not sell out a shot and send the cue ball up table towards the brown. It's just you typically see this attempted when you're actually snookered, since you kind of get a lot of tries at it. And he's gotten closer, and now this is the interesting situation.
I think it's his opponent that needs to warn him.
Right. Yeah, he's checking it out, right? So now
Yeah.
gave the warning, it looks like.
He probably did because he pointed towards the reds that Darren could see. So
Mhm.
if he misses this,
This would
it's
be
frame
wild.
over.
And it's okay.
Oh, it's fine.
It's a little nervy, that type of scenario. Dave Burney always likes to talk about that. Maybe he gets preemptive about it, but when the scenario happens like that, he kicks at the ball. You always hear him, well, if he fouls another time, he's going to have to do whatever. And it's rare, but you
Oh,
sometimes
wow.
do see it.
Yeah. I mean, I remember it happening with Dejuet Poomjang in the World Championships.
Oh, okay.
He missed tries and
Wow.
gave up the frame. And he was actually in Qatar for the IBSF, and I asked him about it.
Yeah.
And he said that the cue ball took like a weird path after it came out of like after he struck
Off his
it.
cue.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the most famous one that I can think of off the top of my head is the Ricky Walden one against
Oh, that's right.
who was it? He was playing John Higgins, I think. And he did that sort of two cushion escape style or shot. No, he decided to roll up, kind of like one cushion, two cushion, roll up onto a ball, and came short twice, but had a ball on in the center of the table, and decided to just roll up. And you saw the table just curve the cue ball a good half ball offline. I don't think he had any intentional side spin. It was just a little bit of a table, imperfection or something, and the ball just turned hard and went straight into the pink. It was pretty wild.
There. Thanks.
It's going for the pot. Oh, on green out in the open. Interesting. One instinct I have here is to roll the red down towards the red black and play behind green. It's a bit of a naked shot, but I feel like when there's two reds on, you kind of try to put them together to make them essentially one red to hide from.
Correct.
Kind of, right?
Correct. Yeah, that would be the strategy.
But he has that blind cut into the right middle pocket. Comes up so often. He's choosing to play all the way off of the cushion maybe and behind the green.
I think he was playing your shot, Christian. I think he just misjudged
Yeah.
where he put the red.
and the way Arafat's playing too, I think it's affecting a little bit of Darren's style as well, because we saw Darren and Steven just play, and I would consider them somewhat similar in terms of approach and like timing at the table, pre-shot routine, those kind of things, and everything kind of going, slower a little bit overall. And in this one, it feels almost like Darren is kind of matching Arafat a little bit, or maybe getting affected by it and playing a little bit quicker than he was in the previous match as a result. I don't know if that's actually affecting how he plays, but do you find yourself when you're playing a faster player that you tend to play to their speed, or when you're playing a slower player, do you play to their speed typically, or obviously you want to try to stay to your own pace, right?
Correct, yeah. I mean, it's so critical that you play at your pace, no matter how fast or slow your opponent is playing.
Mm-hmm.
But invariably, I think what happens, especially in the amateur game, is you get influenced by the pace of your opponent, and that's definitely not a good thing.
Yeah, it's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is a great snooker
It's a
here.
great shot.
It's gonna kick it to black, red.
Yeah, he's playing at the right pace to snooker in behind the black, but
Oh no!
you
Oh,
have to
no.
hit it full ball.
Disaster strikes. And with a lead of 18,
I think 2 reds and 2 high value colors, and
yeah.
oh wow.
Did not expect that. But like I was saying, that red, if he's playing Steven, the previous frame, do you think he takes a little bit more time to attempt that pot in terms of pre-shot routine?
Probably.
Probably, maybe. That's what I'm wondering. Like it feels to me like Darren is either getting uncomfortable by the pace of his opponent or playing a little bit too much to it, and it might be affecting him. I don't know. It's just kind of my speculation. Obviously, we have to ask him to see what he's actually thinking about it, but just kind of some interesting observations. And then a good snooker here from Arafat to put more pressure on. Can't do that too many more times. I guess, yeah, he can still do it. He's fine. Darren just marking the cue ball there. Always a good idea. It is nice though when we have the stream and they really get into an argument about, where the ball is. It's very easy and clear to disseminate any sort of doubt.
True.
And is this getting close to a free ball situation with the yellow? Had it come short, maybe?
I think as long as he finished on the
on the right half of the table?
right half of the table,
Okay.
I think it wouldn't be a free ball.
Yeah, it's very close. I think if the yellow is any
Oh, wow.
more closer,
This, yeah. Oh,
so that's 4 points, and the red over the pocket. I don't know. This guy Arafat can play, and I think he's maybe getting to Darren a little bit here. He's on the wrong side of the green, so probably going to take brown or pink.
yeah, potentially the pink may be easier for him to stun across for the yellow
And just to get it back on its spot, maybe.
as well.
Yeah, he cues nicely. Very smooth and fluid.
Yeah, they're all there now. I think,
And
He
this
just
is
needs
stuff
a
you
good-
practice.
yeah, he needs to come good on the green.
He's almost a little bit awkward, but I think he can actually go forward 3 cushions if he wants. Can also just screw back a bit. Watch out, black.
Yeah, he has the angle to come back for the blue, and I think the blue does cut into the center pocket.
Oh yeah, good
And
shot.
I think he may have finished.
Oh,
Oh wow.
oh, it just held up that last second.
Yeah, he may have to go for a double or safety.
Oh yeah, it's I think way too thin for that middle pocket.
Is he still attempting it?
Oh yes. Oh.
Wow. He is fearless, as you said, Christian.
Yeah, holy smokes. Is it pink for frame ball and the frame? Or is it blue as frame ball? Let's see. I didn't do the math very well there in simplified mode.
No, I think he needed the pink.
Yeah, being down by 9 typically you'll need. Yeah, so 12-point difference. Yep.
With 13 on. So unfortunate.
Could this be another steal from Darren? Just needs to make 2 solid shots here. Really one good positional pot. This looks pretty good.
It's perfect.
Yeah, just held up perfectly. Wow. Thought for a second I was going to keep rolling. Oh, you could see the face of Arafat on the side there. Just.
Oh, wow.
Unfortunately, loses that one, and Darren steals another one. Gosh, this guy can shoot, but he just gave him the chance there. All right, well, I think Dave Burney's ready to rock and roll. I'm going to go get some lunch if you want to jump in the booth with him or take a break, whatever. But I'm going to see you guys in a little bit.
Hello, everybody. So Christian just stepped away to take his meal break, as that's where I was at the beginning of this frame. Darren Taylor continuing the steamroll. Just nipped that last frame, stole it by a point. I liked watching Arafat Amat. Really exciting match he had against Andy McCluskey in the round robin phase. Thought he maybe put up a bit more of a fight, but definitely his back is against it. That's when players really come out fighting. It is the 2024 U.S. National Snooker Championship, live here at Embassy Billiards. It's getting late into Sunday evening. This is a quarterfinal match. Either way, what result of this match, someone's pocketbook is going to get a few extra dollars in there, and the winner definitely has a chance to lift the trophy tomorrow. Yeah, this is Arafat's, I believe, first U.S. national, so he's done quite well to get this deep in the tournament. As Andy McCluskey was saying in our last match before this, as he paid a visit into the booth, and just a few tweaks to Arafat's game and he'll be a very deadly snooker player. Out of a bit of a result there. Sterling's going to be queuing over this yellow ball. In a little bit of a pain. Getting down on it. guess the one thing about Arafat, he just doesn't survey the table, but boy, can he pot. Great long red there. Sometimes just have an extra lap around the table. But when you're potting like that, who needs to survey? It's all systems go. Impressive potting action by this youngster. Don't try to force anything, but sometimes when you're up against it, trailing 2 frames to none in a best of 5, knowing that you need to win the next 3 to push yourself into Championship Monday, maybe that last red you usually don't take on. You clip off the reds and come into bulk, but in more attacking is Arafat. It's Arafat the attacker. Darren has rolled nicely to get behind that green to get the snooker. That's done nice to get out there. It hasn't left a easy pot on there for Darren, but looks like this red does pass at the top of all those reds in the middle of the table. Does have the angle to come off 2 cushions to go safely back into bulk. So shot to nothing. Definitely will be going back. Oh, he's going to elect them to play from there. He had the option. Ooh. Ouch. Getting to be a messy table. A lot of reds down at one end. Only the pink down there, but rather safe there. So we could be here for a while. Black is open up there, obviously, if either player is to take a red and zoom up towards the bulk area. they do get nervy when we get into the knockout phase. We'll just round robin. They're shorter matches, but you know, if you can at least win 2 in a group of 4, you're looking well. You might be able to take this black into the left middle. At least bring it back down to the business end of the table. I'm not sure exactly how long our broadcast is going to go this evening. As we have this quarterfinal match and another quarterfinal match in play. We have 2 round of 16 matches that still need to conclude, and then they'll have a quarterfinals after that. So we'll just have to check with the powers to be to see if there's going to be any bonus coverage this evening. I don't think there's a pathway for that black. He cannoned into that red and it killed the pace of the cue ball. Nine red balls. Well, actually about 8 red balls pretty much below the black spot. Definitely always can make for a messy little frame. Well, was Darren Taylor's ears burning. Now there's 9. Neither player gave in an inch. Definitely know in the quarterfinals they just didn't get there by luck. Nice safety shot that by Darren. Nicely close to the bulk cushion. Might have left this red. Kind of opens up a few things. Or she puts the pink rather safe and back down in the bulk area. Don't think Garifet's going to enjoy his next shot. As Darren takes on a pot. Just could have done with a little more pace on that cue. It might have just squeezed a little bit behind the pink, but think there's at least a path that Arafat can hit the red. But the question is, where is this cue ball going to end up? Where red's going to be? That just does not look good for... Trying again, sneak behind the pink here. Yeah. See that cluster of 5 reds really makes a big target, but as we saw, it's important that he doesn't leave an easy red on, as he faltered last time, Arafat. Put a black safe, but he's opened up the reds. Turn does have a red into left middle. It's going to take him up table where more colored balls are. Darren might be forced into taking a pot on. Tough to see just exactly where the path is for him to get back into bulk. Maybe those 3 reds to the left of the black, the one that's closest to the black spot, just thinly snick off the right side. There's options here. This one, the better of the two. There might be a little bit of angle for him to get up into the bulk area. And of course, the only real color on is the yellow that's on its spot. That's not going to help him. Let's push the blue safe. Oh, yellow's come down, but as soon as it gets potted, it's going to go back into the bulk area. Darren with a 2-frame advantage, and this match just needs one more to push himself into Championship Monday. Take this red in, come off the cushion. Should be able to be onto the yellow. Andy McCluskey's analyst of Darren Taylor is quite accurate. Darren always seems just to take the right shot. Come up enough for the yellow. I don't think he has. Doesn't look like from this TV monitors. A good long look at it, so I don't think it does.
Brown.
Dominating the brown. He just come cushion first so he can keep his cue ball up table. Beautiful shot. No, just trusted the table there. They are playing quite nicely. Just thinly snicked off that brown to roll beautifully behind the pink. We almost put the red in there. Matter of fact, he's just, yeah, his body language just telling me he's just not feeling it right now. It's tough to hold for the black there, but he's got second place. He's got the yellow. There's a little bit of an angle to stun up, so he's high on the black to take it into the opposite corner pocket. I didn't want to chance it. That's the yellow into the green pocket. With the angle to come off. Couple of cushions to come back down table. Give him at least a chance at some red.
Green.
Looks like maybe playing the green, getting behind that pink again. Nasty, nasty boy he is. I think a lot of people obviously get in the game of snooker first, not really knowing a lot of the philosophy. They just want to put balls in the bottom of the pocket, but I can tell you from personal experience that as you continue to play the game, eventually the devil's going to come lurking, and you'll find out what fun it is to put your opponent in snookers. Darren happily to just take down these reds. More reds that fall is going to make it difficult for a comeback to come Arafat's way. All trailing by 25.
Green.
There's 51 on the table. Well, you might not pull like a little bit more pace to come up that cushion, be tighter to the brown. Got out of that one. It's an uphill battle, but with that black open to either top corner pocket, it's going to help Arafat if he wants to make a comeback in this frame, push us into a fourth. Wants to avoid the whitewash. Aaron definitely going for the jugular here. He wants to get this one done. Doesn't want to give his opponent a sniff, any hope coming back in this match. been known to do that. He's fluked a few balls into the green pocket throughout this tournament. Unlike the 8-ball, 9-ball game, flukes are allowed. Ooh. Shot I think Arafat should have made. He's got options here now. Obviously he's going to take this red into the top right. Got black into the opposite corner pocket. Well, definitely impressed by Arafat Amat. I think this is his debut U.S. Nationals. He's got all the way to the quarterfinals. So he won't be going home empty-handed. As you can see, the quarterfinalists are going to make $400. But if you can punch your way into Championship Monday, you're at least going to make some money. $1,000 for the semifinals. Second place gets 3,007 G's.
Nice
for the
spot.
winner.
We're back in the booth to a quick dinner break, but now things are getting down to it here. I was watching the side, and this is the type of frame that Darren's been wanting to play, I think, all match long, the grind. It looks like Tom Lemore has won the match over against Raymond Fung. Is that right?
It's a big victory, that's for sure, yeah. Raymond, a tough competitor. Well, 37 and 35 in it, so Arafat does need a snooker. Darren had studied that scoreboard. Just really needs to gently put this in. No chance of a free ball with that last red. Just put that right over the pocket. Hopefully Arafat can have a look at the score. I'm putting that in, getting the black. It's just the one snooker, so I can always use it for colors if this black goes in.
Oh no.
Extends the hand. The reigning champion is going to be going to Championship Monday. He's our first semi-finalist, Darren Taylor, coming across the state line from Arizona. Hungry to be a repeat champion. Many have done it before. He's never done it. He'd like to do it. We'll have to see what our broadcast picture looks like for the rest of the evening, Christian.
Yeah, I got maybe some updates, but we have a match going on right now on table 5. Keith and Shakib are playing. I think Ontario Snooker Tournaments is streaming that match. We just had completion of another match over here in the corner. Looks like Tom Lemore did take it down against Raymond Fung. There you can see him discussing things, but yeah, Tom, congratulations to him. He's going to be advancing to the quarterfinals, and their match is going to get started probably on TV table 4. And we have one more match in the round of 16 going on table 10. I think they're either 2-1 or in a decider, and that player is going to be playing against Renat Denka. So we might just be putting them on the last 4 tables as time goes on. But yeah, stay tuned. I think we're going to cover maybe one more match at least, and then we should be good to go. But stay tuned. We've got some more quarterfinals action coming to you in a little bit.
Okay, keep that stream running. Just maybe put on some nice cup of coffee last week, because we might be going deep into the evening. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back with this 2024 United States National Snooker Championship, live from Embassy Billiards in the San Gabriel, California.